Good morning, America. Good morning, Rockin' Jima. We're back again. Another Umineko, another chapter, another me, another move to prepare. You know, it goes, Charro, thank you for the resubscription. Thank you, Charro. Hello, chatters. Hello. It is a very exciting Tuesday evening. Yeah, okay, off the rip, how naked do I look with this shirt? It's like my exact skin tone. Doesn't it look like I'm like... Yeah? Also, Europe, I'm watching it from here. Hell yeah. Hello, Europe. Whoa, where else we got? I bet we got one person from Japan. I bet we do. Anyways, chat. So, I meant to off-stream organize this. I have not done any work organizing this. I'm not gonna lie, it's a bit of a mess. So, I don't think I want to spend time on it right now, but I'm just going to say that it's a problem, and then hopefully my brain later is like, hey, remember that there's a problem? You should go fix it. Yeah. Because, like, it's fine right now, but this is just, look at all this empty space, you know? I feel like we gotta, there's more money moves to be made. Yeah, man, I mean, I wonder if there's even a way that we have, like, a lattice behind every character of all the chunks. Client seems broken for me and Yaz. I think it's fine for me. You're talking about the chattering one? The chattering one? Like the stream chat? Is that what you're talking about? Your community got me addicted to Final Fantasy 16 again. Yo, well, thank you for the cheers, the 17 bits. W addiction? Yo, W addiction in the chat. Pink in chapter 8. You know what I'm talking about? But yeah. Wait, how is it broken? What's the problem? Because that's a little bit important, eh? Thierry Wolf, howdy Pink, here is your money. Also, any idea what I should do for lunch? Good question. What I did for lunch is I went to like a smoothie spot. So I got a smoothie. And then I also ate a pretzel. So I would maybe try a pretzel. We can't talk, well, try to delete stuff. And not being able to chat, doesn't matter that much. The deleting's the part that matters. We see chat working, however, we can't do modo actions, nor can we chat through it. Have you tried, let's see, can I do stuff? Let me try. I can delete stuff, fine. So I assume it's a Twitch, like a token problem on your end, right? That like in your, like you're saying, yeah, try to like refresh your token. Like go to, I forgot how, but like, I'm fine. I'm trying to get my token in, it didn't work. Have you tried doing it, but like better, maybe? Have you tried increasing your abilities to navigate that? Anyways, test message for mod delete. Yo, W test message for mod delete. Yeah, I don't know why. That's something that I'm not too sure about, Chad. But lunch. TD Wolf's lunch. I would recommend a smoothie. Jamba and a pretzel sounds fire. Good recommendations. Hell yeah. Can't read numerals. True. We be ooming our nekos today. Agreed. But yeah, so that's what's going on there. We are in the middle of the school culture festival. Bro. Which is kind of funny. We really went from chapter 1, where people were getting shoved into boilers, into chapter 2. Well, oh, no. I don't remember. The big thing that was going on is that Beatrice was corrupting frickin' what's this person's name? Anastasia? What's your frickin' name? Shannon. Beatrice, like, Giga corrupted, well, Giga's not quite the right word. Was definitely corrupting Shannon through the power of love magic by giving her a super brooch. Which then Shannon gave to Canon, who then almost hooked up with Jessica, but Canon's too depressed to actually, like, make moves happen, and is a little too deep in his furniture grind set. So, and then Beatrice was like, and they're going to break up, and everything's gonna go horribly wrong, boogly, and Canon was like, I'm not a hurt human, I'm a chair. And this chair doesn't need your brooch! And then he broke it over his knee, and then Shannon's heart, like, fractured. Basically, that's where we're at. Probably disable the YouTube chat for this stream or something. Oh my god, there's so much work. But this one's so fun. Can we just add AG a couple more times? AG, they are useless without you. I'm trying to think. I don't really know how the program works that well, so I'm kind of, well, because the problem is, like, it looks so pretty. We would have to make it so ugly again. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's basically what's going on. That's basically what's going on. Yeah, I mean, I guess what we could do is turn off YouTube chat and then only use Twitch chat. Which sucks, but if that's what we gotta do, that's what we gotta do, I guess. So give me like 1 second so I can like fix that, and then we will get to Shmoven. Gotta wake up early this morning. I cannot afford to go the whole day on 10 minutes of sleep. I'll be catching the VOD this weekend though. Enjoy the stream, everybody. Thank you, thank you. I hope to see you in the VOD future, bro. That should be fun. But yeah, let me just real quick add in the Twitch chat browser. And then we'll just use that as the backup if this other thing isn't working. Though it's also not gonna be like oh wait, how did I used to do it? I would open up, man, you're making me like go back in time. It's like I have to, are y'all updated? Try to update it. I have to open up a incognito tab of Twitch chat, and then the user delay is something that the mods turn on. That's what it is. That's what it is. So I'll just open that up. There we go. Look, now we got this. Move it here. This is the Streamlabs chat. And then I open up Twitch chat. And hopefully AG shows up and then fixes it for us. But otherwise, we tried. We tried. I'm getting an ad on my own stream. Just freaking kill me already. Okay. Pop out chat. And there we go. Okay. This should work as a thing for now. So, yes. And you can experiment a little bit with, like, sending messages, deleting them, blah, blah, blah. I think this should work. I'm seeing a version that's, like, slower than whatever, which means YouTube chat I won't be able to see for now. But hopefully we can fix that in the meantime. So, yeah, like, boop. I don't know. You mess around with this while I talk about Umineko. Anyways, look, I'll just put it, like, right here. You can, like, do your thing real quick. School festival. I'm trying to remember what else is happening. It's kind of weird because we haven't even met up with any of the like main cast because that takes place like later. Like we're like relatively in the past for the chapters, which is very strange. And I wasn't expecting that. I thought like every loop would take place in the same like 3-month chunk, but it does not seem to be the case. Which is, you have to wait, Sif, turn on the delay if you haven't. I didn't turn on the delay. I forgot how. I think that's the only other step that needs to be done is turning on the Twitch delay. And then I think it should be good. But yeah, so that's something that I definitely wasn't expecting, which is so fun. But yeah. Chat, are we good to just get into it? I kind of want to just get into it. Oh, I want the chat to be working. I think the chat's working fine. So, let's get into it. Agreed. Click it. Thank you. I'm gonna be so honest, I don't know who she's talking to. Wait, that's actually my favorite thing right now. Who is Shannon talking to? Why is she in the cafe? Good question. Oh, okay, they're about to start breaking up because that's what Beatrice said in a very ambiguous... Oh, right, because the person that George was gonna get with is like the perfect fit for him. And Shannon knew that, but then still did the whole lovey-lovey thing, which then presumably is like... Well, oh, this is one other thing I wanted to say. Is I think that I wonder to what degree each chapter, or perhaps just like aspects of a chapter, are going to focus on different of the 7 deadly sins, right? Because of this chapter feeling like there's like the love element going on, which you could just call lust, right? The sin of lust. So I wouldn't be surprised if... Oh yeah, fixed sound. Thank you. If each of the chapters we can kind of like do a general reading of at some point that fits that kind of idea. What do I usually do? Like 3, 3, 3? Or 3, something like this? There we go. Oh, now I feel like I'm in Umineko again. I'll even bump it up one more. Give me a lot. Okay, that's freaking... Wait. Relax. Relax. What like that? Yeah. Okay. It should be gurra. I feel like I was about to say one other thing. Oh wait, I was gonna do this real quick and boop. I wanted to heart the TD Wolf message from earlier. Ding! There we go. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch. Okay, lock in. I'll like not read chat as much for a little bit until we get it squared. So don't sweat about it too much. Oh, AG's here. Hi, AG. Hi, AG.
僕はまだ自分の城を築き上げてない。それができて初めて僕は一人前になれたと思えるんだ。
Relax on the music a little bit. All right, I was a little overzealous. I'll admit it. I'll admit it. There we go.
その時、君と結婚したい。
So I haven't built up my castle. Once I have, I'll be able to think of myself as an adult. When that happens, I want to marry you. Okay.
それはその
でもそれじゃもう僕の心が許せないんだ。だから君に婚約指輪を贈りたい。
I did just see the message from Wolf on YouTube. Pink, am I your stream sugar father? You have to be so careful with bringing up the idea of a sugar father, okay? Y'all know, if y'all weren't here for the higurashi, bro, that is a sensitive subject, bro. You cannot be tempting me with that knowledge. Wait, I will literally pivot the entire conversation right now. I need to pull this up. I'll do it. Nope, I'll do it. I don't care. Chara. The Umineko people, they need to know. They need to know. Chara. Somebody said this the other day, and it's been brewing in my skull since, okay? The idea of sugar babies and sugar siblings and all that stuff is unironically true with Canon and Shannon, okay? Unironically true, right? I unironically predicted Canon and Shannon's arrangement through this diagram in Higurashi, and I'm tired of pretending I didn't, okay? The basic strategy, the basic thing here is we were discussing the idea of sugar incest, okay? What that is imagine you have a sugar daddy, and then you are the sugar daddy's sugar baby, right? But then there is somebody else that is also the sugar daddy's sugar baby, right? If y'all were to entangle, then you're like sugar siblings because you have the same sugar father, which makes you sugar incesting, okay? This arrangement is Canon and Shannon. Do you see that? It even kind of looks like them, right? Right here. You can see they kind of look similar, right? The drawings. And so if they were to ever entangle, we've already figured out with our diagram the degree to which they are incesting with each other. So since they are only siblings in the case of sugar, is it morally okay? Last time in Higurashi, we were positing that it is relatively morally okay. Okay? Whereas if they were to actually be blood siblings, that's morally frowned upon. Right? But of course, since they are not blood related, this is not bloody sugar siblings, it's just sugar siblings. Does that make sense? Just making sure we're all on the same page a little bit. Okay. So I wanted to bring that up because I didn't want to forget about that. All right, anyways. So, Higurashi, they're gonna get married. Wait, no, Umineko, they're gonna get married. Lock in. We gotta get in the flow again, okay?
そうだったね。じゃあ、家具は人の言うことを聞かない。
Furniture has to listen to daddy.
今、君に送るのにふさわしい。
George is whipping out daddy status, bro.
多分。No,
bringing the ring. Oh, this is actually really interesting because in chapter 1, oh, this is actually so crazy. How much of this happened in chapter 1? I would assume none of it. It is kind of crazy though because in chapter 1 he brings a ring to the family conference, which then gets like he gives to her, and it's like really tragic, right? And so he admits to making that ring here, but like the decision for him to make the ring isn't based on them going on dates. He was going to do that no matter what because it happened in chapter 1. Is this half sugar incest? I don't think this is any incest. I think this is just love. If anything, the closest part to incest with this... Good question. I think we should take a minute to talk about that. Also, my layers are wrong. Boop. Good question. Let's talk about that, right? I think the closest thing would be like George is sugar daddy, and then Shannon is one of the sugar babies. It'd be like that. But that's like a typical arrangement, you know what I mean? You're like if XQC had a soul. I appreciate that. You know, I appreciate that. Thank you, bro. Thank you, bro. Man, I wonder what it would take for me to lose my soul. Do you think XQC ever had a soul? In your argument, I'm not arguing that XQC has or has not a soul. But would it be that he lost it or that he never had it? That would be the question. Anyways, yeah. So enough about incest. Can we maybe lock in on the story that's taking place? Thank you. Agreed. He had one. Aware.
君が僕の婚約を受けてくれたら、僕はその席でおじい様をすべての親族の前で
Oh wait, that's got it.
婚約を
Okay.
宣言する。
Mommy's not gonna like that. Eva's not gonna like that.
君と僕の仲をふさわしくないと咎める人たちはきっといる。でも、
We're good now.
そいつらの顔を見る必要はない。
Okay.
君は
Chad, thank you for patience in the technical difficulty with the chat. Let me flip it back to the good
満た
chat.
していればいいから。
I want to rename this one real quick too. Streamlabs chat. There we go. We do take spoilers very serious here, which means sometimes it's a pain in the booty because I gotta like, you know, we're dealing with stuff in a different way. Okay, it is fixed. Welcome back, YouTube chat. Thank you for the patience. And also thank you for accepting my stall about sugar sibling incest for like 5 minutes. Okay, let's jump into it. Okay, wait, chat. Cleanse the energy. Thank you, Cade, for the follow also, by the way. Cleanse the energy. We gotta get into full Umineko spirits, okay? So we're gonna do a group breathing operation. Group breathing operation. YouTube chat's here. Twitch chat is here. We got the beautiful music. We got the beautiful characters. We got a beautiful story, okay? We're all on the same page, ready to go on this journey together. So I'm gonna guide you through some guided meditation real quick, okay? And we're gonna use this to center our chakras so that we can be nice and united going into this story. Everybody, get a comfortable position, right? If you're laying down, relax your shoulders. If you're sitting down, relax. Sink into your chair, sink into your couch, sink into your bed. Feel every part of your body loosen, okay? Find a nice balance. And then we're gonna do a deep breath in, a deep breath. We're gonna deep breath in, we're gonna hold it, and a deep breath out, okay? I'm gonna do hand motions, so I'd like you to follow my hand motions with this. Deep breath in. Feel yourself loosen up a little bit more. Let go of all the tension in your body. We're gonna do one more cycle and then get into it. Deep breath in. There we go. Okay. Our chakras are centered. Thank you. Why do Umineko viewers get to meditate with you, but you only goon in Limbus streams? Just read the damn VN. Yo, fuck you, bro. TD Wolf, send my apologies to Twitch chat. I couldn't help it. You are forgiven, TD Wolf. You are forgiven. Thank you for the donos. Thank you. Okay. Chat, now we're on the same page. Now we are prepared to get into this visual novel. There's no need to look at their faces because you only have to fill your eyes with me. Holy Riz. If we are reckless in approaching this visual novel, we won't be able to enjoy it, okay?
それだけは絶対に約束するから。
I'm so glad that I took a deep breath because we're in Nanjo's void right now. Guys, this is why we prepare ourselves, okay? Because this is where we're getting sent into. What the hell is that? Final curtain work? There were people chanting, dude. Who else is in the room with Beatrice? I look forward to seeing how it will ripen.
に過ぎて腐り落ちる果実の駅に黄金の蝶たちは舞い降り、今より収穫の日が待ち遠しい。宴の時はまだかまだか。
What is happening? Actual Dark Souls OST, unironic. Oh, she's so evil. The first laugh is excusable, second part was worrying, third part was like evil villain. Dude, maybe Nanjo is Lambda Delta, bro. Ow. Wow, it's been a minute since they threw a punch at me, bro. It's been a minute. What the hell is that? Whoa, relax! Okay. October 4th, 1986. Chessboard preparations. There we go. They'd eaten breakfast at a coffee shop in the station building. Wait, I feel like I should get this time down. Well, let's wait. I need to figure out what's going on a little bit better. By chance, the inside of the shop had been decorated with Halloween colors since it was October. It seemed that Maria had really taken a liking to that. Yeah, I thought we were jumping to battle her and everyone, but let's see. Maybe just Maria? Ever since, she has been making a fuss inside the train about wanting to have a Halloween festival without caring that she was attracting the attention of others. Halloween is popular in Europe and America, but people are hardly familiar with it at all in Japan. The shopping district was colorfully decorated with orange pumpkins, but the costume parades of children demanding sweets and saying, "Tweak or tweet," were nowhere in sight. Oh my goodness, I'm not ready. Here we go again, dude. Here we go and ew!
Halloween 祭りがしたい。こんなお洋服やだ。魔女の格好。
Oh, here we go, dude. Here we go.
親族会議は遊びじゃないのよ。
We're about to be Umaxing all over again.
おじいさまにお会いするんだから、ちゃんとしたお洋服じゃないとダメ。
Well, it wasn't completely full inside the train. There were enough people here that almost all of the seats were occupied. Among them, Maria was making a fuss, kicking her feet back and forth in her seat while Rosa scowled at her. Dude, imagine trying to get Maria on like an airplane. Rosa had told her many times in a low voice to stop, but Maria was taking no notice whatsoever. Once Maria gets this way, no matter how much you try to explain the situation or calm her, she doesn't listen. In the past, Rosa used to pamper Maria and give in to her at times like this. But that had probably been the problem. Almost certainly, the young Maria had formed the wrong impression that if she kept complaining noisily, her mother would give in and listen to her. Right. Like, how do you deal with a temper tantrum, right? That error had been brought to Rosa's attention through an educational book, and since then, she had hardened her heart so as to not pamper her beloved daughter. Beloved, she says. But Rosa could manage less and less mutual understanding with Maria, and had become more and more common that she felt discouraged by her own powerlessness. She is tweaking, dude.
あなたにあげるお菓子はありません。さっき朝ごはんを食べたでしょ。
Ooh.
お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃう。お菓子をくれなきゃいたずら
It's so crazy because we did see Rosa like, you know, smack her around like chapter 1. Oh my goodness, you're ruining my parenting techniques. Okay, wait, frick whatever I was talking about. As Maria kicked her feet, a stout old woman sitting in the seat across from Maria picked a candy out of her handbag and gave it to her. Yo, stout old woman, I'm trying to do like some tough love right now, okay? You're ruining my thing, bro. You're killing me, man. Oh man, you're rewarding her. I'm trying to not reward her for acting out. Oh, but she's so proud. She's so happy, dude.
Happy Halloween!
Oh, but it's so sweet. It's so pure.
こらマリア、勝手に人からお菓子をもらっちゃダメでしょ。返しなさい。
いいんですよ。元気なお嬢さんですこと。
This is so awkward. This is so awkward.
おいくつです？
There may not have been any malice in those words from the old woman, but it seemed like Rosa had taken it in an extremely humiliating way. Because it's like only she can't parent, you know?
知らない人からお菓子をもらっちゃいけないっていつも言ってるでしょ。
Yo, can we go back to the cute dates, bro? My fault for like...
話しなさい
Dude, we were at the school festival like 10 minutes ago. Can we go back? I don't
マ
want
マ
to...
の言うことを聞けっていつも言
This
って
scene
るで
isn't
しょ
fun. This is just terrible. I just got here, dude. I just spawned in. She's like grabbing. I feel like they're like grabbing at the candy, you know? Was that a smacker?
その
Oh my goodness. Rosa, we're on a public transit, okay?
でしょ
Oh. Like, molly-whopping your child on the Rokinjima Island is bad. And that is bad, don't get it twisted. But doing it in public is like, oh, like, dude. That's like a whole, like, that's extra sauce. Stop putting extra sauce on it. Rosa reflexively hit Maria violently on her cheek. We added the adjective violently. In a flash, Maria started crying loudly. Dude, imagine being that. Yeah, no, imagine being the old woman. You're like, oh, don't worry, dear. Here, have one candy. And then the mom starts being like, please. Rosa immediately snatched the candy from Maria's hand and stuck it out towards the dumbfounded old woman sitting next to them. Maria equals Satoko. The witch obsession is kind of like the trap obsession. Holy, look at this gaze. Look at this gaze. Reflexively is bad. Wait, that's actually so true. Yeah, wait, that's actually such a telling adjective, right? Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the cheek. That's the scarier adjective more than violently, for sure. That it's like a habit. Breathing heavily, Rosa once again held the candy out to the old woman. The woman looked confused for a moment about what she should say, but then understood that perhaps her actions may have caused trouble for this parent and child, and she accepted the candy back, apologizing. Damn. That was crazy. Just her, like, looking down, like, her sprite changing as she's, like actually taking in the scene a little bit. Ouchie. Then Rosa finally took notice of her surroundings. Her daughter's clothes were all messed up, she was crying and shouting with her nose dripping, and there were many dumbfounded passengers watching them. Except for the sound of the train running, the rail car was completely silent. Fortunately, that pitiful silence didn't last more than a short while. However, in its place came an even more painful atmosphere as everyone whispered. Maria shouted, cried, kicked, and stomped her feet as usual, paying no heed to the people sitting around her. Impulsively, Rosa tried to slap her again, but... Stop! Like, clearly that's not working either, dude. But she noticed the cold eyes of the people in the train and couldn't do that anymore. When the train stopped, Rosa got off, forcibly pulling Maria by the arm and almost dragging her along the ground. As usual, Maria didn't stop crying. Dude. Rosa took her to the end of the platform and hit her cheek again. At the moment she was hit, Maria stopped crying for an instant, but before long she shouted and cried even more than before. Rosa, whose emotions had exploded, grabbed Maria by her collar and pulled her hair as if to rip it out. Yo, I don't want to watch this, bro. This is just sad.
だからうるさいって言ってんのよそのうーをやめなさいって言ってるでしょそんなんだからクラスにお友達ができないんでしょもっとしっかりしてよ
We're bringing, like, I remember getting onto you the first time in chapter 1. Like, okay. It's crazy because I kind of, like, when it was all happening in chapter 1, it's like, this is bad. But also, it's like, we're on the island and things are stressful and whatever. Like, dude, we're just on the train and we're WWEing. It's not even like there's, like, context. Like, I think what this is showing more than anything is that the parental, like, abuse, you know, like hitting Marie and stuff, wasn't just like a one-off thing in like moments of hype and like, you know, heightened emotions, but it's something that is just super normal between the two of them, which is like way more troubling, you know. It makes me feel really bad for Maria. Also, of course, Maria is a, you know, I don't know, all the witch stuff is kind of crazy, but like she didn't do anything wrong here. She's just doing her thing, bro. Parenting's hard, I get it, but like
どうしてママの言うことが聞けないのどうしてどうして
She is also single parenting. That does make it a lot harder. It's still bad. I'm not trying to excuse it, but like, I don't know. I don't even know what I'm trying to do. Along with those severe words, Rosa hit Maria's head over and over again. The more Maria cried and shouted, the more Rosa hit her. And the more Maria was hit, the more intensely she cried and shouted. Yo, can I have Battler pull up? Where my Battler at? Battler, you're at the front of the line. Oh, you can't blame her for that, dude. You cannot be blaming her for that, dude. No. I feel like I already wrote that down, right? She row on my sut till I sleep with an unknown man. Okay, sorry. Get out of here. That's so bad. That's so bad. It's because you're like this that I had caused the passengers on the platform to advise the station attendant that it would be a good idea to speak to her. Okay, so less of a giga chat and more of like an obligation. If y'all saw this IRL, would y'all step in? I don't know, bro. So, there's two questions there. There's like, should you step in? And then, would you step in, right? I don't think I would, but I think I probably should. And that's just me being honest. I think I would be too scared. I don't think I would have the balls. But I probably should step in to a degree. It's just really hard to step in. And I don't know what I would say, you know? But I think I should, but I don't think I would, and that's something I should probably try to get better about doing it. You know? Yeah. It's just so hard. Not that that makes it okay to... Scolding it caused the passengers... Oh, we already read that. Rosa yelled at the station attendant that they would get on the next train and not to bother them anymore. And then finally, or maybe should we say for the second time, she noticed the passengers on the platform staring at her from the distance. Rosa sweated slightly. She felt the wind chill the sweat, tormenting her. Maria was still crying, shielding her own head. No, unless this beating stopped, she would probably keep crying forever. As Rosa recovered from the evil heat inside her head, she knew she had surrendered her soul to something bad again. At least she's aware, I guess. Dude, that's sad. Maria's like hoping that it's not even her, in like a sense, right? Like probably some sort of like you're being possessed by a witch, or you know, I don't know, something. She likes the occult stuff, so I'm thinking that there might be like some idea that she's, you know, parsing the abuse through that. Rosa fell to her knees and hugged Maria, whose face was all soggy with tears and mucus. That's so confusing for her. Molly whopped into I'm sorry spam. This is tough.
Mama. Okaeri.
Finally, Maria realized that her mother had turned back into being her mother. Then she clung to her mother's body and cried, burying her face in her mother's chest. That's her poor way of trying to cope with it and figure it out. I feel like we're seeing like wrath with Rosa, like greed with Eva / Kraus, lust with Shannon, gluttony with Battler. I don't know who gluttony would be. You know, I'm trying to think about that. For a long time, the two of them hugged each other, asking for forgiveness and sending words of forgiveness back. After a while, the two of them gradually calmed down and naturally drew their faces apart. Maria's face, Rosa's face, both were deep red after crying their eyes out.
マリアはハロウィンのお祭りがしたいの？
うん。ジョージお兄ちゃんやジェシカお姉ちゃんにかぼちゃマシュマロ見せてあげたかった。
Oh. That was a sweet which had been alongside the cash register at the shop where they had eaten breakfast. It was a fancy sweet that had a big orange marshmallow in the shape of a jack-o'-lantern stuck on the end of the stick. That's awesome, dude. Maria had wanted that and had insistently pestered for it. Rosa had disallowed it, saying that there was no way she would buy such a sweet right after they'd had breakfast. Gluttony with Nanjo.
じゃあマリア、こ
Holy
の町に売っ
pee.
てるかどうかわからないけど、降りて探してみようか。
ママ大好き。愛してる。ありがとう。
私もよ、マリア。愛してるわ。
The truth was that they had no time to waste loitering around at a stopover station. If they had missed the airplane, they would fall half a day behind schedule. She should have left home with more time to spare, but she had ended up leaving late after spending too long choosing Maria's clothes. Because of that, Rosa had been a bit impatient since the morning. Well, I can tell, dude. She looked at the clock. They should be getting on the next train immediately. But her daughter had firmly joined hands with her to go buy the sweet together, and that hand was warm. To Rosa right now, it was more important to regrow her bonds with Maria. Maria was not only Rosa's beloved daughter, she was everything Rosa had. Fortunately, she could see that there was a big supermarket right in front of the station. Maybe she wouldn't be able to find a sweet exactly like that one, but Maria would probably accept something similar. Besides, Rosa also couldn't show up with a face swelled from crying. She would have to fix her makeup.
あれと全く同じマシュマロは見つからないかもしれないけど、似たようなお菓子があるといいね。それで、
Yeah, I mean, like,
いとこのみんなを一
it's
緒に
so
驚かそう
bad.
ね。
It's such like a bad situation. But it's like, what's the alternative, you know? Like, it's not like they have, like, I don't know. Well, we're not putting Maria up for adoption, are we? Like, and the rest of this family, I don't think would be very accepting to trying to, like, co-parent. It's just bad. It's just tough. I don't know. The two left the turnstiles at the station in this unknown town, and Maria walked across the pedestrian crossing together with her mother, feeling very pleased, as though she was walking in an amusement park. Both faces were still deep red, but warmth could be seen between the two of them, mother and child, as they smiled at each other awkwardly.
なんでもない。考え事をするのにここが少し心地よかっただけだ。
今日の準備はすべて手配が終わっています。あとはお茶でも飲みながらくつろいで待とうではありませんか。
すまん。君にいつも面倒なことをすべて押し付けている。
どうか私をもっと頼ってはいただけませんか。私はあなたの妻です。
無論君にはいつも助けられているし感謝もしている。だからこそ私は私の仕事に専念できる。
分かっています。お仕事のこと、そしてお父様の遺産の話ですね。
君には関係のないことだ。欲深な兄弟たちの腐肉のあさり合いに過ぎん。
大丈夫です。あなたすべてうまくいきます。
Dude, Natsui's
あなた
walking
のお
up
仕
to
事
you,
が
bro.
うまくいかなかったことはあ
Look at
りま
your
せん。
wife, bro. She's beautiful, bro. Natsui softly cuddled close to Krause's shoulder. She spoke words to reward Krause for the difficulties of his work, but Natsui was herself the one who knew best that it wasn't going well. Dude, I feel like Krause is not going to be physically affectionate at all in return. Krause's enterprises were something like a seesaw where large amounts of money swung. A big investment leads to a large return, but the swaying of a large-scale seesaw is large yet sluggish and not something which shows immediate results. At times, he would make more investments so that the seesaw inclined faster towards the good side. Naturally, he did that because he had the confidence that, in a not-so-distant future, he'd be able to recover all the investments made. However, the seesaws Krause chose never turned out as he would have liked them to. His foresight wasn't wrong, but times were slow. They never caught up with him. For example, think of a literal seesaw placed in a park. Due to its great popularity, there was always someone playing on it, so if he wanted to play, he would have to wait a long time for his turn. And then one day he found the seesaw vacant, straddling it, realizing he was the first to arrive and had it all to himself. However, nobody got on the opposite side of the seesaw, so he couldn't play on it. No matter how much time passed, nobody came to the opposite side of the seesaw. You got such a beautiful woman hanging off your shoulder right now, rewarding you with nice words of affirmation, and you're thinking about a seesaw, dude. Please, bro, please! If you're not gonna play, pass the controller! The seesaw is a popular piece of playground equipment, so if you waited, another person would definitely show up. Kraus noticed. The weather looked like it was getting worse. That's why nobody was coming outside to play. He's in his mind palace, dude. But the seesaw is a popular piece of playground equipment, so someone would definitely come. If he vacated his place because the weather seemed to be getting worse, someone would definitely snatch his place away, and he would end up only longingly gazing from a distance as someone having fun playing on the seesaw again. On one side of the seesaw, he continued to wait patiently, all alone. That was Kraus's current enterprise and situation.
私にもう少しの勇気と自分の先見性を信じる自信があればいつだって失敗はしなかった。
Oh, the YouTube servers are being really slow right now? That's what y'all are saying? Then just jump to Twitch! The multi-streaming setup? There's some of the YouTube footage that lost by the looks of it, as I couldn't watch the segment after reloading. Oh, frick. Yeah, I'll have to... Okay, I'll try to... Well, it should be fine because I'm saving it on Twitch, so, like, if it doesn't save properly to YouTube, then I'll just, re-upload it. So. Good thing we're also on Twitch, but... a bit concerning. What do you expect from Disney adult Kraus? Real. Real and true and real. Look, now they're not even... He didn't reciprocate to her physically at all. Look at the distance now. She was, like, pressing up on him, and then he was just looking out the window pondering. Dude.
あなたの先見性はいつも間違っていません。あなただけがお父様の才覚を受け継いだのです。他の兄弟たちが誰も受け継がなかった天性のものを受け
My fault. I cut her off.
私はそれを信じられず、いつも臆病に自らの事業を畳んできた。なぜ自分を信じることができないのか。自分を信じられない男を誰が信じる。誰も信じない。私はいつも敗者の座るべき椅子に自ら座り、親父にもお袋にも
Dude, Kraus is going through it. Oh my god.
私はいつになったらこのコンプレックスから解放されるのだ。いつになったら
Only Natsui knew. She knew of Kraus's anguish. As the eldest son of the Oshirimiya family, who would have to shoulder a big responsibility, he couldn't open his pained heart to anyone. It would always be compared to his father's great enterprises.
あなたが親族会議に専念できるよう、すべての手配を
Dude,
済
what a
ませてい
W
ます。
wife, bro.
すべて。
Emotionally supporting her mans. Not quite a W mother, but W wife, dude.
問題ないかね。
はい。源氏と南條先生は
If only Nanjo was a
私たちの味方で
therapist.
す。
Yeah, bring
あの
Genji.
強欲な
Genji and Dr.
兄弟たち
Nanjo are on our
決してお
side.
父様には合わせま
Thanks,
せん。
man. Thanks. I would never let them meet father. Well, father wouldn't let anybody meet himself. Like, I don't know. But sure. Okay. Man, get out! I don't want to see your Goda anywhere, dude.
ええ、お任せください。年に一度の大仕事に腕が鳴っております。
Goda, I'm not gonna forget the time that you pawned your work off to Shannon, dude. I'm not gonna forget, bro. You think I shed a single tear when your body was found in the Rose Garden storehouse? No. I laughed! Ingredients of varied colors had been gathered in the kitchen, and the preliminary arrangements had already been started. Even though it was still morning, the ingredients for dinner were already in the saucepans and steaming. Normally, he had to deal with I thought it said severed. Oh my goodness. Several associated matters other than cooking, but on the day of the family conference, he would devote himself to it entirely. Hop off the goat, let him cook. Goat da, goat da, goat da. To Goda, who was originally a chef, this was surely the greatest gala occasion of the whole year.
ええ、ディナーには子牛のステーキを。素晴らしい肉がすでに保冷庫で今夜を待ちわびておりますよ。まかないも今夜はぜひ期待してください。
It was rare for Goda to be in this good of a mood towards his fellow servants. To Goda, who boasted about being a chef who worked exclusively for the Oshirimiya family, being given the right to show off his cooking at the family conference was the greatest honor.
わかった。任せるのでよろしく頼む。あと、熊沢がそちら
Where
に
is Kumasawa at, bro?
熊沢さんですか。先ほど見かけましたが、こちらにはおりません。 ゲストハウスの方へ準備に行かれたのではないでしょうか。
Oh, well...
油を売っている。いや、結構だ。
Remember chapter 1, the first time we met her was she pulled up to the dock and was like bumming around at the dock or something. So either she's just like bumming around, loitering, or she's actually like a super spy and is here to ruin everyone's life. Think about it.
では引き続きよろしく頼む。
Grown-ass Delsny adult sitting on a seesaw wearing a fancy suit. Giga Chad, bro. You know what? Can you just imagine the visual image of Kraus sitting in the rain, the pouring, dark rain, sitting on the seesaw alone? And then off to the side is Natsui just watching under an umbrella. And he's like, no, Natsui, I don't want to leave. I want to stay at the park. I want to keep playing. That's how it looks, bro. That's how it looks. Genji placed the telephone back on the receiver, sighing lightly. With Mickey Mouse ears. True. Do you think Goda would do YouTube shorts about here's what I cooked for my client family in a day? Dude, Goda would cook on YouTube shorts. Wait, that's actually true. Bro, and Maria would love Coco Melon. Maria would love creepypastas, dude. Oh my goodness, born in the wrong generation. Maria would have eaten up creepypastas. Batterer works in every generation. It's really Maria that was born in the wrong one. I'm trying to think if anyone else. Honestly, just Maria, I feel like. Yo, don't you talk to me, Burncastle. I don't want a single lick out of you, bro. Thinking Kumasawa, who was no doubt hiding and slacking off even though things were this busy, and the ostentatious Goda, who only felt like doing anything on a day where he could show off, Genji sighed once again. Yo, wait, they kind of posed up! Look, they look like they're doing like a combo maneuver, bro. Battler would watch Andrew Tate.
お子様方が泊まれるよう4人分の用意をするようにとのご指示を賜りましたが
4 people?
いかがいたしましょう
4 people? Wait, what? All the rooms in the guest house have been prepared. Preparations for 4 people. So that the children can stay there. Oh, like Maria, Jessica, George. Maria, Jessica, George, Battler. Right, that's it? Because the guest house is for the children. Wait, I'm just making sure that everyone's invited. Children, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, these 4. Because these are servants. So yes, that makes sense. Okay. We're locked in. That just sounded wrong for some reason. Yeah, okay, cool. Thinking of a Maria shouting 6-7 instead of a ooh makes me understand Rosa a bit more. Holy. Dude, I would be... Yo, me and Maria would be tight, bro. Hell yeah, bro. She was... Yeah, modern day Maria would be a 6-7 legend, dude. And I, like, am so brain rotted, I don't even care. I'm down, bro. You know what? I think I judged her a little too harshly.
奥様にはお伝えしなくてよい。
そうですね。かしこまりました。
今夜は深夜勤で、そのまま明日は早朝。
Cannon's complaining about his work hours.
2日間になりそう
I thought you were furniture, bro.
そういえば、台風が直撃するって天気予報で言っていますね。
Sorry, I don't need to be getting onto him. Me and Cannon, we're on the same page. We're on the same team, bro.
台風がよほどそれないか。
Mascot horror tier list with Maria. Oh my goodness, she would.
親族の皆様方の
She would love Five Nights at Freddy's.
親族会議の日程が月曜か火曜あたりまで
Did we watch the Five Nights at Freddy's movie, Mama?
長丁場になるだろうが皆くれぐれも粗相のないように頼む
Genji, oh my, yeah. Okay, he's just saying lock
シャノ
in.
ンは焦らぬよう落ち着いて
Oh my goodness, imagine Maria, like, excitedly telling the rest of the kids about Five Nights at Freddy's lore. And then the purple guy, wait, I don't actually know the lore well enough. What did the purple guy even do, bro? God freaking Ennard, like, went in him at one point. Who's the purple guy? When I'm thinking of the sun. Oh my goodness, I am not caught up, bro. Maria, I need a Maria to teach me FNAF
カノ
lore,
ン
bro.
は愛想よくご挨拶をするように
はい。
Remnant!
注意します。
Remnant! Think of the remnants! He ate them. He ate them. The YouTube thumbnail, right? That's funny. He's the man behind the slaughter. It's been so long since that's what I got, bro. I'm not part of the I don't know the nowadays FNAF lore, but I'm like OG FNAF, you know? It's been so long since I last have seen my son, lost to this monster, to the man behind the slaughter. Bro, Maria's gonna drop a mixtape, bro. It's gonna be, it's been so long since I last have seen my friends, lost to this witch, the witch behind Rokenjima. Holy! Stole everything from Edwin. I made the mimic. It was hard to put the pieces together. Oh man, it's peak, dude. Today we'll be entertaining a very important guest. Okay.
心得ています。いつだって。ここには大切なお客様しか訪れませんから。
カノン。今日は
Holy Genji sprite. Genji.
大切なお客様を迎える。
Genji, why? Look at Why is Genji low-key giving Okanogi right here?
心構えを改めるように。
Okay, we talking about Beatrice? What are we talking about? Who's the important guest?
シャノン、どうした？さっきから何かそわそわしているようだが、何か時間の約束でもあるのか？
いえ、なんでもありません。失礼いたしました。
姉さん、今日は大切なお客様がお越しになる日なんだよ。
Lock in,
プライベートとは切り離すようにね。
プライベートなんか知りません。
Okay, bashful. As Shannon blushed just a bit, she turned her gaze away from the cock. Was it about time for the airplane carrying the family to arrive at Nijima? She had thought she had been hiding the fact that her long-awaited reunion with George was making her heart palpitate, but Canon, who stood by her side, understood her perfectly. They're actually cooking with the new lore? Oh, frick, really? I feel like I heard that was just complicated, because there's like the book lore, and then there's like the series lore, and then there's like the movie lore, and they're all like kind of separated. Give me Battler, bro. Give me Battler. I'm trying to battle, bro. I'm trying to flip a chessboard around, bro. Why are we in the bathroom? Whoa, George, put it away. Put it in. Whoa, put it away. Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. I don't know. I thought maybe they had already linked up. Inside a bathroom stall, George was practicing something over and over, taking out a small velvet box hidden in his pocket like a quick-draw desert gunman. We cut to him in a bathroom saying, Shannon, please accept this from me without a word. Hello? George, put it away! Shannon likes a man with traction. What does that mean, George Oshiromiya? How do you be a man with traction? Oh, you mean aura. Okay, I understand. So you want to say like, I can't do it. I don't got traction, bro. I don't got traction. I don't got it. You know what? I'll even tell you. Okay, no, not that. What I was going to say, but then I like stopped myself, was like, yo, bitch, take this, and then throw the box at her. But then I didn't want to say that because it's like I don't like saying bitch because it's a yucky word. I don't like calling people. I don't like calling women bitches because it feels wrong. But that's what came to mind, you know. But I don't know. I don't got traction, bro. Oh, George, I'm in the next stall. I am worried. Exactly. But he's trying to be a cool guy, and cool guys are disrespectful towards women, right? That's how it works. If there's no free will, why are we bringing up free will? Huh? As he crossed his arms, moaning and groaning as someone knocked on the door, they're gonna think he's having the hardest time in there. George was startled back to reality.
Oh, George-kun.
Yo, Rudolph, bro, what is going on? Let a guy take a dump. You're hearing him go like, ooh, oh.
大丈夫です。平気です。
Jeez, man.
ご心配は無用です。
そっか。ならいいんだけどな。無理して力みすぎるなよ。尻が切れちまうぜ。
Hemorrhoids? Rudolph washed his hands, laughing cheerfully, and left. George knew that the most embarrassing part hadn't been overheard, and he had patted his chest in relief.
キリエ、
I think
ローザはまだ来ないのか？
I think we should socially... What's up, Kide? Hey, good to see you in one piece, bro. I think we should socially normalize conversation about taking difficult dumps, okay? We've all been there, bro. Squatted over the toilet, face popping, veins popping, red, strained, absolute, like, cannon fire exploding out of your rear, okay? It's a medical condition. We should be able to be like, yeah, bro, I just took the fattest dump of my life and it hurt really, really bad and also stunk a little bit. We should be able to say that to each other, like, casually, right? I want to go down the street and be able to tell random people about my dumps.
遅いわね。
Okay?
天候調整中だからいいよう
We,
なもの。
yes, we.
これで
Am I getting
普段通りのダイ
victim
ヤだった
blamed
らあいつ
for my
乗り遅れ
tummy
ちまう
issues,
ぜ。
bro? I'm getting victim blamed. That's crazy. What's stopping you? Social convention, bro. We gotta morph social convention. Whenever someone in the next stall tries to make conversation, I just want to die. Wait, does that happen to you? Oh, wait, no, you right. Actually, no, I want to go 100, 180 back. Don't do this because it would lead to people trying to converse on the toilet, and that is not happening. We definitely not locked in. Dude, but George is talking about taking a dump. We're talking about taking a dump. That means we're... Okay, you're right. You're right. You're right. Let's lock in.
そしたらどうする気なんだあいつ。
ローザさんだっていい年の大人よ。
Good thing the weather was
なんとかす
delayed.
るわ。兄って人はいくつになっても妹を子供扱いなのね。
I hate shitting so much. What's up, Battler? Agreed, me too.
だと俺が子供ならおめえは赤ん坊じゃねえか。
Look at this happy family, dude.
バトラちゃん。
Battler, are you ready to get sent back into the meat grinder, dude?
やめろ、くすぐって。
I hope you didn't like your character development in chapter 1, because it's all gone.
親子
We're
ってよ
cooked,
り
dude.
悪ガキ仲間って感じね。
We're cooked.
ほら、いらしたわよ。
おおおお、餃子さんやないか。
Oh,
マリアちゃん、
Hideyoshi.
久しぶりやの。
久しぶ
I'm Maria.
マリア、お久しぶりです。でしょ？言ってごらん。
り。お久しぶり。
Good job. Now reward the good behavior. Now reward.
そうや。
Reward. Thank you, Hideyoshi. Yes. Then you're like, that's so good. You did a good job. You give her a little head pat if she's okay with that. I assume that that's a
よ
normal...
く言え
I
た
don't know.
な。
I feel like she would maybe have a weird thing about like any physical touch just because she kind of...
ご褒美に
Seems kinda precise.
飴玉あげような。あれ？どこにしまったんや。
W Hideyoshi, bro. Hideyoshi knows how to handle this.
ローザさん、
Rosa, you have to be
お久しぶりです。
like part doing that too, bro.
マリアちゃんもお久しぶり。
Come on, lock in.
ご無沙汰してます、キリエ
No,
姉
not
さ
a
ん、
head
秀吉兄
slap.
さん。
No.
と、あら、バトラ君？大きくなったわね。
いやー。今日は会うたびに言われてて
Oh
恥ず
yeah,
かしいっ
here we
す
go
よ。
again, bro.
おうローザ、遅かったな。飛行機がダイヤ通りだったらギリギリってとこだったぜ。
ごめんなさい。列車の接続がうまくいかなくて。
Yeah, just a little bit of trouble.
何？また天候調査中なの？ぼやかない、ぼ
Oh
やかない。
jeez, Eva's here.
船で6時間も揺られるくらいなら飛行機でほんの30分の方がずっとマシよ。たとえ1時間余計に待たされたって全然早いんだから。
あれがマリアなのか。大きくなったな。成長期か。
Don't say anything
前
sus.
に会ったのは6
Don't
年
do it.
前。
Her mom's right there,
それ
dude.
は変わるわよ。女は心変わりがあればたった1日でも生まれ変わる
Is that
生き物よ。
Maria noticed a big man who she didn't remember mixed among the relatives and hid behind Rosa's back, glaring at Battler. Good instincts, good instincts.
おいバトラー、挨拶しろい。前にやったのが3歳の時じゃ、初対面も同じだぞ。3歳じゃ覚えてねえよな。よ、マリア。
This is so relatable, actually. I've had so many times that I've like met younger relatives who I hadn't seen in a long time, and it's like this kid doesn't know who I am, dude. Actually, Gigi.
おじさんの息子さんがおじさんが息子
No, uncle's son. You got it, Luckham. She does not have it. She was obviously on her guard. She must have found it frightening for a large guy like Battler to suddenly start speaking frankly to her. I thought his name was Battler. Battler noticed that as well and thought of various ways he might approach her. Then he noticed the sweet she had in her hand. It was the jack-o'-lantern sweet that Rosa had bought for her. Okay, good.
I
thought he would say it in English for some reason. If you try to take a treat away from a small child, normally you'd expect them to cry and start a fuss. Adults thought that method wasn't good, but surprisingly, Maria looked pleased, her face splitting into a wild grin. Oh, he went like, trick or treat!
Halloween! Halloween! Hora, Mama! Battler
Oh.
知ってるほらほら
こーら、バトラお兄ちゃんと呼びなさい。ごめんね、バトラ君。
いやいや、気にしないっすよ。俺はバトラと呼んでくれ。
Holy Giga Chad.
マリアって呼ぶからな。
He does things his way,
ほら
dude.
マリア。
He's in his own lane, unbothered,
お菓子
moisturized.
をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ。
お菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞ
Dang, it's long in Japanese. Battler cosplay win? True. From inside her handbag, Maria picked out a jack-o'-lantern sweet identical to the one she had in her hand and presented it to Battler. It seemed that Battler accepting it was enough to confirm their friendship. Aww. The adults felt admiration at how children have their own ways of communicating. To Maria, who had been complaining that she wanted to have a Halloween festival, it must have felt like Battler was a friend since he knew about trick-or-treat. Her defensive posture from before was completely gone. Now she was all merry, as though they had been friends for decades.
そうだな。日本じゃハロウィンってマイナーなイベントだよな。仮装行列で練り歩くなんて向こうのニュースではよく見るけど、日本じゃ見たことないぜ。
マリアも仮装したかった仮装していとこみんなでお菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞってやりたかった
Yo, who's everyone dressed it up as for Halloween, dude?
今度俺と一緒にやろうな。
I'm dressing up as Natsui.
何の仮装をして練り歩きたい？
魔女ベアトリーチェ
Specifically Beatrice. We're already name dropping Beatrice in the airport, dude. Beatrice name drop any %. We're here? Or we're just teleporting. Teleporting perspectives. Oh, what's up? My fault. My fault, baby girl. My fault.
おや、お嬢様、こんなところに奥様が探しておいででしたよ。
Bring out the Shion cosplay.
探されたくねえからこんなところにいるんだぜどうせみなりは大丈夫かとか言葉遣いをちゃんとするようにとかお小言が言いたいだけに違いないぜ
違いありません。
Oh, what they say is in Japanese is if you don't give me candy, I'll prank you. Oh, that's why it's so much longer. Okay, that's cool.
ほう、それはまたどうしてでございましょう。
親族会議ってのはじい様に連なるすべての一族老頭が集まる日だ今年は6年ぶりにバトラも来るそうじゃねえかそんな感じでさ何十年かぶりに今までずっと姿を現さなかった親族
Like Beatrice herself? Or like something else you mean? I mean, because there were a couple that were still alive. He wasn't the sole survivor. I remember being a little confused.
そんな親族がおりますでしょうか。
What are they soft launching like a... Okay, okay, Beatrice.
素性は誰も知らないあるいは大昔のじい様の愛人なのかその子孫がひょっこりと現れて授けた黄金を返せなんて言い出すかもしれないぜ
I wonder if she'd ever send in like a familiar that's
ク
another
ラウス様
person.
たちは 親方様の遺産問
It
題
could be a way to add more characters. Because I think new characters are going to get added eventually, right? I feel like that's like, for 8 chapters, that's kind of all but guaranteed. Not guaranteed, but you know.
そろそろおいでになってもおかしくありませんね。
And I feel like that could be an interesting character, maybe. What is this? Okay, wait. Yeah.
熊沢さんはさ、辞めたり勤めたりと忙しいけど、源氏さん並みに昔からここに出入りしてるわけでしょ。ベアトリーチェのこともっと知ってるんじゃないの？
さて、どうでしょうね。
Kumasawa.
思い出そうにもこの老いぼれ。
Oh, you can't play. I know this game. I know this gambit. I know this gambit. You're using the. It's like It's an intentional. What's it called? Like weaponized incompetence a little bit. That's like, oh, I'm just an old lady. I don't know anything. Lordy-doity-doity. No, you know everything, but you're able to get away with it because you're an old lady, and you can just be like, oh, I'm old. Doopa-doopa-doo. It's not fair. Exactly. Wait, that's actually true. That's what I was saying. Me and Jessica are kindred spirits, dude.
私から申し上げられることは、ベアトリーチェ様は黄金の魔女であられて、この島の夜を支配されているもう一人の主人であられるということだけでございます。
じい様の受け売りかよ。給料もらってるとはいえ、じい様の妄言に付き合うのも。
Bro, I'm gonna be a problem as an old man.
ただ、
I'm gonna be using this technique every freaking day, dude.
何？
She's about to drop a nuke. What are you about to drop?
六軒島は太古の昔。
Oniga Fuchi Swamp moment. I feel this line I'm gonna hear 300,000 times, by the way. This line is never not going to get said. This line's gonna happen all the freaking time. I see through you, bro. Where do I want to put this? Maybe I'll just put like Rakanjima like down here. Okay, so we have Rakanjima used to be called. This is so important. Do you know Yashiro-sama? No. Hinamizawa. Was feared and called. Was called Azukijima? Azuki Bean Island. Which is a misspelling of Akujikijima, which is Evil Appetite Island. Okay. Okay, this is kind of huge. Spooky Island backstory. Okay. I'm taking a little note on this.
悪食島には悪霊が住み着いていて、太古の昔から人々の魂を喰らい続けてきました。この島に関わり、命を奪われた人間はあまりにも多いのです。
それを旅の修験者だかなんだかが例の社を作って鎮魂したんで収まったっていう。
Shannon! Their souls were at rest, Shannon! So there could be other... Ooh, what's cool about that is that if there's a bunch of, like souls that are not at rest, that have problems, there could be non-Beatrice problems flying around. You know?
その鎮魂の社は、この夏、暗き闇を引き裂く紫色の不気味な雷で打ち砕かれたとか。
熊沢さん、その話好きだな。
This is interesting. What's up? What's up, Umineko? That's just your name in chat. That's kind of funny. I'm gonna just grab some of this here. Because this is like some high-level information. What's important here is that... Let me just grab. Is... Chapter 2... was said in Chapter 2, Shannon broke the shrine's mirror. So the very notable beat here is that the shrine was destroyed by an eerie violent thunderbolt this summer. That claim is happening at in the same timeline that Shannon broke the shrine's mirror, which implies that in chapter 1, the mirror was broken and then the lightning bolt was after, right? I was thinking originally that the thunderbolt was a replacement for the breaking of the mirror by Shannon, but I think the thunderbolt is a consequence of breaking the mirror, not a replacement. Which means that someone or something broke the mirror in chapter 1 and we don't know what. It's that question's based off of an assumption, but I think it's a good question. So I'm gonna write it up here. Let's see. What broke the shrine's mirror in chapter 1? A person? And specifically, the thunderbolt was after Shannon broke it in chapter 2. So that's the question there. Because I'm thinking, like there could be a world that chapter 1, one of the characters broke the mirror. That wasn't canon, right? Or Shannon. So Shannon broke it for the love spell with you. Would somebody else been enticed by the witch? Nanjo. I mean, who could it be? It would be Nanjo, the servants, or these 4. Because they're the ones actually, like, on the island all the time. So if anyone, I would guess Kraus, maybe. Kraus, Kinzo. Kumasawa, just because I don't trust her. But I'm complete speculating there. Okay. Interesting. Gotta cook on that one. What is happening? Oh, wait. One of my pages just closed? Why did my YouTube studio close? That's so random. Okay. Lock in. Dude, dude, YouTube is kind of tweaking today. My YouTube page randomly closed. I wonder what's going on with YouTube, bro. Drop it over to Twitch if the YouTube's being weird. And I'll make sure to, or if somebody wants to remind me after stream to download the Twitch VOD, just to be safe, that would be cool. I'll try to remember, but feel free to remind me. Just in case. I would hate to lose an Umineko stream. Oh, and it's keeping the dead at peace. I didn't write that down. Shrine is keeping the dead at peace. Kumasawa said in chapter 2. Boom. Okay. Yeah, I wonder why YouTube's tweaking. It's kind of crazy.
ちょっと高い波にでもさらわれたんじゃねえのかな。
眠りから目覚めた悪食島の悪霊がベアトリーチェ様を呼び寄せたのです。もしベアトリーチェ様が親族会議に訪れられるようなことがあったなら。
あったなら。
I must have quiet silent for a moment there, but Jessica wanted her to keep going. Frick. I was too slow. I was too busy trying to drink my drink. Jessica, who wanted her to keep going, found that silence very eerie. Once Kumasawa was satisfied that she had spooked Jessica just the right amount, she grinned broadly.
はてさて、どんなことになるやら。
Beatrice offered Nanjo medicine for diabetes. Holy idea.
たまには優雅な時間を得て、あなたの心を豊かにするのも、あなたの仕事に役に立つんじゃないかしら。
だな。心と財布は豊かじゃなきゃいけない。
The heart and the wallet.
わかったよ。
Jeez.
その日は開けておくことにする。予約を頼むぜ。
わかったわ。絶対よ。
ああ、よろしく頼む。愛してるぜ。
Oh. Oh, was that a little kiss? After kissing the receiver, Rudolph hung up. In front of his seat, there were many executives with their sleeves rolled up, eagerly awaiting the end of that phone call.
すまん、待たせたぜ。アメリカから連絡が来たか。
Oh? はい。America mission?
Dale
Watanabe! Yo, who the hell is Dale Watanabe? I don't know who this is, but he's the best character. I'm confirming it, bro. Shout out Dale, bro. Dale Watanabe. I'm gonna forget why I have this saved. It's like all but guaranteed. Okay. Shout out my boy Dale, bro. Love that guy, bro. Me and Dale go way back.
結局のところ、感触はどうなんだ？
それが一つ芳しくないようでして、先方は裁判をも辞さないつもりのようです。
やっぱりごまかしきれねえかな。繋いでくれ。
わかりました。すぐに。
The executive ordered the secretarial office to connect him to the external line. Immediately, the telephone in front of Rudolph started ringing.
もしもし。ハローハロー。
Hello, hello.
お待たせしました。後ろ宮です。どうもどうも。いかがですかそちらは。
Hello, President 後ろ宮。
Hey!
挨拶は抜きで本題に入りましょう。
Give me more English.
いいニュースと悪いニュースがありますが、どちらを先にしますか？
Awesome.
悪いニュースが先がいいな。デザートがないと頑張れないたちなんだ。
わかりました。悪いニュースは先方が当方を告発する準備に入ったということです。つい先日類似した裁判で原告が圧倒する判決が出され、被告側も当方が主張するのとほぼ同じ内容で
no, that's not good.
全てにおいて却下されました。
Precedent is extremely out of our favor.
このまま法廷に臨めば、
Okay.
当方の主張はことごとく却下される可能性が極めて高いでしょう。
例の裁判、全滅だったか。うちより有利な条件だったと思ってたんだが。
Oh, no.
そりゃ辛いな。
Okay.
で、いいニュースは？
先方の幹部と接触できました。先方に当方の立ち位置を説明し、先方のブランドイメージを侵害する意図がないことを説明し、理解を得ることができました。
Okay.
先方は近日中に条件提示を行い、それらの履行が行われるなら、
So we have no hope, but there might be an offer. But we kind of have to listen to it, is what it sounds like. Like we don't have an alternative that much.
正直、非常に厳しいものになると予想されます。当方の想定では避けられないものとして、社名変更、ブランド名変更、交渉の余地のあるものとして、和解金額、大手新聞への謝罪広告掲載、それらの履行期間と見ています。
Honestly, bro, public apology sounds fine.
Who
gives a frick?
先方は近年、
They made us rebrand.
交代したばかりで、まだ足固めが終わっていません。当方が徹底抗戦した場合、現社長に失点を与えたい勢力が何らかの利的工作をしかねないと懸念しています。そのため、先方トップも本件を速やかに解決したいという思惑があるようです。そのため、迅速な和解のために多少の条件緩和を引き出せる余地も残っているかもしれません。
いずれにせよ、とんでもねえ金が必要になるか。
It'd be nice to have some
そ
gold.
の覚悟は必要です。そして、それでも懲罰的賠償金。
I wonder if there's ever a world that Beatrice is like pulling on strings to make everybody desperate so that the game's more fun.
先生は高級鳥だから、ヨタ話もできない。
I get the impression no, because I think she's trapped on Merkinjima, but like...
Thank you, thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Rudolph hung up the phone. It seemed that the executives sitting in the reception seats could guess what had been said.
聞こえたか野郎ども。まあそうじるとだ。金さえ積みや堪忍してやるぜってわけだ。あとは金の高だけを争点にすりゃいい。
しかし社長、渡辺氏の示した和解金の想定額はあまりにも膨大です。それだけの余裕はありません。
こんなことになるって分かってたら、高くかなんて始めんじゃなかったぜ。
3年しのげれば資金的危機は脱出できる計算でした。
If we had known this was going to happen, we never should have started diversifying.
まさかここで刺されるなんて本当についてない。
ホップステップジャンプのステップでこけちまったんだもんな。泣けるぜ。
I could cry. Umineko when Rudolph cries.
銀行はまずいな。連中は勝ち馬にしか金を出さん。景気は上向いてるが、銀行に弱みは見せられねえ。
社長、妨害に資金はありますか？我々の把握していない資金です。
よせやい。 俺がそういう男に見えるかよ。俺の財布の中身は全てお前らにさらしてるぜ。そこにある帳簿が我が社の全てだ。
なら金策が必要です。数百万ドル単位を引っ張れるスポンサーが大至急必要です。
社長の交友関係で何とかなりませんでしょうか。
社長
ああ、落ち着けてめえら。金策は俺が何とかする。お前らはガタガタせずに業務を維持しろ。金さえ積めば向こうは許すと言ってるんだ。すでに俺たちはアジアに太いパイプを持ってる。いろいろ響くだろうが取引は維持できる。要は金さえ積めりゃ全て解決できる問題なんだ。見てろ、俺が全て解決する。お前らを路頭に迷わせなんかしねえぞ。大船に乗った気でいろい。無事に解決したらお前ら全員をシャンパンタワーでねぎらってやるぜ。約束する。
I have to look at my notes. I did just remember that Kraus has like no magical energy. Where did I write that? I feel like I wrote that somewhere. Here. Shen and Kenna could interact with her enough. From Beatrice said, Kraus and his wife in particular had zero magical talent. No matter how much she followed them around, they would never notice her. Previously, when Shen had messed up and Natsui got mad at her, Beatrice started playing around hitting Natsui on the head with her pipe. Indeed, Natsui seems completely oblivious. Plus Battler. So Kinzo, Battler, Kraus, and Natsui have no wavelength connection, which means that for people that are actually like interfacing with her, potentially to like break the mirror in chapter 1, it might not be Kraus. Like these two can't communicate with her. These three can't communicate with her because they lack magical connection. So she wouldn't be able to tell them to do the mirror thing. So I think it's actually not Kinzo, it's not Kraus, it's not Natsui. Which means it's Jessica or it's one of the servants. And I feel like Jessica didn't really get anything she wanted in chapter 1. So I would say not Jessica, in which case it's one of these 5. It wouldn't be Genji, because Genji would communicate with Kinzo unless Genji's like got a crazy other element, which means one of these 4. And then it can't be Shannon, because Shannon's chapter 2, right? Well, it could be Shannon. I mean, she didn't go on dates, but she did get the ring. I'm thinking one of these 4 now. Okay. I don't think it would be Canon, though. So I would say one of these 3 if I had to really guess. Does Goda still have Shannon's boobs in the paint.net? Yes. Yes, Goda does. I did such a good job, unironic, dude. I also really like the rapping, just being like over it. like one of those like Pharaoh King Tut like chin strap things. Okay. Oh man.
だから黙って俺についてこい。いいな。
The airplane suddenly shook. Probably because of the turbulence. That shaking roused Rudolph from his sleep. He had woken up early that morning and ended up drifting off to sleep while resting in his seat.
大丈夫？まだだいぶ眠いんじゃないの？このところだいぶ仕事が忙しかったようだし。
仕事が忙しいなんて大いに結構じゃねえか。俺が暇になっちまったら俺たち明日から路頭に迷うぜ。
そうね。バトラ君も帰ってきたんだから2人で物乞いすればいいって問題じゃないわよ。
そうだな。6年ぶりに家族が揃ったんだからな。家族水入らずで過ごせるよう課長が頑張らねえとな。
When he looked outside the window, he saw that the airplane was already starting to drop in altitude considerably. We're gonna crash! The fishing boats, which had only looked like black grains until a short while ago, had become clearly visible.
親父に土下座してげ骨一発で1000万借りられるなら1ダースくらいもらっときてえところなんだがな。さもなきゃとっととお心になってくれりゃいいんだが。
Do you mean die?
散々すねをかじって今度は1000
万。
俺は地獄行きだな。そりゃこんな俺に親父も会いたくはないだろうよ。
At least he's aware he's going to hell. Like chapter 1. They all got sent to hell, remember? George was getting like ripped apart in hell for like eternity. Yo!
まさか今年も親族会議にお出にならないつもりですかな。
Nanjo looked at Kinzo's face, sighing. Kinzo's eyes remained rooted to those strange magic books.
ハゲタカどもの議論に加わるつもりはない。好きに我が骨のしゃぶり方でも議論するがよかろう。実にくだらぬ。
My sweet little non. Dude, like naan, like the bread, like from like Indian restaurants. Nanjo shook his head slightly. To him, children and grandchildren were to be adored, and he believed that their growth was the only enjoyment for old men. Live Nanjo reaction. He found Kinzo's words to be a very sad thing. Nan is so good. Kinzo raised his face, and in the direction of his gaze was the portrait of the witch respectfully displayed on the wall. Inside Kinzo's head, there was no conception of today being the day of the family conference, the day when all of his dear family would gather together. There was only the face of the witch in the oil painting, who never smiled outside her portrait. Everybody knew that when Kinzo talked about Beatrice, unnecessarily cutting in would instigate his wrath. Garlic naan is so good. True. Okay. Ritual? What you got?
それは何ですかな。
儀式というよりは博打に近い。
Now you're speaking my language.
なぜならリスクを負わぬ魔法に奇跡は宿らぬからだ。
Nanjo had already heard this countless times. You could call it Kinzo's favorite phrase. It seemed that Kinzo believed in magic and miracles arising through betting his own fate with a certain kind of risky probability in beating the odds.
The
Golden Gambler. Where I'm writing that down, bro. He was known as the Golden Gambler. Holy Aura was known as the Golden Gambler. Giga Chad. That is a title and a half.
なるほど。研究を尽くした秘術の儀式も魔法にたけぬお前にかかれば博打呼ばわりか。まあいい。奇跡を信じる私が勝てば、お前の目には水郷にしか見えなかったであろう我が研究のすべてがこの日に結実したことをはっきりと理解できるだろう。お前が勝てば見たままの通りいつ迎えが来てもおかしくない年寄りの水郷に終わるだけだ。
Notice how he's like setting up the game board, right?
一体どんなギャンブルを始めるやら。あなたの友人としてその賭けに、いや儀式でしたか。その儀式にあなたが勝てるよう心からお祈りするだけです。
Yo, W Nanja, bro.
感謝する。
What a good friend.
そういえば金蔵さん。
Dude, he has the mustache of that guy from
懐か
Mythbusters.
しい客がおられるそうですな。
何?
Whom? Kinzo reacted in an unusual way to Nanjo's words and turned around.
ほら、
Oh,
ルドロ
Battler.
フさんのところのバトラ君です。6年ぶりにおいでになるそうじゃありませんか。きっと立派になっていますよ。
He's gonna be like, that boy probably sucks. I hate my kids.
6年ぶり程度の客人など懐かしいなどと呼びはせぬ。
Upon hearing Battler's name, he showed an ill-humored expression as though he had been let down and turned his back to Nanjo again. Giga Chad.
金蔵さんにとっての6年など、この部屋で研究に没頭すればあっという間のことでしょうからな。
本当に懐かしい客はあるいは訪れるかもしれん。すべてはルーレットの出目次第だ。すでにルーレットは回り始めている。
But if he just hired like 30 assassins to eliminate everybody? To kick it all off.
今宵、
Like,
ルーレットがどんな奇跡を見せてくれるのか
what
楽
is
し
the
ま
devil's
せてもらおう
roulette?
で
You
は
know,
ない
is it something
か。
that Beatrice is doing, or is something else doing it?
そして
Well, that's...
負ける気はせぬ。ベアトリーチェよ。我が賭けを受けるがいい。
Because it's kind of like Kinzo's the one that seems to be really pushing the Devil's Roulette thing. And so if he's pushing the Devil's Roulette as like a way to like activate Beatrice, then that's cool and all. But then like, what's the force that is killing everyone? You know, like on the first Twilight, sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. Like, is that something that Beatrice does, or does somebody else do it? I guess that's kind of the question. And I mean, the thing's been broken, so all the, like, souls are, like, around. Maybe he, like, somehow, like, does a bet with the souls, where he can, like, all the lost souls. But I don't even know how much he knows about that. It's just kind of, like, well, and it's also interesting that Beatrice kills people with the stakes, primarily. Like, she killed Genji with the stake, killed the duo with the stake. Let's see, who got staked? You got staked. You two got staked. I feel like most people got staked. I mean, you got staked at the end, but Natsui got her brains blown out. Like, she didn't even get staked. So it's not even the, like, I guess Beatrice doesn't have to stake people to kill him. I'm trying to put out the idea that maybe, like, Beatrice isn't involved with the first 6, and kind of, like, the lack of any of the stakes being involved is part of that, and that this is something that Kinzo specifically is really activating. Maybe it has to do with his 6 toes. Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna write that I think he's doing the Devil's Roulette. Or activating it? How? I don't know. I just got it. There's something there. The Rokinjima files. Right. Just then, the telephone on the table rang. That piercing noise seemed to displease Kinzo, and he picked up the receiver in order to preserve the silence as much as he could. Who on my line?
何事か。私は忙しい。
源氏でございます。親族の皆様方が到着なされました。
だからどうしたというのだ。
They go in the front lobby. There's a giant roulette wheel with each of their faces on it. Holy. Goda is cooking steak. Is Goda the warlock? Think about it. Did you make that whiteboard? Yes. This is my note-taking device. This is our journey so far, and then we got the Higurashi one. I'll zoom out so that you don't get spoiled if you don't know, but this is the Higurashi one. This is the Umineko one. Yippee! I try to like add to it as we go so that we can like stay locked in, you know? Kinzo hung up the phone rudely. Watching him, Nanjo sighed yet again and shifted his attention outside the window. As he was now, Kinzo would probably show no interest in any kind of guest. Was there any guest who could make Kinzo agree to come out when he should? He had one person in mind, but that guest was one who could not possibly appear. After a glance at the witch of the portrait and her candid expression, which he could not place as happy or sad, Nanjo gazed up at the leaden sky. Nanjo POV. Beatrice is moving, dude. Why are we in the tea party? Ah! Get me out! Get me out! I don't want to be in here. No. Yo, what's up, baby girl? If you're just monologuing a little bit, that's fine. I don't want to like do the tea party though. Okay, I don't need the Seaburn Castle pulled up. I don't need to meet Lambda Delta. Okay, we can just relax. Monologue. It's fine. Now then, all the pieces lined up. Let's start a new game. With the pieces all lined up once more. You're so lucky she gets voice acted, because if she didn't, you'd be getting that the entire series. Who is she talking to? I know who she's talking to right now. Don't forget. No! Oh no! Wait, oh, are we doing like a recursion thing? Wait, that's crazy! You're not talking to Nanjo, you're talking to Battler! This is chapter 1 Battler. I think this is chapter 1 Battler, and they're watching as he's like reincarnated and going again. Wait, what? That is crazy, dude. What is happening here? Okay. The witch looked at him and challenged while elegantly smoking her pipe. And Battler, he just slovenly shrugged his shoulders though she wasn't worth his time. Holy! He wouldn't look her in the eyes, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to play. It signified his plain determination to never be taken in by the artifices of this being he faced. He's playing chess right now, and the characters are the pieces on the board. Battler, who's your pieces, bro? It was an expression of his powerful determination to fight. He just says, I don't got a plan. Battler, I need you to lock in. Everybody's souls are in your hands, bro. Oh, he says, you're white. Take the first move. Battler's calling himself black. Can't checkmate me, bro. Only I can checkmate me. I look over, I see just lick her toes. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it's literally like only he can checkmate himself because it's literally just a war of attrition that either she gives up on the game or his will is ground down to nothing, right? And so I think what's just gonna happen is we have like, so this is chapter 1 Battler. That's crazy. So what, is he gonna rewatch the actions take place over and over and over in like different repetitions? And he has some control over it as well? That's so crazy. I think but what control does he have? Are we gonna get to see like Battler influence guiding them towards the gold? That'd be so cool. Oh, what? I don't know, bro. I'm having fun. Oh no! A beautiful woman keeps torturing me. Oh no! She's not real. She's not real. She can't hurt you. Holy aura! Oh, Battler! Infinite willpower Battler. No, I'm just a goat. Witches aren't real, bruh. It's a trap! Witches aren't real! Okay! But how does he play? What is he able to do? What's his moves? What are his moves? Was there? Ooh, I mean... Like, I'm curious what kind of power he's gonna have, and I'm also curious if there was... I don't think there was anybody watching over the first game, but like, it was the first game her playing against an empty opponent, where she was like moving the pieces for both teams, and then now she has an opponent. It's something to think about.
Beatrice. 一つだけ最初に言っておくことがある。なんだ。お前が何をのたまおうと自由だ。
Okay.
だが、俺が信じるかどうか、常に俺が自分で決める。貴様の魔法がどれほどのものだったとしても、俺の魂は屈しない。これは俺への拷問だと。
I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna love this.
ならばなんだというのか。
Paradise. It's paradise. Holy dude, he's Phoenix riding. He's pointing at me. Holy. Torture when we torment each other. Battler! Can Battler tag out? I'll take your place, bro. I'll take your place. I'll take your place. Yo, bro, tag me in. Tag me in, please. Please, man, please. Oh no, we're torturing each other forever. Let me in. Oh man. Oh, I thought it would make the clock sound. Frick you, man. Frick you, man. Battler, start casting spells, bro. Start casting spells. I bet... Chad. Who was playing in the first one? Is there ever a world that Nanjo was in Battler's position during Chapter 1? Think about it. Ain't that something? Dang, dude, Eva's body is crazy. Okay, anyways, Lucken. Every year, the relatives who visit Rokkenjima let out a sigh of admiration at the rose garden which first greets them. They stood there talking with each other about the rose's beauty and the state of their blooming this year. I was about to bring this rose up. I'm curious if Battler, cast healing magic on the rose, bro. We have to do the right, okay, maybe we just have to do the right, like, butterfly effects. We have to maybe do the butterfly effects. Is Nanjo the Oishi of this story? He's more than just the Oishi of the story. He's the reincarnation of Oishi, dude. It's all connected. Don't you understand? Don't you understand? There was a single unhealthy rose among them, and Maria became overwhelmed with dejection at the sight, but George used his quick wit, saying that she should look after it if she felt sorry for it. He marked it with a candy wrapper and immediately restored Maria's good mood. And once Battler, whom she'd been getting along with all morning, raised the subject of Halloween that Maria loved so much, she began playing around energetically again. See, this is weird, because it's like... I feel like, has Battler already made a move? They're kind of implying they haven't made moves, but it is a little bit different. Because Chapter 1, they didn't talk about Halloween. But the rose was still there. So it's like, some of the build-up events were different. Which makes me think that the Shannon stuff was new. But yeah, it's very interesting. We have to keep track of the differences. To Maria, those marshmallow jack-o'-lantern candies that her mother had bought for her were probably a treasure greater than any other. It seemed that several of them had been bought for her, and she demanded trick-or-treat from every person she met, giving them candy instead of the other way around. Aww.
マリアはどうしてこんなにハロウィンが好きなんだろうな。日本人には一つ馴染みにくいイベントだと思ってたんだが。
仮装行列で練り歩く子供のお祭り。
Bro, I feel like, what, do I need to make two battlers? Battler Prime? I'm making Battler Prime. We're making the Battler, the Battler multiverse is activated. This is Battler Prime. Okay? Pregnant Battler is Battler Prime. Yes, 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 specifically. Okay. So this is Battler Prime, which means I need to have a normal Battler that is... Oh, and Akasaka's here too. Let me add in... I'm gonna add in another Battler to represent Battler Chapter 2. That's the idea. Where's my Battler sprite? Yo, where's Battler at? Battler. I don't want to, like, I can, like, try to un-empreg him, but I feel like that's just not the idea. Do I not have a Battler sprite? I know it's in here somewhere. Can I just type it? Battler. Frick! Let's see, we got... There's Keiichi, there's Oishi... There's Goda, Canon, George, Rudolph. Where's Battler? Okay, I don't know where Battler is, so I'm gonna have to bring in a new PNG as a replacement. What? Where is it? Wait, what? Am I stupid? What's happening? Boom, boom. Oh my god. I'm deleting everything! Got it, okay. This one. Okay, we're gonna cook up a new Battler with this image. So let me real quick, we're gonna grab this. This is Battler 2. Okay. Battler 2 needs to be un-empregged, which means we're gonna like, we're just gonna like squeeze him in. Okay, that's not how quiet empreg works. Maybe I just make a new Battler real quick. Okay, boom. And then let me un-empreg him real quick. We have to, like, abort his, Empreg baby. Okay, so we're gonna target the Empreg, suck it in. We can make him a little bit extra. Ooh, let's make him, like, a little bit extra, like, a little extra. Yeah, hell yeah, Battler. Okay. Like so. Okay. And then... Okay. Okay. And then, hit him with... There we go. Boom. Very lightly come in and clean this up a little bit, right? Okay. And then a little bit of this, a little bit of this. Looks pretty good. And then we're just going to have to do a very, very quick lighting check. Like so. Yeah, no, this looks great. So this is Battler 2. Because the Battler multiverse has begun to expand. We're also going to remove his pitchfork because he doesn't get a pitchfork because he's not Battler 1. Okay. And this is Battler 2. And his friend Akasak. Battler 2 and his friend Akasak. Wait. Akasak can hang out on his shoulder. Okay. And done. So yeah, this is Battler from Chapter 1. This is our Prime Battler. This is Battler Chapter 2. Reverse the cross again. Wait, low-key though? Also, I want to do that. There we go. Here we go. There's our two Battlers. A tale of two Battlers.
多分僕はもう少しディープな理由によるものだと思うな。何しろ魔女のマリアちゃんだからね。
そういや、飛行場でもマリアは仮装するなら魔女になりたいって言っていたっけ。マリアって魔女が好きなんだ。
What if Battler's first move was to like remind Maria about the existence of Halloween, to make Maria talk about the occult even earlier, so that they're clued on to thinking about Beatrice even faster?
ええ、大好きよ。
We're already talking about Beatrice so early, dude. That's so helpful.
まあまあ、あのくらいの年頃はファンタジックな存在に憧れるもんですから。
せめてテレビアニメのヒロインに憧れるくらいなら可愛いんだけど。
Delightful. Judging by Rosa's reaction to seeing that, as a mother, she did not find her daughter's love for witches pleasant. Seemingly all the cousins other than Battler were able to understand this, and they shrugged their shoulders, smiling awkwardly.
ほーん。魔女好きだと、ハロウィンも好きになるって論法なのか？わかんなきゃ、本人に聞けばいいか。おい、マリア！ハロウィンと魔女って、何か関係あるのか？
As Battler asked that, George and Jessica let out a small noise. Seemed they were too late. It almost looked as though Maria had been waiting for that question. After looking happy for an instant, her expression turned a little mean, as if to say, "You don't know anything, do you?" It was the expression of an enthusiast who had been enraged by the ignorant statement of an outsider with a wrong impression. There's an ant on my desk. Maria's about to mollywop him. Wait. Maria? Oh, goodness. Okay, Maria, hold your horse. I gotta get rid of this ant, bro. Yo, get out of here, bro. Alright, we got rid of him. Alright, Maria, tell me about the Celts. Thank you, Maria.
1年を通して生まれ、育ち、老いて死んで、そして再び蘇ると考えていたの。
Right. And so the spring would be its rebirth, right?
納得だな。春のか弱いポカポカした太陽がどんどん成長して暑いくらいになり、次第に痩せ衰えていく様をなるほど太陽の一生を考えるのもうなずけるぜ。
うん。
What is this incredible tune? Kind of gives me like Made in Abyss a little bit.
だ だから彼らは10月の最後に太陽は死に、死の国で体を休めて冬至の日に再び蘇ると考えたの。それで太陽が1年の生涯を終えて死ぬその日を大晦日サビンと呼んでお祝いしたの。
再び日照時間が長くなり出す冬至の
Revival! Is like what happened between chapter 1 and chapter 2. They've all had their revival. Right? They're in the cyclical nature they're talking about of like life, death, rebirth is part of the endlessness of the witch. So we're already in the right mentality, bro. We have been prepared to already be on the right wavelength, which is perfect. Because we need them to be thinking the right things. Yo, Batterer, good move, bro. That's a good move, bro. Pawn to e4, hell yeah, bro. Yes. Well played. Assuming that Batterer had anything to do with it. Prime Batterer had anything to do with this. Seemed that my casual urging for it had slightly infuriated Maria. She glared at me with eyes that told me to let her explain without interrupting. Maria looked like she was having fun telling me, so I decided not to interrupt. Dude, he's being an active listener. Cut him some slack.
ケルト人たちはこの時期に聖女の世界と
Oh, so Halloween is when the dead are the most, yeah, it's the liminal passage space between. Which is just like the shrine breaking. The shrine breaking is the place where they can connect. The souls of the dead are now active, and then in this time, the veil is thin, so they're able to like seep through. Okay, okay. At the time, the people believed that the souls returned to the physical world would go into people's houses to possess people to do bad things. Such as homegirl, you know, 10-piece comboing Maria. So in order to avoid harm from them, the people invented protective rituals. One of those was to imitate creepy monsters to scare the souls instead, which was apparently a way to avoid being possessed. Boom, that's why you dress up as monsters. Okay. Wait, this is cool history. I didn't know this.
ほんまやな。わしもハロウィンに備えな言われがあるなんて知らんかったわ。
しかし、それのどこにお菓子をくれなきゃいたずらしちゃうぞってのが出てくるんだ?
Her knowledge was so extensive that the adults had started listening in too at some point. Dude, this music is so good. Maria, who was normally always treated like the youngest, puffed out her chest in pride. W. Maria. Rosa tried to say that this was just a kid's story and that she wanted to quickly break up the circle and set the luggage down in the guest house. But nobody else agreed and she let out a heavy sigh. Get outvoted on your own child. Holy peak.
No,
Batterer, we have to make Maria craft a couple more, like, scorpion trinkets, dude.
According
to Maria, the souls of the dead weren't the only ones who visited from the world of the non-human. There were also spirits that had an intimate connection to how people lived. It was because humans received the favors of those spirits that they were able to earn a wonderful blessing. A treat. And a year's worth of good crops.
つまり、ハロウィンってのは収穫祭の意味も少しはあったわけか。
なるほどな。言われてみりゃ、10月ってのは季節的にもいろいろ節目って気がするぜ。
I love that sound. I don't even know what that is.
日本の4月のちょうど反対側だもんな。なるほど。
I think right here.
キリはいいかもしれないな。
No. Where are you? That one right there. That goes hard, bro. That like a distant echoing patong. I get the feeling that in October 20.2. Yeah. Okay.
そしてね、魔女たちはね、その時期に魔女集会サバトを開いたの。魔女たちは豊かな恵みをもたらしてくれた精霊たちに感謝し、ねぎらったの。
ハロウィンの仮装は向こうから来る客人たちの模倣。つまり彼らにお菓子を施すのは一年の収穫への感謝の気持ちがあってもいいわけだね。
うん。ジョージお兄ちゃんの言う通り。
Hell yeah.
つまりハロウィンはこの世とあの世の交流のある時期ってわけなんだな。それでつまり魔女たちにとってはそういう世界の客人たちと交流できる大切な機会だったと、そう言いたいわけか。
I wonder if the original ritual that summoned her happened on Halloween.
バトラの言う通り。だからね 魔女たちや悪魔たちの力が最も活発で盛んになるのが10
Okay,
月
I
な
gotta
の。
write this down somewhere.
きっとベアトリーチェも来てくれる。
She's saying Beatrice about to pull up. I feel like I need a section for just power, dude. For like magic power, like how magic works, but okay. October is when magic is most peak. Veil between non-human world is thin. Is thinnest. Plus spirits of the dead. Hello, Pink. You look pink today. Why no cubed though? Sure.
そしてね、
Think about it, bro.
一緒にマシュマロお菓子食べて、
The cubed
マリアも黄金鏡に連れ
is
て
in
って
your
もらうの。
heart. Okay, lock in. We'll eat the marshmallow. Yes, and then she'll take me to the Golden Land with her. Okay, less on that.
一緒に魔法のお歌を歌って、魔法の呪文を習って、魔法陣の書き方を習うの。そしてね、ルーンの秘密を習って、早く早く
You know what actually sucks?
立派な魔女にしてもらうの。
Being a witch would be low-key kind of awesome. Well, maybe not. I don't know if Burn Castle really freaks with being a witch, but like there is a world that like you would train some kid to be like another witch, right? I think you could do that. But just Beatrice ain't gonna do that, bro. Beatrice don't give a frick, bro. I don't know actually, but like, there's no way Beatrice gives a frick, right?
子供は夢があるのが一番よ。
Something to think about, especially just based off the last line of Maria from chapter 1.
ところでローザ、マリアちゃんは今年でいくつになったんだったかしら？
マリア、もうそのお話は終わりにしなさい。
気にしないでローザさん。女の子なら誰だって一度は思い描く夢じゃない。
ありがとうございます。でももうマリアはそういう年を卒業していますので。
He was a problem.
こら、やめなさいと言ってるでしょ。
Rosa scolded Maria, trying to shut her up before her cheery discussion about black magic earned her the snickers of the relatives. And then Maria, dude, imagine trying to scold your child and they look at you like this, bro. It's like, oh my goodness. It's so bad. Imagine trying to discipline anybody and they hit you with this little grin, dude. It just looks like they got you, bro. It's the most condescending facial expression I've ever seen in media. It's killing me, bro. Every time. She does not care at all what you just said. Battle had been gone for 6 years and completely forgotten about the legend of the Rokinjima witch. However, when he had said that he didn't know Beatrice's name, Maria's mood, which had been so bright until just now, became sour in an instant. But he wants to learn, bro. When he saw that, Barra immediately remembered that it was the name of the witch of the island, but the damage had been done. Until Maria's mood improved, many mysterious and fabulous episodes regarding the Golden Witch were drilled into his brain. Good, good, we're training him. We're training him.
もうよしなさい、マリア。ありがとうね、バトラ君。お話に付き合ってくれて。カノン君、お仕事があるんでしょ？もう行ってちょうだい。ゴーダさん、みんなとりあえず荷物を置きたがってると思うの。悪いんだけど、みんなをゲストハウスへ案内してくれるかしら。
かしこまりました。それでは皆様、ゲストハウスへご案内いたします。
それでは失礼いたします。
Led by Goda, the relatives headed off in the direction of the guest house. Child abuse is bad. Are we happy now? Their minds on setting down their luggage and taking a... Fuck you, text. Come back to me, man. No, come back to me. Their minds on setting down their luggage and taking a quick rest, they didn't notice that Rosa and Maria had stayed in the same spot. After watching them leave toward the guest house, Rosa's features changed suddenly. She let go with the hand that had been gripping Maria's arm the whole time. There's a bright red mark there, making it clear how much excessive force she had been gripping Maria's slender arm with. Here we go. Here we go again. That hand then smacked Maria over the head and pulled her left ear up into the air, pinching it sharply.
魔女の話はするなといつも言ってるでしょうが。
Bro, weren't you sorry about this
それはママと
before,
の
like
約
when we
束
were
だとい
back
つも
at
言っ
the
ているでしょ。
or the train station, dude, please.
ママ痛い。ママ痛い。痛い痛い痛い。
ハロウィ うるさいの
Here
よ
we
あん
go
たは。
again, bro.
魔女のお祭りケルト人が何よ、黒魔術が何よ、バカじゃないの。
Is there ever a world she's actually getting, like, possessed at all? Probably not, right? But, like, I do wonder. Because with the souls of the dead, like, flying around and stuff, I do wonder, like, and there is the black magic that, like, is the Discord spell that, like, makes people, like, more unhappy, or, like, more combative, right? Is there ever a world that Rosa got, like, the Discord magic circle, like, inscribed into the small of her back and she doesn't even know? And that's, I'm kind of trolling, but, like, you gotta wonder. Or to, like, imagine, like, I'm just trying to think of, like, crazy witch techniques, you know? Of, like, could you, like, inscribe it into the stitching of the fabric of your clothing? Or, like, maybe, like, the one-winged eagle is, like, a very light magic circle in some form. It's not a circle, so that doesn't really make sense. But, like, I don't know, man. I do wonder. No, I think it's just her being upset. Because all the other stuff. Bro, nobody's even mad at you. Like, how are you embarrassed? Nobody's even upset. As Rosa cursed, she twisted Maria's ear up, making it seem like it was going to snap off. Like, nobody was even mad! That was a good conversation. People were excited and, like into it. An expression of anguish spread across Maria's face, and she stood on her tiptoes as though her life depended on it, trying to soften the pain on the ear that was being pulled. Bro, this reminds me of, that one scene in Higurashi. I won't say anymore. Rosa suddenly stole the candy that Maria had been holding in her hand. And then she threw it on the ground and stepped on it over and over. To Maria, it was supposed to be proof of her memory of that span of time, however brief, when she had enjoyed going shopping with her mother. But it was being trampled by the very same mother. I guess Eva did kind of, like, lob. But Eva's just a problem, dude. What did Eva say again? That was lower. Especially for kids to have dreams. By the way, how old did she turn this year again? Lol. Eva, why are you like this? But it was being trampled by that very same mother. It was as though a brand was being pushed against Maria's eyes, leaving a mark that couldn't be erased. Is Rosa the most miserable of the entire cast? She feels like to be taking it out on her kid like this, you gotta be the most miserable, right? She struck Maria's head over and over with her palm as she spoke. She didn't hit Maria's face because the red swelling would stand out. Why do you know the techniques? Oh my god. I was about to bring that up, like, what, we're gonna walk in and Maria's gonna be crying? Like, that's not gonna be good. But she's already planning around that, like, oh, you have to hit her, like, you gotta do body shots because her clothes will hide it. Type energy, dude. Maria closed her eyes tightly, patiently bearing her mother's violence. No, that wasn't quite it. She's praying, dude. Okay, wait. I don't think this is what's going on at all, but it's a, like, because I don't know how the Prime Battler and Beatrice are interacting in, like, in the Tea Party sphere. But I wonder if, like, if they have some level, if, like, Battler has some level to influence stuff. Because, like, I do find it notable that Maria's willing to say, like, bad witch. Like, she thinks Beatrice is a good witch. But I feel like in chapter 1, I didn't really get the feeling too much that she was bringing morality into witches. That, it was just kind of like, oh, witches do they witch stuff, and that's really cool. But here, because of the idea of her mom getting possessed, she thinks that there's a bad witch that's doing that, and she thinks the witch is bad because she's getting hurt by it, right? Like, and that makes a lot of sense. And so I don't think this is happening, but it would be crazy if there was, like, a 3000 IQ play from Battler, where Battler is like, I'm going to make, and I don't think this is how it works, but I don't know. I don't know the game board, bro. But what if Battler is like, I'm gonna make Rosa more abusive, to make Maria blame witches, to make Maria more antagonistic towards witches, to make Maria more helpful later. I don't know how the game board works, but that could be a freaking Giga Chad play. And of course it's horrible, because then we would be saying that Prime Battler is doing this, but I don't know. I just don't know how it works. It's crazy. It's crazy. She kept bearing it, muttering that over and over.
魔女ってのやめろっつってんのよ。この殻。
Rosa's shoulders shook as she breathed, tired from hitting. Maria grasped her hands together, withstanding it, hoping her mother would come back quickly.
Mama, 早く帰ってきて。マリアを助けてよ、ママ。悪い魔女をやっつけてよ。
いつまでもそこでそうしていなさい。
Power scaling abusers is
魔女でも
crazy.
ハロウィンでもいつまでもブツブツ一人で言ってればいいのよ。
After throwing those words at Maria, Rosa went off towards the guest house, leaving Maria behind. You're just gonna leave her? Oh my god, you're so annoying. Maria, unable to even remember that it was alright to cry. What a line. Kept staring down at the trampled, unrecognizable jack-o'-lantern candy. Unable even to remember that it was alright to cry. Yo, somebody help Maria. That is so miserable.
Ara, Rosa.
I don't want to hear your next line. I don't. Yeah, the back and forth is really crazy. Where like she sometimes is nice and then sometimes is very cruel. It does make it like all the more confusing for a kid, you know? I don't want to hear whatever she's about to say.
どこ行ってたの?
ごめんなさい。バラが素敵だったもので。
I got a bit carried away.
ローザ、早く荷物を置いてこいよ。兄貴んとこへ。
When did I talk about nuanced child abuse? What is nuanced child abuse? Yo, y'all cannot take what I say seriously like 95% of the time, okay? Because I don't know when I said, quote, nuanced child abuse, but like there's no way that was legit. Okay, thank you, Hideyoshi. What do we got here? Okay, she's just outside. She's just outside.
ええ。気に入ったバラがあるみたいで、世話をするって言って聞かなくて、しばらくは好きにさせることにしました。
女の子には女の子の世界があったことを私たちはたまに忘れるわ。時には尊重してあげないとね。
そうね。お気遣いをありがとう、キリエ姉さん。ゴーダさん、私たちの部屋はどこ？
ご案内いたします。こちらでございます。お荷物をお持ちいたしましょう。
結構よ。
I just said it in reference to Tepe. Okay.
ありがとう。
Ominous chair in the back. Rosa went into the room that Goda had guided her to. What the hell is this thing on the wall? Making sure Beatrice isn't like under the cushions. Closing the door somewhat violently, she threw her luggage on top of the bed. Wow, Rosa POV is pretty interesting here. I feel like now she's gonna like hate herself for it, right? She got down on her knees in front of the bed and buried her face in it. For a while, Rosa made as if to shred the sheets with her fingernails, sobbing continually. Bro, I thought Natsui had it bad with the headaches and stuff, and like the stress.
Maria-sama.
Oh, Kanon.
大丈夫ですか?
Kanon, who had been hiding behind a thicket, appeared after watching Rosa leave. Oh, frick! Kanon was watching? Oh my goodness, Kanon watched that. That's crazy. Dude, Maria, what does that mean?
平気だよ。
Maria laughed unpleasantly, but to Kanon, who had seen the whole thing, it looked like she was enduring it as best she could.
最低のやつだ。あれで母親なんて。
Zenobia, thank you for the farro. Thank you, thank you.
仕方ないよ。その程度の器にはその程度のが入り込む。マリアは全然平気だよ。
It's sad that she can't even cry, bro. Kanon got down on his knees and picked up the trampled candy. It was tragic just looking at it. He thought about dusting it off and returning it to her, but really couldn't do so with it in that condition. As he was at a loss as what to do, he met eyes with Maria. No, they didn't meet. Maria was looking at the candy that Canon had picked up. Right now, Maria's heart was surely the same as that trampled candy, which had been crushed into a pulp. Canon realized this, but he didn't know what he should do. Bro, I was like excited to play Umineko earlier, and then we've just gotten like the child abuse chapter. We were doing like love stuff. I thought we were gonna have like, I thought the worst thing that would happen this chapter, well, not worst, but I thought we could do with like love breakups, you know? But you just, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. Canon remembered that an identical candy which he had received from Maria was in his pocket. Maria stuck out her hand. Canon thought she was trying to accept it, so he held out the candy, but Maria didn't try to grasp it. Then Canon realized she was asking him to give it back. No matter how tragic it was, the trampled candy was Maria's. Her mother had bought it for her. No matter how tragic, it had to be this candy. Aww. If only it could be made pretty again by dusting it off. Canon hung his head. I mean, that's still so nice of him to do, right? Like, even if, like, I don't know, he's trying to treat it the best he can. Which is also, like, what he's doing with Maria herself, right? Like, they're kind of one and the same. Canon held out the miserable candy she wanted. Maria took it and spoke. Beatrice isn't going to do that for you, Maria. I am so sorry. Listen, I'm going to trust Maria Prime on this one. I'm pretty sure Maria Prime didn't frick with Beatrice at the end of the day. So Maria 2, we really got to lock in. Oh yeah, Canon's interacted with Beatrice a lot this chapter. I forgot. There couldn't be anyone related to the Oshiramiya family who didn't know Beatrice's name, with Battler as an exception. Wait, that's so valid. But just now, Maria had told Battler about her proudly. She had spoken almost as though she had been meeting with Beatrice regularly. The inside of the fist Canon made with his left hand hurt sharply. In the past, a witch called Beatrice had appeared and had tempted him and Shannon. He had always tried to make himself think that it had been a bad dream. However, Shannon insisted that it had definitely been a real witch. And then, this summer, the shrine to the local Shinto god had been hit by lightning and had disappeared without a trace in the span of a single night. He had known that Shannon had broken the mirror, and he remembered too that upon the witch's departure she had left him with the words that she would eventually be revived. And now this girl who had no end of faith in Beatrice spoke as though she had met her. Canon couldn't suppress a sense of something ominous welling up in his heart. For a while, Maria remained silent as though she could see into Canon's heart, as though she was waiting for his memory of Beatrice to come back to him. Then she spoke matter-of-factly.
Maria はね、ベアトリーチェとお友達なの。今日だって会って一緒に遊ぶよ。
遊びますか?
Reminds me of Shannon and Beatrice hanging out at the beach.
遊ぶよ。一緒にね、魔法のお勉強をするの。
The face of the witch, who Canon had tried to pretend was a bad dream, began to slowly creep into the back of his mind. He's starting to believe, and that's maybe bad, because belief gives her power. It's weird. I feel like we need to know about her so we can find the gold, but also if we believe in her, she maybe gets stronger. I don't know. And it's October. It is October right now, right? That's like when this is all happening? Real world time. Yeah, October 4th. Jeez.
やれやれ。
やれやれ。
こちとら秋の大忙しの中、日程をつけて、はるばる六軒島まで来てるんだぜ。親父も少しは愛想を良くしてもらいたいもんだぜ。
ほんとよね。南條先生、本当に研究や機嫌の問題なの？ベッドから起き上がれないくらいに容体が悪いって言うんじゃないの？
さて、どうでしょうかな。私の口からは何とも。
Nanjo glanced at Natsui, as though he wasn't qualified to disregard Natsui when he spoke on this topic.
お父様はますますにご健康でいらっしゃいます。寝たきりなどと失礼極まりない。
でも余命3ヶ月なんでしょ。
Sure, yeah, 3 months by the way.
普通に考えれば痩せ衰えてベッドからも起きられないはずよ。でしょ、南條先生。
波の患者ならそうでしょうがな。金蔵さんは並外れた気力をお持ちです。あの気迫にお迎えも恐れて近寄れないのかもしれませんな。
それほどまでにお元気なら少なくとも安心ね。
そこまで元気ならせめて挨拶くらいはさせてほしいもんなんだがな。親族会議ってのは親父の顔を見に来たって意味なんだぜ。これじゃ何のために来たのかわからねえぜ。
そう言うな。いればいたで心が休まらないといつもぼやくのだろうが。
I just need my money, bro. I just need my loans.
今年も全員欠けることなく集まれたことを喜ぼうじゃないかね。
昨年の親族会議でも会えなかったのよ。血を分けた子供たちが2年ぶりに挨拶したいというのがどうして理解してもらえないのかしら。
挨拶の言葉があるのでしたら私どもがお伝えします。それともエヴァさん、何かお父様にお会いして挨拶以上のお話でもあられるのですか？
いやね、何の話よも
う。予算かエヴァ。夏井さん、カニンな。エヴァも娘としてお父さんの病状が不安なだけなんや。ちょいと気持ちを汲み取ってな。
Maria would have a great time in the squad, bro.
エヴァは親父殿が嫁を宣告されてから急に親孝行をするようになったじゃないか。なるほど。
2 years of your father
その姿をぜひ見てもらいたいという気持ちも。
Yeah, but also like they are. Kinzo is right when he's saying that they are just trying to like eat his bones, basically, right? It's kind of crazy.
何が言いたいのよ。
よせよ姉貴。晩飯までには機嫌を直してくれるよう祈ろうじゃねえか。それに俺たちは到着したばかり。まずは軽く挨拶に訪れただけだぜ。親族会議は親父抜きだってできる。いや、兄弟で意見を統一してからじゃなきゃ話せねえことだっていろいろあるはずだぜ。な、秀吉兄さん。
そうや。
They're preparing their jump. We've already seen the results of them jumping. Jumping cross, right? Trying to get the money. And then Cross flips out on them like a Giga Chad. Even though the tea hadn't come yet, they were very strong-minded.
でもその前に本家の素晴らしい
Dude, I'm excited for like when the roulette spins and 6 people get killed and it's probably gonna be 6 different people. I want to see like how Kirei interacts with it, you know? Kirei's words seemed to hold some slight admonishment toward all the people gathered in that place. They all understood, and as they cleared their throats and straightened their neckties, the atmosphere in the room returned to normal for a moment. That shirt is insane. What convinced you to buy it? I don't know where this came from. I don't know where any of my clothes come from. It's just clothes appear and I wear them. That's how it kind of works.
お茶をお持ちいたしました。
よー、シャノンちゃん。ますますべっぴんさんになったな。
Bro is so excited to see her. Shannon entered the parlor pushing the serving cart. Everyone decided to slowly enjoy some black tea for the time being. A wonderful aroma began to spread throughout the parlor. Looking at the scene, it would have been impossible to guess the strained atmosphere which had been there until right before Shannon had entered. Of course, Shannon, who was setting out the tea, probably didn't even notice. I might have actually bought it because it was pink. I don't usually buy shirts, but I do wonder. Kitty made a gesture that seemed to laugh at something. At everyone's adult appearance. Rudolph didn't like it when Kitty took the initiative and spoke at the family conference. Yep. The Tokyo thing was crazy. It was his worthless man pride. Male pride. He probably didn't want to look like a weak man taking his wife's advice. Dude. You're trolling so hard. Kitty is such a Giga Chad. You gotta respect her, bro. for your own good. Like, it's actually helpful because then you can, you know, 2 brains are better than 1. She understood that and was doing her best to refrain from saying anything unnecessary. So she separated herself from the circle of siblings, which was good-natured only in appearance, and slowly enjoyed her tea near the window. Oh, jeez. Rosa, what's going on with you?
ご冗談を。ごめんなさい。気を悪くしないで。うちの夫に呆れてるだけだから。
It seemed that Rosa hadn't been able to keep up the charade of amicability. They had come here to fight bloodily and dirtily, each trying to steal the inheritance from the others. Yeah. She probably didn't want to pretend to be fellow conspirators at this stage. Or maybe she was still too inexperienced for that.
だいぶ風が出てきているようですね。枝葉があんなに揺れて。もう台風が近くまで来ているのでしょうね。今夜あたりからはだいぶ降るのかしら。マリアちゃん。
Dude, the awkward, okay, the pause right before that is crazy. There's like a full 2-second pause where nobody was saying anything. Yeah, Maria's doing pretty good, huh? Wait, what'd she even say? It's really grown a lot, huh? Oh, jeez, that's so awkward. Especially with our context. Rosa was silent. Maybe she was unsure as to how Kirei meant that. Holy shit. That's so dark. Ooh, good. Wait, ooh, okay? Dude, okay, we need Kirei to live for the entire game. Wait, no. Kirei's got it, bro. This is the kind of energy that's like telling Battler, flip the chessboard. She says one line offhand, and it actually, like, unlocks something in people's brains, bro. Rudolph is debuffing her. Rudolph, like, telling her not to speak is the worst thing that could be happening because she spits bars all the time. That was a freaking bar. Rosa bit her lower lip. She's about to drop another bar. Yes, that's great. Yes. Okay. Bro, she even preempted chat. Wait, that was crazy, dude. Because Chow, and there's the little delay, is she saying that it could be the Chow's fault? Boom! Kirei comes in. It isn't a matter of who's at fault. Bro, she's ready, bro. She's ready to have a debate about this, bro. Kirei's locked in. I freak with this, bro. Okay. Rosa, I need you to internalize this ASAP, bro. We have like 3 days before we're all corpses, and you need to repair a lot of years of abuse in that period of time. Is it possible? No. Good luck. Shannon didn't realize you were here. I'm gonna be so rude with you. I guess she just had the tea cart. Shannon bowed politely and left the room. Oh, I thought she was like in the conversation with the 2 others. I was like, why are you doing that? Like, they go to the window and Shannon just walks up. After Hideyoshi and Rudolph watched her go with turned heads. Whoa! The atmosphere in the room began to revert back to what it had been right before Shannon had visited. Relax. Ah, geez, here it goes again, bro. They're readying the jump.
誇りの匂いがする紅茶を飲みに来たわけじゃねえぜ。よかろう。1秒を争ってお前たちがしたいという話を聞こうじゃ。
And Kraus is about to mog him again.
やれやれ。たくましい人たちね。早速始めたわ。私も加わらないといけないわ。あの人たち、私が主張しないと4人兄弟であることをすぐ忘れるから。あなたも大変ね。ちょっと言葉を選ばなかったかしら。ごめんなさい。気にしてません。こちらこそごめんなさい。私たち互いに娘を持つ母親同士なんだから、もっと交流しなきゃいけないのに、いつも会えば変な話ばかりで。
Oh, right. I
この屋敷の空気のせいよ。
Wait, I actually totally forgot about that.
ここの空気を嗅ぐと、
That Kirei, did I write that down already? Angie is part of her side of family. Is Angie is in a money issue he kept secret from Kira? Courts could be involved. Husband, wife. Is this the daughter, maybe? Has daughter. Has daughter. Has daughter? Wait. Wait, is it? Wait, I'm a little confused. What'd you say? I'm the one who should be project. We're both mothers with daughters. Right. And so, maybe I wrote this in my old notes before I transferred over here. Let me see if I have a clarifying note on this. Alright. Control. Search. Angie. Kire's family is my only note for that. Okay. I'm just assuming that, like, her side of the family, like, in the way that she has, like, this stepson, that, Rudolph has a stepdaughter. That's just, I think, what's going on there. So that makes sense to me. And it might be Angie, but if it comes up again, I'll be able to connect the dots. So it's probably fine. Lock in. Oh, she's inviting her to get coffee, or get tea. That's cute.
ありがとう、キリエさん。その時はぜひ。
いやーね、急に空が暗くなってきたわ。まるでこの部屋の人たちが天気を悪くしてるみたい。もうゴロゴロな。
There's a lot of energy gathering in this place.
ぽつりと来たかしら。
Oh, there really were small splashes of rain on the glass of the parlor window. It seemed that the weather had gone worse faster than expected. Well, and now Rosa can go grab Maria, like find Maria before Maria gets flooded with the umbrella, right? Like that whole thing. Is she gonna remember? Right, and so this is a little different from chapter 1, because chapter 1, Rosa only remembered when the rain was already pouring and Maria was just sitting outside and then had met with Beatrice with the umbrella. So I guess right now, Maria's planning to meet with Beatrice to learn magic and play. In chapter 1, she did so, but with the umbrella interaction that we've heard about a couple times. But here, because of the way that the kind of everything spun out, she's remembered it earlier. I feel like we're doing some crazy butterfly effect stuff. Just then, a silent thunderbolt struck inside Rosa's head, and she remembered that her beloved child was in the rose garden. A normal girl would think about going into the house if the weather got bad, but Maria was different. She would sometimes become stubborn and wouldn't move no matter whether rain or even spears fell from the sky. That's right, I told the kid, just stay there doing that forever, didn't I? At this small exclamation, everyone turned to look at Rosa.
なんだ、どうしたんだね。
ごめんなさい。ちょっと表に行ってきます。すぐ戻ります。
なんだなんだ。どうしたって
What is happening? Whoa.
いいじゃない。すぐ戻るわよ。それより始めたら？私たちの本題。
そうね。ローザ抜きでも進められる話よ。話を戻しましょう。
Does prioritize Maria over being there with the siblings, which is good. She does tend to prioritize Maria quite heavily. Rosa dashed from the entrance hall into the rose garden. She just also sometimes, kind of frequently, loses her temper, which is bad. When she opened the door, the wind that hit her was too strong to be called a breeze, and told her that the typhoon was approaching faster than she had thought. Is Maria gonna be there? Or did she, like, run off? Just as Kira had said, small droplets of rain were mixed in with the wind. There was also the low rumble of thunder. It could start raining any time. Rosa headed for the rose garden. She headed for the place where she had scolded Maria a short while ago. It was almost lunchtime. The children had been told that they could just come to the mansion at lunchtime. So they were probably in the guest house waiting to be called. Even if Maria didn't come, they would surely think that I had taken her to the mansion with me and wouldn't worry much. She's like, after all, she was with her mother, so there shouldn't haven't been anything to worry about. It's just chapter 1. It's so crazy. That's the worry. Except I was here and had thrown my daughter into the worsening weather outside all alone.
Maria!
Oh, she's there. It really was as I thought. She was standing stock still, exactly the same way she had been in the place where I had scolded her. That is so sad. That is the saddest shit to see as Rosa, dude. You come back after being so mean to your kid, stomping on her candy, whatever, and she's in the exact same spot holding the broken candy. Oh my god, just kill me. Held in her hand was the candy that I had bought, given her, and then stepped on and crushed. She's just like, it's like she's confused, bro. She doesn't even know what to do. That's how like deep the betrayal is, that she doesn't even know what to do about it, bro. With that gripped in her hand, she'd been sitting there as the strong wind whipped her hair about, tormenting her. Holy, this like hot and cold thing is killing me. That's so sad. Oh my god. Got pinched by the scary witch. Yeah, the like possession thing. Dude, we can't keep doing the same cycle, Rosa. We gotta break the cycle. We gotta break the cycle. Dude, and it's like if Maria stopped believing in witches, then it would mean that Rosa is actually just like being abusive to her, as opposed to a witch made her do it, you know? Like her own emotional well-being is reliant on witches existing because it gives her mom an excuse that she doesn't have if witches don't exist. Which is like, it's just like, that just sucks. It's like cursed, bro. Like, she has to believe this thing. But then, of course, believing it is what makes Rosa hate her so much. Or, like, hate's not the right word, but, like, lash out at her so much, you know? It's just it's a loop, bro. It's a loop. Rosa buried her face in Maria's small chest, crying and begging forgiveness. It's kind of a flip of earlier, right? Where Maria was crying into Rosa's chest. And those tears dripped down again as they had countless times before. If only the brilliant sun had been shining on the two of them. All of their cares would have evaporated, and they would have felt like they could begin anew. However, what surrounded the two of them was the worsening weather. The strong winds mixed in with the sound of thunder were saddening. Rosa noticed the sound of Maria sniffling. If you stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold. FBI, thank you for the resubscription for 25 months. Over 2 years, bro. This is why Pink should never have children. Rosa noticed the sound of Maria sniffling. If she stood exposed to the wind for too long, she'd probably catch a cold. Chat, you are basically my children. Think about it that way, bro. Wait, is my relationship with Chat the same as Rosa's relationship with Maria? Holy. Stop asking me for uploads! Boom, boom! Chat, no, I'm sorry. Chat, don't leave me. Something like that. Queen Bee makes her return. I'm not coming? Oh, wait, that was crazy. Wait, what? You would have to find a girlfriend first anyways. Okay. Rosa thought that Maria had already forgiven her, so she never imagined she would refuse. But that expression on Maria's face didn't look like that of a child resisting her mother. She's got other plans, dude. So Rosa wasn't able to understand why Maria wanted to stand still in the rose garden, pointlessly, as the weather grew even worse. Maria answered that question. Rosa started to say something, faltered, and then fell silent. They had just gone to great lengths to make up with each other. Again. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright. Oh, the weekly hydrate! The weekly hydrate has gone off, Char. It is so exciting. If you don't make your girlfriend react with you on this channel, you're actually throwing. Gotta get one first, bro. Gotta get one first. TD Wolf, thank you for the $2. One day the good Pink will come back. Oh, it's the Cube! Wait, you're onto something, dude. It's the Cube. Am I right or am I right? Wait. I gotta put it up for the people that don't know about a Cube. Where's the Cube? Oh, do I not have an image of the Cube in here? It's the Cube, dude. It's the Cube. Ignore the top part. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Holy. Local streamer admits to have an abusive relationship with 100-ish people. You know what? No. You guys are the Rosa and I'm the Maria. I'm just trying to say, like, 6'7", 6'7", ew, ew, ew. And y'all are the ones that abuse me. Wait. I get it now. But you always come crawling back, okay? Maria wanted to go, like, play with Beatrice as me wanted to go play RimWorld at night. You know what I mean? I just want to say, you look like the nerd guy in Megamind that he imitated in the movie. Wait, you're right! Wait, and that's actually a compliment. Wait, you're right! Oh my goodness, wait, I actually need to pull that up. That's actually a good one. Megamind, this guy. Wait, it's good, chat. It's actually one of the very rare wait. Was chat onto something? Was chat onto something, dude? I think chat was. Bro, is this Bernard? Is that his name? Oh my, I see it, dude. It's the like my hair, bro. It's because I got the, no, it is. Don't say no. Don't take this away from me. Right now, this is the candy on the floor and chat's trying to step on it. Okanogi's more similar. He's too hot. No. You're stepping on my candy, bro. I just want to look like him. He's attractive. Dude. Forehead as big as Pink's nose. No, look. It's like Halloween. It's like Halloween. I can put glasses on. Guys, I look like Bernard. Right, chat? You're missing the turtleneck. I can find a turtleneck. Like, these are fixable problems. I don't know if I have a turtleneck. Chad, I don't have a turtleneck. I don't have a turtleneck. I don't have a turtleneck. No. Put on brace. This guy doesn't have braces. What are you talking about? Closest Rosette, but it's Okanogi. No one else. You are I'm actually Maria. And I'm tired of pretending I'm not. And y'all are abusing my ass. I need to go Porti, stall him for another couple of minutes. Agreed. I'm gonna go piss. I'll be right back. And then we're gonna see Maria friggin' tell Rosa, no, I'm hanging out with Beatrice. Frick you, Mom. Alright. Hopefully that was enough for the chatter to make the tea or something. Lock in. They'd just gone to great lengths to make up with each other. She chose her words carefully, trying to get Maria to come with her to the mansion without denying the witch outright.
ベアトリーチェが来るの？さあ、ならここじゃなくてお屋敷の
Yeah,
中
I'm
に行きましょう。
here. Okay,
いつまでも
glad
こ
we
ん
can
な風の
start.
中にいたら風邪をひいてしまうわ。
クール、ベアトリーチェはクール。そしたらね、ベアトリーチェにね、お菓子あげるの。
Aww.
トリックオアトリートするの。
Trick or treat with Beatrice,
ジャック・オー
dude.
ランタンのマシュマロお菓子あげて、ハッピーハロウィーンって言うの。
Dude, Factorio's so good. Maria pulled yet another sweet out of her handbag and moaning ooh ooh. Rosa was bewildered, not knowing what to do as Maria started being difficult again. Just then, there was a sudden and massive roar of thunder. It was probably a sign that indicated this island had become closed off by the storm and detached from common sense and reality. Here we go, bro. Therefore, as of this moment, all common sense would no doubt be useless. The wind blew even stronger, and in the middle of a blizzard of scattered rose petals, a figure appeared, leaving Rosa momentarily unable to imagine that this was a scene from reality. Oh no! Rosa's part of this? Beatrice pulling up with Rosa there? No, probably it had to be fantastical, because that figure was shaped like... What? Baby girl! Oh, baby... Yo, you ain't normally fitted up like this, Beatrice! What's up with the schoolgirl outfit? Hey, hello? Normally you're rocking your robes and shit, alright? I'm kinda... Damn, you're handsome. I'm kind of a little confused here, baby. What's with the outfit? I kind of thought I unironically thought she was Jessica for half a second. I'm not even trolling. Maria dashed over to the figure. Normally Rosa would scold her daughter if she dashed over to a complete stranger. Maybe it's like, she's trying to like, give like big sister energy to Maria, so she's dressing like a big sister might. She went from mommy to good girl. Okay. What is going on here? Normally, Rosa would scold her daughter. She dashed over to a complete stranger. I'm so curious what this is gonna do. Like, this scene doesn't... It's not this scene that matters. It's that Rosa is going to be in a completely different headspace during the entire rest of this chapter. But Rosa forgot about that, unable to do anything but stand there shocked. Because the entire thing was like nobody was believing Maria with the witch interaction in the first chapter, right? They didn't take it seriously enough until it was too late, and they never tried to find the gold. But here... Rosa's there too. And so it like legitimizes it. And Canon and Shannon are gonna be willing to legitimize it, especially Shannon. But Rosa forgot about that, unable to do anything but stand there shocked. Aww. Oh, we get to see them interact a bit.
魔女は呪いにて風邪をひかせはするが、
True.
自らが引いては何とも間抜けな話
She
よ。
wants to feel younger, be
せい
nice.
ぜい自らが風邪をひく
1,000-year-old
ことなど
gilf
ない
wears a
よ。
schoolgirl outfit.
これからも精進するがいい。
She patted Maria's head as she said this, smiling roguishly. Rosa couldn't have known the name of the woman who was happily spoiling Maria. However, Maria had called to her in the beginning when she had appeared. Therefore, even though Rosa had never met her, and even though she hadn't named herself, Rosa was able to learn her name. However, that name held a special meaning on Rokkenjima and in the Oshiromiya family. There's no way something so stupid could... Aww. Happy Halloween!
Yippee! Happy Halloween.
Happy Halloween!
これを笑う
She's already got the signet ring?
天国にも地獄にも
Yo, wait. Did Kinzo off camera already have his freak out and go, I give away my headship of the family to you, Beatrice Saba? Yo, Kinzo did it off camera. She got that shit on her. What are you talking about? I'm trying to read this and I can't comprehend it. Happy Halloween. For me, you say, Even the single and only light given to a man lost in the darkness of purgatory, unable to go to heaven or hell, looks truly charming when made into a candy. Okay, you're just glazing the candy. I'm trying to understand your sentence, and you're glazing the candy, but you're bringing up purgatory and hell. Like, it's just a sweet. Okay, whoa. That's huge. Damn. That's actually really big. Shows Beatrice's magic as separate from non-human. Which is something she said before with like the Tori and stuff, but this is very important.
これほどふさわしい歌詞はないかもしれぬな。ん？マリア、それはどうしたのか？
That is so valid, actually, bro. Dude, Factorio Space Age is so good, bro. Or what's it called? Like, is it called Space Age? I forget. That whatever it's called, that DLC is so good. That is so funny. I love Factorio, bro. Alright, lock in. The witch noticed the sweet that Maria was grasping. It was Maria's candy, which had been stomped on by Rosa and had taken on a pitiful shape. Are you gonna repair it? Stepped on and smashed. Beato, that's cute. Maria deliberately didn't say that it was her mother who had stepped on it. She's protecting her, low-key. However, when the witch saw the candy for some reason, she looked at Rosa and grinned. Oh my god! A chill went down Rosa's spine as though she felt that this gaze could see through every part of her. Maria held out the candy gleefully. Rosa could do nothing but watch this unfold, stunned. How could this person gloss over the fact that the candy was pitifully trampled in a way that could satisfy Maria? Maria looked as though she believed that it could be fixed as good as new. Are you about to, like, Doctor Strange, like, re-eat the apple? But there's no way that could be done without real magic. I can't believe Beatrice pulled up in a different fit just to Aura Farm. But if we're eating like memory candy, like is the candy really there or is it just an illusion? Is she making illusion candy or real candy? Along with those strange words spoken as though singing an improvised folk song, the witch threw the sweet into the air. Maria had her eyes closed just as the witch had told her and was focused on remembering the shape that the crushed candy had really been. Therefore only Rosa saw that scene. The sweet witch had been thrown into the air burst into a gold color. No. Those were golden butterflies. It scattered into several golden butterflies and they began to assemble in the witch's hand, held up to the sky. And when they had, unbelievably, the candy had returned to its beautiful original form, just like the time it had been bought. We can cast candy repair. Only Rosa and the witch had watched that scene. It's going on the list of your powers, dude. I don't even give a frick, man. Candy repair. Candy repair power activated, bro. Unable to understand the event that was occurring right in front of her eyes, Rosa stood with her mouth open, forgetting to shut it. Now your sweet has returned to normal. Holy dude. Dude, she is awesome, bro. But Maria Prime don't frick with her anymore, Maria 2. You gotta remember. There was a very bold contrast between Rosa's shocked appearance and Maria's innocently joyful one. Was that what the witch was laughing at? A smile flowed to Beatrice's face, different from the one that she had shown Maria. See that on like a painting nearby? Holy. At those words, it hit Rosa strongly. Rosa knew her face. She knew it from the portrait of the witch. But no, wait, was this mystery woman really? Maria, the letter. Are there like canon events that are always gonna happen? The witch pulled a Western envelope from her pocket and gave it to Maria. However, when Maria made to open it, the witch stopped her. Because if we can be confident on the events that are going to happen, then we'll be able to like predict what's incoming, right? Like so, like we know that the devil's roulette's gonna happen. We know that the individual killings are what she's gonna try to do. She's gonna start like hunting people eventually. But like I'm trying to think of other. Man, I only really started taking detailed notes after everyone started dying. Here. Phone lines get cooked, but that could be whether everyone died. Blood in the dining hall, that's just deaths. Stuff with the keys. The charms. I'm very curious if we're going to get any protection charms dropped. Maria might not make the protection charms this round, which would be really bad because those were so strong. Like, is the receipt in Kinzo's door right now? Maybe. There's still the weird thing about whatever happened with Kinzo in there. Yeah, that's so crazy. Okay, lock him. I feel like this could be like the highest. Wow. This could be the highest like memory check I've ever had to make, like playing Umineko, dude. I'm gonna have to be locked the frickin'. It's about to be brutal. Okay, so this is different. You're not supposed to share anyone this? Because in chapter 1, you shared it with everybody. What is this? Oh, Rosa's the messenger? Oh, Rosa's the messenger this time. Unless it's something else. She probably hadn't imagined that the witch would speak to her too. Rosa was bewildered by the second Western envelope, which had been thrust before. Yeah, she's now the messenger instead of Maria, and Maria's got her own invite. She remembered having seen that Western envelope before. There could be no mistake. I gotta like, okay. Timeline 2. Okay. On island. Okay, I'm gonna just take light notes of what's happening. Maria has own envelope. Rosa is the main messenger. Okay, there's so much going on, and that's gonna be so helpful later. I already know it. There could be no mistake. It was Kinzo's special envelope used when he wrote with his own hand and bearing the Oshirimiya crest. More of it was sealed with red sealing wax, and further still, add an imprint which seemed to have been made by the head's ring. In other words, irrespective of what was written inside, this woman, whom Maria called Beatrice, was trusted enough that she was in charge of a personal letter from the current Oshirimiya head.
4兄弟の誰でもよかった。だが、ここでそなたと出会ったということは。Then
who did you meet in the first round? Did you meet somebody in the first round? Rudolph? Rudolph thought he was about to die. Kraus? Maybe Kraus because that's why. Okay, maybe Kraus because he made the servant's move. But no, this is the messenger role, which is what Maria did in the first one. Okay, this time around, she was choosing by the roulette? What? Yo, bro, what is going on? Rosa looked back and forth several times between the witch's face and the envelope she had been handed. Today was the family conference, and the biggest object of discussion was the inheritance problem. So she had joined together with Eva and Rudolph, and they had planned to force certain conditions upon Kraus to try to extort a prompt payment of several hundred million yen out of him. It was as if the witch could see through all that. And when all the siblings are gathered, what is she planning on announcing to us? With a personal envelope that no one but the Oshirimiya head can use.
Maria.
I don't even care. I don't care if I have to pause every 15 seconds. I will do what I must. I will solve this if I have to. Okay. Done. What the fuck is Kinzo's roulette? That's not the roulette of 6? There's a roulette of less? So many roulettes. Maybe? I don't know. The witch turned her back to her laughing and headed off toward the mansion with an air of composure. No, but you can't meet with Kraus because Kraus can't view magic at all. So it has to be Rudolph or Eva or Rosa. Kraus wouldn't even know. Well, unless she can manifest enough because the seal is broken. Maybe because of her power, she's able to manifest to people now. Right? Ugh. Maria saw her off with an energetic reply and then dashed off towards the guest house, leaving Rosa where she was, as though she didn't want to waste a second in informing the other cousins of her good fortune at meeting the witch. Ultimately, Rosa was left alone in the rose garden as the winds grew stronger. Unable to do anything except pray that what would happen was just a daydream. When the witch entered the... What is happening? Dude, what is happening? When the witch entered the entrance hall, Genji was there. With a respectful bow, Genji welcomed the guest who approached from the entrance hall. We have been awaiting you. What the fuck you been doing? In chapter 1, everybody was getting murdered, and I didn't see her once! She's just walking in the main entrance? Hello? Oh my, oh, she's showing off thigh! She's showing off thigh! Oh my goodness, dude. Look at our boots, dude. Look at her stompers, bro. Look at her freaking stompers. I'm reading this now. I don't even give a frick, bro. I don't even give a frick. Mysterious visitor and 19th person who appeared on the day of the family conference goes by the same name as the Golden Witch who granted Kinzo his gold. Both the reason and the purpose of her visit are unknown. She was ushered into the VIP room, which no one had been allowed to use in the past. She's got the mark branded on her leg. Oh my goodness, she's got the mark branded. She's a... She's got the mark branded. I don't have enough room. I don't have enough room. I don't have enough room for anything, dude. I don't have enough room for anything anywhere, bro. Oh my god, just kill me. That's fine. And I'm just gonna do red arrow. Oh my goodness, make it 100% hard. Oh my goodness, it's the same color. That's enough. I don't know, bro. I'm gonna have to completely reform my document, bro. We're so cooked. So you've met Genji in the past? I guess that's fine. That doesn't surprise me. I did, but it's that part's on the left, so I have to like move everything around, and that's just gonna take me too long to do right now. Really? Kinzo's wife? Okay, dude. Kinzo's wife used to be jealous of Genji? Are we for what? For just the relationship? Bro, Kinzo hated his wife. She was actually just a womb for Kinzo. That is crazy. Jealous of Genji. That's so crazy. Oh, he might be gay. Yeah, Yaoi. Genji and Kinzo Yaoi. The witch's laugh was probably because she knew Kinzo's own doctor had told him that he would not live much longer. However, if anyone actually looked at Kinzo, his energy and vigor, which made it extremely difficult to imagine that his remaining life was really slim, might make it natural to call him full of life. Old man Yaoi. It might be peak. Maybe the witch had laughed at that. Dude, this is playing out so different than I could. We're just walking up to Kinzo! Dude, Kinzo's about to freak out! As the witch grinned, she started walking, leaving Genji behind. Yo, the money I would pay to be in the room to watch Kinzo and Beatrice meet right now. I guess that's what's happening right now, so I don't even need to pay. I'm just invited. Her gait was like that of a family member who knew the inside of the mansion well. I would love to see her gait, bro. Dude, how does this happen? How does she entrance me so? Genji followed her as though he served her. Yo, Kinzo's about to... Oh my god! We're just walking by Kire? At the very moment Kide came out of the parlor, she had probably come out to fix her makeup or something. And when she saw Genji fall in the witch, she was surprised, although her expression did not change. Yo, ass is standing in front of the portrait, bro. You do not need to be doing this. You do not need to be doing this. There was a visitor for Kinzo whose remaining life was not long on the day of the family conference when the fate of the inheritance was to be decided. And furthermore, this person was well enough acquainted with the Shiramir family that Genji was following behind her. Kide immediately realized that this person who she had never met before was someone deeply important. Kide met eyes at the... What the fuck is happening?! Realizing they would be rude to pretend not to notice, she greeted the witch. Standing in front of the painting by the way.
ルドルフの5歳だったか。
さようでございます。ルドルフ様の今の奥方様であられます。
Sorry. From this exchange, Kide realized that this woman was a guest of considerably high rank within the Ishiramiya family. And the fact that she was a guest of that level, coupled with the face of the entrance hall portrait behind her, made Kide's eyes open wide in an instant. You're telling me! You are telling me, dude! It Oh, she keeps shooting at me! Did she make a new painting? Huh? New painting? And she's showing off hella thigh in that painting. Show me the painting, dude. Show me the painting, dude. Is there gonna be a different epitaph? My fault! She's being respectful, bro. She's being respectful. Please don't kill her, Beatrice. Please don't kill her. Kide thought she had given her a sociable and humble greeting. I guess you implied you didn't know her name. It's like, you know. She just did the Heisenberg thing. She just did the Heisenberg thing. Beatrice really just went, say my name. I don't know who you are, bro. Say my name. You're Beatrice, the Golden Witch. You're goddamn right I am. Her expression grew slightly cloudy at that openly oppressive response. It didn't seem like this was a person she could grow to like. But if Kide's imagination was correct, this witch had likely held a huge key to what her own husband was most interested in, and one that stood a great chance in influencing tonight's family conference. She did not shoot back a retort and could only watch in silence as the woman went up the stairs to the second floor, with Genji following behind. You're goddamn right I am. So when someone tapped her shoulder from behind, she was so surprised she almost choked. It was Natsui.
Kirie-san?
Natsui, how I wished upon every star that you would be holding the shotgun right now.
このようなところに立ち尽くしていかがなさいましたか？
ごめんなさい。ちょっと魔女の肖像画に見と
By
れ
the
ていただけです。
portrait? Oh, the portrait's normal.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェですか？
Hello?
今日の後宮家の復興は彼女が授けた黄金がなければ
Tell Natsui that she just walked by! Tell Natsui that she's going upstairs right now! Natsui spoke of her in an unusual way. She spoke from the position that the idea of a witch was just foolish, and that in the end, it was nothing more than Kinzo's ramblings. However, for some reason, that no longer felt right to Kira. Yeah, maybe because she's right there! Just now, she heard herself had seen the Golden Witch come in from the entrance hall and climb up the stairs. So Natsui's choice of words seemed almost like a refusal to accept her existence. Or as if she was leading her to think that she did not exist.
ごめんなさい。少し頭痛がする気がして。
Holy crap, contagious
ちょっと
headaches.
休もうと思います。
Kire's not giving any information. Kire's already getting mind blasted. It's freaking over. Dude, they're gonna bond over having headaches. Oh, adorable, dude. Yo, baby girl, I get headaches all the time too. Bro, the Golden Witch is upstairs. Kinzo's literally about to, like, run into her arms weeping. Holy. The hallway in front... What about the scorpion doorknob? That's gonna disappear in a second. Yeah, I gotta just look at here. The hallway in front of Kinzo's study was filled with the scent of sweet poison, particularly to that green liquor. Genji was completely used to it, did not grimace, and the Golden Witch didn't grimace either.
この中からどれほど出ぬのか。
すでに数年になるかと思います。
それほどまでにわらわをカゴの鳥としたいか。
Whoa! Could you ever trap her in a magic circle? That's a good idea, bro. That, like, she walks into a place like this, you close the scorpion doorknobs behind her, there's scorpion, like, insignias on everything, she gets stuck in, and then you're like, my new wife, Beatrice Summer, you will no longer be leaving this room. Okay, Kinzo, bro. I'm seeing the idea.
哀れな。それを願うそなたが、今や
There could be a
カ
play
ゴ
there.
の鳥。書斎の亡霊ではないか。それに気づけぬとは、哀れな男よ。
あなた様と再びお会いする日までは
Unironic.
文字通り亡霊となっても研究を
Dude,
続けられ
Genji
る
is taking to this, like, so naturally. He's so
愛
goated.
か狂気か猛襲か。
All of the above, baby
それ
girl.
も講じれば魔力となるか。悲しき魔術師よ。
You sad mage. Aww. The witch grasped the doorknob to the study. Yep, when she did, there was a sound like that of flesh burning and splitting open. Yeah, I saw that coming. It was the sound of the doorknob literally burning the witch's hand.
ベアトリーチェ様
なんだこれは。
Wow, caught her off guard. Wait, that doesn't make any
魔除けか。
sense.
あやつめ。こんなものに頼らなければ。己神も保てぬ
Is
という
this
のか。
Beatrice, or is this like a Beatrice vessel? Is this connected to... Okay, is this a fucking hive mind situation? We have Battler Prime and we have Battler, who I think are separate entities to a degree. Do we have Beatrice Prime and Beatrice? Is that ever a world? Because she should already know that this exists, right? Because she presumably lured him out of the study because she couldn't enter. That was like an assumption from chapter 1. Is there ever a world that, like, the vessel that she has implanted into the story doesn't have perfect knowledge? Or, like, her own knowledge? Or maybe she just lacked this information from chapter 1. But I feel like she should know this. I mean, bro, haven't you been walking, like, you've been ghost walking around the manor for in decades, bro. How do you not know this?
その扉は
Maybe this is like freshly
ベアトリー
inscribed?
チェ様にはおつらいものと伺っており
I'm
ます
amazed that she didn't know about this. That's really
私
interesting.
がお分けいたしましょうか
I feel like I have to write that
いや
down.
よい。
Oh my god. Beatrice was surprised at the Kinzo Scorpion door. Why? Why didn't she already know about it? Big questions. Big questions.
あやつが勝てば、わらわは永遠のカゴの鳥。あやつが負ければ、愛に狂い、すべてを失った哀れな魔術師の生涯
You're
が
walking in,
笑い草
Beatrice?
となって残るだけ。もはや金蔵もわらわさえも。
Okay, there's gotta. I think I'm right. She is a piece. She's not the. Yeah, wait. No, no. You're saying you're a piece for the roulette to decide. I feel like okay. Wait, maybe I need a Paint.net example. I feel like we're doing this. Okay, I feel like what's going on. Let me illustrate. Is we got the world, and it's got like the mansion, right? Here's like the store. Like here's the mansion. Here's the world. Okay. And it's like, this is like our game. This is the game board. This is the game board. Okay. That's the game board. And then I feel like we have the roulette wheel. Just like that. This is like the roulette wheel. And then I think we have, like, then do we have the, like, the like, how do I draw this? Then, like, the... Then, I think we have I think we have like a triple tier, bro. Okay. It kind of feels like what's going on. Game board. Reality. Then we have roulette wheel. Magic spell. And then we have, the tea party. Okay? And I feel like what's going on is that we have Battler 2, like, listen, like, This is Beatrice. This is Beatrice Prime and Battler Prime. And then I feel like we also have Beatrice Pawn and Battler Pawn. I feel like that's what my brain's telling me right now. But I'm very, 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 very unsure about Beatrice Pawn. That's really crazy to me. Also, I've really got to, like, make this place look like a building. You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean? This is the manor. There is some sort of magic spell that is, like, over the manor. But then there's the tea party. And then this is just, the manor is just a game board that they're interfacing with somehow through magic. That's what I'm seeing. We'll see. No! No! He's so excited! Don't edge him! The witch looked at her hand, which, although horribly burned, was beginning to heal bit by bit.
そのための魔除けなのか。なるほど。それもまた潔し。すべては今や、金蔵のゲーム版の上よ。気に入ったぞ、金蔵。そなたとのゲーム、楽しませてもらうぞ。わらわに恋焦がれ、すべての生涯を投げ出したローマ術師の最後のギャンブル。その散りざまを楽しませてもらうぞ。
Saw it coming. The witch's move.
失礼いたします。昼食をお持ちいたしました。
Canon is bringing Beatrice lunch right now.
失礼いたします。
Make it make sense! Make it make sense! Yo, you poisoned it, right, Canon? After receiving approval, Canon entered the VIP room, pushing the lunch serving cart. What does she want to eat? The servants called this room the witch's VIP room. That was because they had been strictly ordered by Kinzo to always keep it clean so that it could be used at any time. Good thing they kept it clean. And yet, guests were never allowed into this room no matter who they were. That's why at some point the servants had started calling it the witch's VIP room. Supposed to be set aside only to welcome the special person Kinzo was waiting for, the witch from the portrait. Well, and today Canon learned that this was entirely correct. Holy. When he entered the room, the witch with golden hair was gazing out the window. Outside, the rain had already started to gather strength. As she looked out at the beautiful rose garden, which had taken several days' work to make ready for today, she saw the winds and rain ravage it. Was she lost in some sentimental feelings? Ken was not able to infer anything more about her back that faced him.
お食事の用意をさせていただきます。ベアトリーチェ様。
So Ken went out of his way to call out the witch's name because he wanted to make her turn around. She's not going to turn around. She's got too much aura. He wanted to know whether the witch who had tempted him and Shin in the past really had appeared again. When he did, the witch whose name had been called kept her back to him and laughed. I knew she wouldn't look back, dude. She's too cool for that. Laughed in a subdued voice. Kenan was startled. It was almost as though she had read his mind and knew that he had called to her out of a desire to make her turn around. There is no way that you just upscaled Goda's cooking. That's what you're here for, Beatrice? There's no way. There's no possible. There's no way. Dude, Goda's literally stronger than the witch, bro. Oh my, just kill me. Just kill me, dude. Actually, just kill me, bro. Why can't we be talking about, like, Nanjo or something? Why is Goda getting the glaze? Glaze my boy Battler some more. Just kill me, dude. What are the other two pillars? Gourmet food, okay. Gota is stronger than Beatrice, confirmed. Kenona and the witch's eyes met and she grinned. There could be no doubt, not even the slightest. This was without a doubt the witch from that day, Beatrice. The witch that was once visible only to him and Shin and now finally held a form and had arrived openly through the entrance hall as a guest. Goda upscale.
久しぶりよの。
Let's see. Because, like, does she remember killing him?
家具のカノン。
Do you remember killing him?
お久しぶりでございます。
The LeBron of cooking. Kenan tried not to forget a modicum of courtesy toward the guest, but dark clouds had begun to enshroud his heart because of the visit of the suspicious witch, and on the day of the family conference at that.
何をしに現れたのかと気が気でならぬと見。
You know what, bro? I will hear whatever you gotta say.
そうであろう。
Hit me with it, Beatrice. Kenan didn't force himself to answer. This witch probably reads minds, so it'd be pointless to go through all the trouble of saying it aloud. Oh yeah, I've seen men's lingerie? I don't remember that. I've seen men's lingerie? Is that quote real? I'm sure it's real. What? I can imagine men's lingerie, but I don't think I've seen it. I've already forgotten it, bro. Whatever I remember, or whatever I was talking about in that quote, I've already forgotten, bro. Of course, even that rebellious spirit of his would be read, so the witch snickered at Kenan's childish resistance.
金蔵との最後の約束を果たしに来た。
親方様との最後の約束。
わらわは金蔵に山をなす黄金を貸し付けた。それを金蔵が放棄するとき、わらわは利子をつけて返却を受けることになっておる。今宵、それをもらい受け。
Gonna get your gold back, makes sense.
僕には何の話かわかりません。
Don't lie to her, bro. However, anxiety began to gather in his heart. This witch never had anything good to say.
Oh,
she can mind read. Oh my goodness, she just mind read him. She just mind read him. Are we for real?
魔女とハサミは使いようだ。ソロモン王のように。
Why are we talking about King Solomon?
最も多くの場合は童話が語るようにろくな目に合わんがな。
Mind reading power.
しかし金蔵も食えぬ。わらわの利子の取り立てすらも自らの儀式に取り込みおった。
Yo, Kinzo's locked in.
わらわをも超えるとてつもない。
Okay, wait, Kinzo?
さもなければ
I'm liking the Kinzo energy, bro. Kinzo's casting some crazy spells. I don't know anything about magic, but like, Kenan couldn't guess what the witch was muttering and laughing about. All he knew was, we're cooked. That anything this witch deemed worthy of laughter must have the exact opposite meaning to the rest of them. And rising to the back of his mind were the horrifying words the witch had spat at him in the past. What, that they were gonna like break up? Do you think that I would lend them that power without any compensation? I'll lend a hand in love, and my compensation shall be one ticket to watch the cruel fate that the two of them will eventually meet. Even after 1,000 years, no better show exists. It's the other pillar of her luxury, dude. Good fade. Good fade. Maybe there's some level of like memory manipulation too. Or like just passive like non-belief of magic. I mean, they've been talking about that with like the daydreaming and stuff all the time. Behold the sweet piss river. The witch suddenly began to recite a bizarre poem. It was something he remembered hearing. There was no doubt. It was the epitaph accompanying the portrait of the witch that had been hung by Kinzo. The relatives imagined that it almost certainly pointed to the location of the hidden gold. But no one knew what it meant. Yeah, Beatrice, break it down. The witch had suddenly began reciting that epitaph. At death's door. Why are we playing that? Please don't say his name. That's scary. Please stop.
黄金鏡へ返す日がやってきたのだ。喜ぶがいい。お前の恥辱にまみれた家具の日々がようやく終わる時がやってきたのだ。お前はそれをずっと望んできたはず。 自らに存在価値を持たぬ家具にとって、ただ存在するだけの日々は苦痛に他ならない。魂ある者にとって、うつしおは固執すべきものだが、亡き者にとってうつしおは、
You're depressed, you
不甲斐で
chud,
しか
aren't
ない
you?
からの
You depressed little chud. Complicated expressions flitted across Kanon's face. It was the day of release that he had been looking forward to. That's so dark. Kanon. However, the coming of this day had been mercilessly sudden, and the hateful tone of the witch who had proclaimed this day of rest made it somehow difficult to accept. Kanon wasn't even able to decide what emotion he should feel. This poor boy. Immaculate pace, by the way. Love to hear it.
家具の分際で。
未練などない。僕は家具だから。
Kanon, it's so sad. She loves it, dude. She's like looking at a piece of chair and she's looking at a chair and laughing. That's crazy.
よいよい。しかし、何の未練もないとはつくづく面白みのない。
未練こそがお前の快楽だというのか。
その通り。1000年も生きると大
She
抵の魔
loves
女
watching
は
people
生き
regret
飽
stuff
き
because she's
る。
bored.
わらわは退屈から逃れるために人間たち
Honestly, low-key valid.
ブランデーや
If I was a witch and I was bored, I'd start
ケ
toying with people's
ー
fates.
キのように
What else am I
焼き
supposed to
上げ
do,
る
bro?
のだ。オーブンの中で苛烈な運命に踊る人間たちの
Low-key valid, bro. Actually, no, I wouldn't need to do that to real humans. I would just, like, watch anime. Like, bro, you don't have... Yo, can somebody free Beatrice from her restraints and then just introduce her to, like, media, bro? Like, we're gonna get her on ReZero, okay? We're gonna get her on... What else would she like, bro? Get her on Land of the Lustrous, bro. I think she would freak with Land of the Lustrous, bro. Groundhog Day. Truman Show. Beatrice, you would love Truman Show, bro. Yo, pop over to my place. I'll boot up Truman Show. You don't gotta be torturing people no more.
わらわはこの方面にかけてはちと知られていてな。わらわの料理の腕を見
The Witch Hat Show? That was
時
pretty
には
good, right?
遠方から珍客が
Bojack?
見物に来ることすらあるくらい。
Oh my god, dude. Bojack has been killing me recently.
言っても家具
Series
ご
is
と
very
きには
good.
理
Very
解
good,
で
very
きる
good.
か。
Unexpected guests occasionally come from afar to witness my culinary skills. Lambda Delta and Burncastle. Kenan was able to understand what the witch was saying. However, he realized well enough that this was a terrifying being who treated the fate of humans as a show. And that was getting enjoyment out of doing them some kind of harm. However, furniture had no soul or life, much less a fate. Pitiful furniture did nothing but serve until the day they would be released from the world. To furniture like that, the witch who had come to release them from everything was also a being overflowing with mercy. That is so sad. Even though the day that Ken had been waiting impatiently for had come, he was unable to readily accept it, and this greatly bewildered him. He's realizing that he doesn't want to die. Which is crazy, because that means that he was, like, ready to die all along. Yo, get her on Steins Gate? Now you're talking, bro. Now we're talking, bro. Why was that? The face of Shannon, the person he loved as a sister, rose to his mind. And for some reason, Jessica's face did too. Hey, the brooch worked. Kenan bit his lower lip painfully, thinking if Jessica was not permitted for furniture. Why? He had been aware of that and had found fault with Shannon's relationship, so how could he remember Jessica at a time like this? But why is it allowed that you can think about Shannon? Right? Being attached to another piece of furniture is still an attachment, no? It's interesting. He felt a little ashamed by how weak he was, and to forget about Jessica, he turned his thoughts to Shannon. Shannon is also furniture. On the day everything returns to nothing, there was no reason she shouldn't be happy. But Shannon, through her relationship with George, had come to know an emotion that she shouldn't be known by furniture. Even though she wasn't qualified to be bound with him, she was still wallowing in a dream that she wasn't permitted to have. Permitted by whom? Could Shannon accept something like this now with open arms? Impossible. Shannon would have lingering regrets. Genji's a pretty good piece of furniture, huh? That'd probably become a great source of pain and torture for Shannon, and those regrets had been planted by none other than this witch. Why? Just because that would be more interesting? I love my bed as an attachment. Dude, if you saw somebody with a hatchet chopping apart your bed, you'd probably be pretty upset, huh? Hell yeah, loving your bed is a human attachment, bro. Or like human, take out the word human. Loving your bed is, hell yeah, bro. Dude, if somebody started like taking a fat dump on my mattress right now, I would kill them. Okay? This is a sacred place. This is my place of rest. Don't fuck with my bed, bro. Unironically, bro, hell yeah. Low-key, I don't think I'd care. What? You have no soul. You're a piece of furniture. What do you mean, dude? Somebody's chopping up your bed? They're killing your bed, dude. It's your bed. How dare you, bro? No, I'm not. I wouldn't actually kill somebody, but like, you know what I mean? Think about it. I think it's interesting. I think the part that's very strange to me is that Canon has a problem with attaching to humans, not with attaching. And that I think is actually like a blind spot in his own philosophy, because his philosophy of being furniture means that like he won't have regrets, so he can just like fade into death, blah blah blah, and it'll be fine. But we've seen from chapter 1 that's not how Canon works, because if Shannon dies a horrible death, he's willing to crash out over that and like go against being furniture. He's willing to become human, right? So it's very interesting that like even now when he's checking himself with like having attachment towards Jessica, he doesn't care about his attachment towards Shannon. I think that if he was consistent, he would, and he doesn't. I hate my bed. It's so uncomfortable. Good excuse to get a new one. I love my mattress though. If someone took a shit on it, I'd punch them. There we go. There we go. I was kind of using mattress and bed as one. Yeah, if you have that distinction, that's fine. You can chop up your bed. That's fine. Do what you want. I have to replace it anyways. Bro! Use this mentality on real-life humans. Oh no, that was my best friend you just murdered. I'll get a new one. Do you see what's happening here? We're losing ourselves. Crazy line, insane line. What? The day of our release. Appreciate the honesty. Thanks for the honesty. You piece. You piece. Exactly. I'll probably stay for like a hour and a half. Maybe 2. We'll see. I mean, clocked him. Absolutely got him. And not even close. Broken Jima become human.
家具どもに安息の日は永遠に訪れぬぞ。そなたにそれが耐えられるのか？わらわによる解放を本当に
Don't let her have this power over you, dude. Because release is more than just death then, right? Can he not release himself? Yo, put that finger down. Oh, okay. My fault. I'll kneel. My fault. I'll be right back. Alright. Okay. Listen, what mommy says goes. You don't ask twice. You called my bluff. You're right. I'm furniture, bro. I'm a shoe shiner. No, she's getting closer. Step back. Tempting with the golden land again is crazy. It is true. It's gotta be true. Yo, Cannon, why aren't you on your knees right now? Cannon! Oh my goodness, you're trolling! I'll go get Shannon to kiss my shoes, BRB.
そなただけではないのでな。時には実を結ばぬ果実もある。鍵を手にせし者は、以下に従えて黄金鏡へ旅立つべし。第一の晩に、鍵の選びし6人を生贄に捧げる。第二の晩に、残されし者は、寄り添う2人を引き裂け。
Why are you looking at me like that? The witch recited the epitaph again. It was so sudden and diverged so strongly from the current topic. However, her challenging smile made it seem almost as though she was using the epitaph as a threat to Canon.
わからぬか？この非分の儀式を成し遂げるには、
So there's gotta be people close, but like, there's so many couples. You don't need to form couples to do that. She's just doing it for the love of the game, right? Right. Well, or Shen and Canon, right? Because they're close as a pair of siblings, right? I feel like you can do that.
儀式のルールにのっとり、わらわが気まぐれに決めて良いことになっている。今のシャノンなら。
Yeah. No, yeah, Shannon and George is the combo, bro. Yo, she's just telling him her plan. Yo, she's mean. Yo, Canon, right now, you're gonna run at her full force and spear her through the window. Okay? You can take her out, dude. Honestly, I don't care. You just gotta lock. That's what Battler would do. We need to get like a wristband that just says, what would Battler do? WWBD. Kennen learned then. He had thought that he had given up everything and lived until today as furniture, like furniture should, but in reality that wasn't true. He loved Shannon too dearly. And well, he's realizing now. And so when Shannon was in pain, Kennen shared in that. If only Shannon had continued to exist as furniture, living indifferently like Kennen without any attachments to this world, they wouldn't have had to be in so much pain. The witch planned to toy with Shannon, who had learned the taste of love, know who she had taught the taste of love she killed her. She would not invite her to the Golden Land as a merciful release, but would make her a sacrifice for that evil ritual after dealing her the limits of torture and pain. And this witch would probably actually make Shannon meet this horrible fate for no other reason than it would be interesting for her. Furthermore, she was threatening to do that so that she could make Canon, who hadn't submitted to the witch even once now, finally surrender. Well, and that's also kind of what's happening with Battler, right? Prime Battler in the Tea Party. Is that Battler's playing this game over and over, which is full of suffering, until he surrenders, right? So it's literally just a test of will. And so it's funny that Canon's kind of in that position. It was that simple. In the end, though he had tried resisting the witch to avoid pleasing her, he had only made things interesting for her. After all, he was furniture. No, a toy. So is the best defense to be uninteresting? I think the best thing you want to do is be uninteresting, but then also find a way to be a problem for her, but not like a novel problem. Like, you have to fly under her radar and then jump her. Is Beatrice the hottest character in Umineko? And it's not even close. Well, her or Natsui. They were nothing but toys meant only to distract her from her boredom. But they're like hot in like not like a surface level way, but in like a like their personalities, their atmospheres, their energies, you know? They got a lot more going on than just like how they look on screen. They got aura, bro. Look at this aura. Oh my goodness. Kiss my feet so that I don't sacrifice your sister. Low, 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 low. Kirei Moggs. Just be boring. Holy shit, I could beat Beatrice. Even without a fragment of elegance, the witch sneered at Kennen with a vulgar laugh. Yes, even before Kennen had made up his mind, she had seen through to his surrender. Beatrice, greater than Kirei, greater Natsui. That's okay. I love Natsui enough. I don't need anyone else to love her. Kennen got down on one knee and chose to genuflect before the witch. Yo, what the fuck is a genuflect? I'm gonna be genuflecting all night. He didn't care what happened to himself. However, just the fact that Shannon, who during his days as furniture had given him his only reason to live, was being toyed with, that alone was something that he couldn't overlook. Therefore, something like kissing the shoes of the witch was an easy oath for Kennen to make. At the time that his quivering lips actually touched the witch's shoe, it should have been me! Beatrice, after allowing a look of ecstasy to rise to her face, let out an ear-splitting laugh. In that moment, the witch who had tired of 1,000 years of life was completely filled with the evil emotion that was her only raison d'etre. I see. Does Beatrice's aura mug every other character of any other piece of fiction? I'm actually going to say right now, no. I'm actually going to say no. I feel like there is. I'm trying to think. Guys. Oh, I'm going to get so much shit for this. But has Beatrice met up with Natsuki motherfucking Subaru, bro? And listen, we're only on chapter 2. There is a world. But I don't know, that guy just got aura, bro. I don't know, but that guy just got aura, though. Lunch had ended, and the relatives had moved to the parlor. Rosa had bought a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza. That had been served, and the inside of the parlor was filled with a very nice aroma. Some might say he's an aura monster, since the children were together with the adults. Aura monster. Beatrice is definitely one of the most aura. I could see her becoming the most. I could see it. She's got it, dude. Especially, dude, going into like from chapter 1 to the tea party in chapter 1. That was insane. That is actually insane. Who else got a lot of aura? I don't know. I'll have to think about this more. Since the children were together with the adults were, at least on the surface, interacting like relatives, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining outside, so the children were unable to go out and had no choice but to sit here like this, watching TV. Like a true TV kid. Man, you would have loved Instagram Reels, Maria. Maria was watching vapid daytime programs one after another without getting bored and was giggling all to herself. It seemed that Barra had joined in at first, deepening his relationship with Maria, but he had gone up early that morning and was gradually attacked by waves of drowsiness.
Oh yeah, 大きなあくびだね。朝がずいぶん早かったんじゃないのかい？
ま、そんなとこだよ。緊張が解けて。
The sound of rain is so snooze-inducing, bro.
緊張?
Low-key.
あんだけ態度でかそうにしてて、緊張なんてしてたのかよ。
一応、俺なりにはな。
Barra gave a great yawn once again and slowly laid down on the sofa. He really did look tired. George and the others had started talking to him, taking his yawns as a sign of boredom, but when they realized he was sleepy, they decided to let him be. Wait, you're actually right. Maria would have been a victim of Elsa Gate.
Oh yeah.
She would have been sucked into that, dude. Charo. Unrestricted internet access would be the worst thing to happen to Maria. She would have loved it, dude. Imagine Maria on Tumblr. Oh my goodness. She would have gone crazy. Who is they, Kumasawa? Oh, you know what? You're right. My fault.
ゴーダさん、今夜は子牛のステーキだって言ってたぜ。サバのステーキになっちまう。
Okay.
熊沢さん、こいつ本当に眠いらしい。毛布を持ってきてあげてくれないかな。
さあ、どうぞ。
Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The spacious parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gone a little chilly. So when the blanket was placed over Barra, he immediately wrapped himself up in it and curled up like a turtle retreating into its shell. Best way to kill a hive mind is through brain rot? It wouldn't work. It'd make it stronger. Brain rot's like a virus, okay? And what happens when you give somebody a virus? They become inoculated to it. Their immune system strengthens, okay? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. Live a little longer. Okay, that's what brain rot would do to a hive mind. They become a different type of being, bro. How do I know? Because I've lived it, bro. I've lived the brain rot trenches, and my mind has become even sharper, stronger, more resolute, more focused, more engaged, extra compartmentalized, able to activate and deactivate at will. That's what I've become, dude.
いや、特に希望は。なんか用があったら起こしてくれりゃいいし。
Language is sort of a virus. You're bringing up, bro. That reminds me of the some of the, there's like some thematic stuff about that in Higurashi, right? Like thoughts, like ideals or like ideas being like a virus. I've been thinking about that a lot, actually, unironically. I've been I don't know. I don't even know if I have more to say on that, but like I feel like there's certain thoughts that I have that I'll like share with people that I think like those thoughts actually can only harm people. And in that way, it's like, no, it's like, but it's also like, if I have an idea that is harmful, I could tell it to all of chat, and then chat, they could tell it to other people. And it does kind of act like a virus, right? Like, it's moving from me, I'm spreading it like a contagion to you, and then you're spreading it onwards and onwards, right? And it just, like, if it is a bad thing, like, if it hurts you, if it's, like, forbidden knowledge, then it actually is kind of just like a virus that pollutes everything. I think the danger is being able to, like, categorize ideas as viruses, because then it, like, controls the flow of information, and, like, usually the person that tries to control how, like, information and ideas spread is usually doing bad things, right? Like, censorship's usually bad. It's usually a tool of oppressors, you know, as opposed to, like, people, like, that are looking out for helpful people, right? Or, like, looking to help people. Where goes basilisk type shit? Yeah, kind of. Cognito hazards? Kind of, yeah. I'm thinking, like a really good example, and it's the one that I've experienced myself, is, like, when I'm very nihilistic and having, like, really struggling with that, if I can make, like, a lot of arguments in favor of nihilism, that, like, hurt me, right? It's really easy to, like, construct argument that leads me to despair, you know? And so if I were to spread that argument that leads me to despair, I'd be spreading, like, this nihilistic virus that just sucks the joy out of life, right? I feel like that would be what that would look like. And so that's why, like, I try not to even let those thoughts, like, perpetuate in my mind, because not only does it hurt me, but also if I were to say it unto others, it would hurt them. And that's not fair to anybody, including myself. It's not fair to me. But yeah, I've come around on that thought a bit. I've definitely been chewing on it. Yeah. It is still dangerous, though. I'm not, yeah. It's a mix. It's a mix. Nap time.
こらマリア、バトラは眠いんだから放っておいてあげなきゃ。熊沢さん、もう一
You're
枚
dead in
毛布を
40,
もら
80
える
years,
か
so
な。
nothing matters. Type shit. It was doubtful that Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably just saw Batara wrapped up in a blanket and wanted to do the same. Everything everywhere all at once is awesome. Yeah. Yeah, well, that would be like... Yeah, that's definitely done in such a way that it's uplifting, and I think it helps people get through nihilism. The kind of thing that I'm talking about is, like, arguments that are meant to expose how meaningless everything is in a way that hurts, right? Like, there are arguments you can make, or, like, stories you could tell that pretty much just exist to make people feel worse, and they're not, like, it's like, I'm revealing the truth that nothing matters and your life fucking sucks ass, you know? And it's like, why would you tell people that? I don't know. I don't know why you would. It's just a mess, bro. So I try not to just think. I try to not think about it too much. I feel like it's I think a lot of those thoughts are something you can't intellectualize your way out of. Yeah. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV.
せっかく6年ぶりにいた子がみんな揃ったってのによ。こいつ、今回の親族会議の主賓だって自覚全然ねえな。
聞こえてるぞ。のんびり昼飯を食って、しかも外は台風で雨。何もすることがねえってことは、つまり、俺の出番じゃねえってことさ。
それはどうかな。何も起こらないから何もしないなんて受け身の姿勢じゃ人生は退屈だよ。
違うぜ、そういう意味じゃない。なんつうのかな。こういう時、俺はこう思うことにしてる。出番じゃねえんだよ。こいつがお芝居だったならさ、俺の出番じゃねえってことなんだよ。だったら、舞台袖でおとなしくしてるに限るってわけさ。
自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だろ。そんな脇役根性でどうすんだよ。
Yeah, my spot right now is I try not to think about it too much, because I think, like, the way my brain works, makes me, like, if I think about, like, what's the meaning of my life, like, even saying that, I feel anxiety, and, like, I feel pain, and I literally feel it in my stomach, like, eating at me, you know, And I don't think it's I don't think that I can find an answer through like it's an answer that I think has to be found like emotionally through like experiencing life, as opposed to like being able to be like, oh, if I just find the right sentence, I'll feel better. There's no right sentence. There's no magic code. There's no argument that will like somehow like enlighten me. I don't think there's a light at the end of that tunnel. So I just try to like, I'm trying to jump to a different tunnel. But yeah. Shit's fucked.
そういう意味じゃねえ。
Nihilism's
今
a
は
killer,
俺の
bro.
出番じゃねえって言いたいのさ。悪いな。眠くて思考がめちゃくちゃだ。勘弁してくれ。
Alright, good night, Battler. Sleep well, bro.
確かに
Don't go in the tunnel at all and enjoy
眠
the
くて
sunlight.
なん
Yeah,
だか
something
尻
like
滅
that. That's
裂
a
な
good way
こ
to
とを
put
言
it.
ってるね。もうそっとしてあげようよ。
私は聞き捨てならねえぜ。自分の人生はいつ
Hell
だって
yeah,
自
Jessica,
分の
hell
主人
yeah.
公だよ。ちょっとそのあたり本格的にバトラーと
Yeah, I
議
think
論
it's
したい
like
けどな。
last thing I'll say on the nihilism thing is I think the response you feel to it is like always the more powerful thing. Shit, what's the name of the thing I'm thinking of? It's like the heaviest burden. It's like there's a Nietzsche aphorism that's the heaviest burden. It's like it's in the gay science. It's like number 300 or something, or I don't remember the number. I don't remember how many numbers there even are. But that one aphorism basically like throws you like it's like a thought experiment about how like life repeats or whatever. I'm not gonna go through the full thing right now, but the point of the thought experiment is not like, what if this thought experiment is reality? That's not the point. It's like, I think the point of it is how do you feel about it? How would you feel if this is true? And what does that feeling tell you about yourself? You know? Yeah, it's the gay science. That's like the Nietzsche text. Not even trolling. And that's kind of how I feel with nihilism, where it's like, you can like, if you let that thought into your brain that like, okay, there's no inherent value to anything, or even like strip away at all. Like let's say there's no value to anything anywhere. You know, there is no purpose. Purpose is a illusory myth, right? It is a desert mirage that you cannot reach. It's always something that we're just pretending exists, right? Like a dream, if that, right? How do you feel about that? Like what is your emotional response to that? And for me, cursed be me, it's pain. It hurts really bad if I think about it like that. It makes me feel empty and like that I shouldn't even like do anything. I should just like lay in bed and rot away until I like become bones, you know? That's just what the thought does to me. But I think for some people, they'll be able to like hear that and be like, oh, well, I didn't expect anything different, so it's fine. You know? And that's just how you're raised, maybe, or like whatever your moral philosophies, or not moral, your like philosophies are up to this point. For me, I come from like a religious upbringing, so the idea of like there being no point counteracts what I was brought up on of there being a very strong point to everything. That's probably why it hurts. But yeah, like I think the important thing isn't even like the truth, it's how you feel about the truth.
深く考えちゃダメさ。
なんかさ、自分は主役になれないから舞台に上がりたくないみたいな。
And that's why Battler's the GOAT. Because Battler sees the fucking witch stuff and he's like, I don't fuck with it, I don't care, lol, and he does his own thing. Think about it.
なぜだか、すっげえうぜえって思って。
With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden obscured by rain. That makes sense with her because we saw her, like, her performance she put on. That very much aligns with her philosophy. When she put her forehead up against the glass, it felt as though the pleasantly cold sensation would chase away memories that she didn't want to remember. Oh, or canon. Duh. She's thinking of canon. In that case, who is the main character on this stage? Okay, we're in the fucking witch party. Yeah, well, and the like I want to agree that like what I do matters, but it only like why does it matter that I make people's days better? It doesn't! It doesn't! Because nothing matters! But we can pretend that it matters, and then in pretending, maybe we can believe it so hard that it becomes real, and we just and fucking don't think about it anymore. Done. Solid. We're done. We beat nihilism. We just literally cured nihilism. I got you. Ready? You're about to be cured. Fake it till you make it. Boom. Just believe it. Just believe it, bro. Just believe it. Naruto? Is that a Naruto reference? Just believe it. I don't know, bro. It's Your Hero Academia. My Hero Academia. But, you know what I mean? Lock in. You might have made the person who will cure cancer's day happier, preventing them from taking their own life. But the thing is, who gives a fuck? It doesn't matter. It doesn't. Everybody could get. We could all wipe out right now, and what would change? We would be wiped out. But what does that mean? It's poison. It's poison spewing out of me. It's the thought virus, bro. It's that's what I mean by the virus. Like if it ever reaches a point, like in the nihilism stuff, whenever it becomes like a discussion, I always intellectually believe nihilism, and it kills me. I hate it. It's a poison. It's poison in my brain. But it's like, what does the ripple matter? No, the ripple, nothing matters. But okay. Anyways, we are going to escape. We are going to escape. We are at the tea party. I have no idea what Battler is talking about. He's complaining that like she's doing whatever she wants on the game board. What do you mean? That's not the rules of the board. You're allowed to just spawn yourself in. That doesn't make sense. Talk about it, Battler. See, look, it's a different Beatrice. I'm actually, dude, the diagram I made it earlier is actually locked in. This. The tea party is interacting with reality through magic spells, such as the roulette wheel. But also, oh, it's like the realm of the non-humans. Probably. But also, you could probably say that it goes the other way, too. You know what I mean?
そなたがわらわを否定する根拠とする18人だの19人だのという理論が
Because she's spawning in the 19th to like prove against it, basically. She's trying to take apart his arguments by like changing how the board's set up. I see.
そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は単にわらわが駒としてゲーム盤に並ばなかったからというだけのこと。ならばこうしてクイーンを先にさせばいいだけの話ではないか。
like a chessboard. She's putting the queen out front.
初手にてクイーンに道を開けるわ。チェス
Yeah,
の
no,
王
that's
道
pretty
ではない
classic.
か。
ふざけやがって。
Battler, boxer, boxer.
こんなの認められるわけねえじゃねえかよ。魔女が歩いて玄関からやってきたの。
Wait, okay. I am Battler. This is so actually valid that like I'm seeing her walk in the hall and I'm like, what the fuck? She could just do that? That doesn't make any sense. And he's feeling the exact same thing. That's crazy.
なんだなんだ。前回のゲームではそなたに散々自由に手を進めさせたぞ。こたびはわらわがそなたの手に合わせて駒を動かしたに過ぎん。初手にてもう降参。
She plays the queen, he immediately is like, I can't do it. Oh, that's funny.
ふざけるな。誰が降参なんかするかってんだ。上等な指し手だぜ。好きに進めればいいじゃねえか。
Battler, what pieces do you have? Like, when do you get a turn? I need to see what Battler can do. I feel like Battler hasn't done anything yet, which I've been trying to think if he has, but I don't think he has.
俺が必ずしのぐ。必ず詰める。
Okay.
言い訳なんてされたくねえ。存分に来やがるってんだ。まだまだこの程度じゃ魔女なんて認められるわけがねえぜ。そうさ。さっきマリアのお菓子を魔法で直した。
You threw it up and then what?
実は同じお菓子をもう一つ懐に忍ばせて。
It's such a dumb thing for him to be like. There's clearly magic happening. It's literally just him coping himself into like, dude, this is me fighting nihilism. Wait, actually true. Dude, what he's saying is nonsense that doesn't make sense, but he believes it so fervently that it gives it power. That is unironically how I'm working, dude. Where it's like, I don't believe what I'm saying, but what I'm saying I don't think is true, but I can still believe it hard enough that it becomes more important than the truth. Like, it powers through, you know? It doesn't matter if there's no meaning, because I'm going to pretend so hard that it's gonna, like, lock in. It's the same kind of, like, I think structure, where it's clearly magic. I believe it's magic. It's obviously, it is magic. Reality says it's magic, but he's believing so hard it's not magic that it somehow works. Giga Chad. Does that make sense? Oh, Battler, how are you gonna talk your way out of this one? Whatever, I don't care. And that's just not true. That's not true. She did see correctly. But also true, because sense data. Our sense data is never going to be perfect because we're always stuck using our sense data, which can be tricked. Which means that you can just deny all of reality and you can't argue your way into a perfected reality. Yes! Yes! You can do... This line is perfect. Battler, continue the line that... reality, you can never be sure of reality, which means you can never guarantee magic to exist because you can't even guarantee that reality exists. We can't even guarantee that we exist, therefore, we'll never come to the conclusion that magic exists because that requires too many steps to get to that point. Magic requires a foundation of spellcasters, of like entities and stuff. We could just hit him with the, nah, bro, none of this is real. Yes, Battler, it's the unwinnable, it's the ultra always winnable technique. Yes! And then hit him with the nana nana boo boo. Nana nana boo boo. And then stick your tongue out. And wiggle it. Yes. Battler's locked in. I trust Battler. Every single dollar is on the Battler stock. Dude, when is it my turn? I want to give Natsui the shotgun and get her to start boom, 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 boom. Totally weaponized incompetence. I don't understand magic, it can't be real, lol. When they start hearing Battler snores, their relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. The government is hiding aliens on the moon. Wait, you still believe the moon is real? Type shit. Yeah. Or it's like, the government is hiding aliens on the moon. You still think language is real. The government is real. The word the is real. Is real. Real is real. You just take it all apart. It's flipping the game board, bro. Anytime you're losing the game board, Battler, just say, none of this shit's real, and flip the board, and then make her pick up the pieces and go again. I'll see you on the next timeline. Hell yeah, Battler. That's the technique, bro. Yo, get me in. Yo, tab me in. Battler, if your mental starts to go down, tap me in. I'm ready. Put me in, coach. Yeah, abandon all logic. Abandon it all. Is Israel real? Israel IDF sponsored stream. No, that's the only thing that is real. Yeah, because it says is real, so it's real. Yeah, nothing else is real except for Israel. Right, chat? Right, chat? Yo, wait, I just got a notification for $50,000 on my Chase account? Let's go, dude! Hell yeah! Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were sucked into the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence, with no sound except that of the rain. Don't cut to the painting right now, bro. I can't take it. Okay, cut to Rudolph.
そんな人間には一度も会ったことはないぜ。兄貴は。
会ったことなんてないわ。キリエさん、本当なの？
That's so funny.
私もちょっと
They're all like, what the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening?
20歳ちょっと
I love Israel too. Please, streamer, hook me up. Bro, you're gonna get a person coming to your door late tonight, okay? What you gotta do, they're gonna ask to be let in, and you say, yes, you can come in. And then you're gonna open the door, because they can't enter unless you, like, let them in. And so you let them in, and then they're gonna give you an envelope, and it's gonna have a one-winged eagle on it, okay? And you're gonna open that up and do as it says. That's what I've been doing, okay? And I just got 50K. It did say in the Chase notification, came in gold bars, interest will be applied and collected later. But I'm gonna assume that means it's just mine.
私は名乗ったんだけど、彼女は名乗らなかった。
Holy plot twist. Beatrice is Israel. I'm putting it together now. Holy Pete.
しかし妙な雲行きになってきよったな。
The mystery woman had spoken to Kirei. Without naming herself, she had sneered that Kirei already had a vague idea of who she was. And the person that brought to mind was her lookalike, the Witch of the Portrait. Yo, my goodness, dude. Why has she got a new little painting, bro? Is she gonna have a different painting each chapter? That'd be so much aura. That'd be infinite aura. Shiramira Gold was promised to her 3,000 years ago.
私はそういう意味で笑ってんだろうと理解したわ。私とは初対面でも、私があなたの5歳だと知っているような口ぶりだった。
How is Beatrice a pawn in her own game that she's playing? That is so crazy. She's not the king, she's the queen. Like what?
この屋敷に出入りしたところなんて見たこともない。
そんなようなことはどうでもええで。問題はその女が自分はベアトリーチェだと名乗り、
Dude, she is her. We're cooked, bro. She is her. Capital H.
愛人の娘を自称して遺産の分配を要求するつもり
That's
か
actually,
しら。
that's a fun idea.
いずれにせよ、とんでもないジョーカーが紛れ込んだ
We're
もの
not
ね。
even playing cards.
兄さんが呼んだの。
We're pawns in their game,
それともお父
Eva.
様が？
まずいな。俺たちは兄貴をうまく言いくるめりゃなんとかできるものと思ってきた。しかしこれじゃ話が振り出しに戻っちまう。
あなたが私の知らないところでどんな作望を巡らしてたのか知らないけれど、どうも少しは対策を立てる時間を得られたみたいね。
Dude, Rudolph has the highest IQ wife of all time and doesn't even use her for his own financial problems. Is Rudolph the dumbest character in all of Umineko? Kirei literally might be the highest IQ. She said one, she's only dropped bars every time she's on screen.
今からわずかの時間でも対策を協議できる方がマシだ。
That's actually so crazy.
何しに現れたかわからへん以上、撃てる対策も
Don't worry, I'm taking notes, Hideyoshi. I can help
向こうの
out.
狙いは何なんや。
She can read minds, by the way.
決まってるでしょ。お父様の遺産の正当な後継者だと言い張るためよ。
Kirei's stock
お
market's
父
crazy.
様は未だにベアトリーチェの虜なのよ。
I haven't seen Kinzo in a
その
minute.
娘がいたなら全財産を譲りたいと言い出すはずだわ。妙な遺言状でも突きつけてくるかもしれない。そりゃ裁判沙汰にすれば半分の4分の1は主張できるかもしれないけど、多分決着するまで遺産分割はで
Oh, it'll
きな
take
くなるわよ。
forever.
それは困る。私もルドルフももちろんローザもね。
Rudolph area
俺たちは
debuff.
それぞれの都合で早急にまとまった金がいる。
That's funny.
俺たち最大のウィークポイントってわけだ。なら狙いは何だ、キリエ。読めるか。
初耳なんだけれど、私たちには急ぎまとまったお金が必要だという前提があるのね。
I'm so excited for Nanjo to be sitting in the tea party playing the chessboard instead of Battler. That shit's about to be so
キ
cool.
リエさん、男の商売には攻めの時にこそ軍資金がいるようになることもあるんや。それを分かってな。
Wow, wow.
何ルドルフ。
Wait, what? Hideyoshi is covering for Rudolph when Kirei is rightfully exposing. It's the first I've heard of it, but one of the premises here is that we have an urgent need for a large sum of money, right? Oh, yeah. We're on the offense. We're on the offense. Bro, you're on the defense. I think you know that he's lying.
キリエさんには話してなか
Oh,
ったの。
ow, 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 ow.
隠してたわけじゃないんだ。
That's so
実
bad.
はちょいとした
いいわ。あなたが私に話す必要がないと判断した話なんだから、それをこの場では追求しない。それよりキュームは黄金の魔女様の狙いを探ることなんでしょ。
ああ、俺たちの話を整理した上で敵の撃ってくる手が見えるか。
I love Honakawa. I don't think she has aura. Rudolph held a certain measure of trusting Kirei's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give any more peace of mind than fortune telling, but every time Rudolph was concocting some important strategy, he would give a great deal of thought to Kirei's advice. For a while, Kirei pressed her finger against her forehead, considering. She's calculating, dude. Golden
今日の今日ま
mansplaining.
で
She
彼
got
女
her
が
own
訪れることが
track.
伏せられていた以上、
Okay, Kirei, I'm gonna need you to. You are maybe the queen on our chessboard. I'm not gonna lie. You might be our high. Like, Yeah, Maria. Yeah, Maria is like a bishop. Kirei's the queen. Rudolph, you're a pawn. I'm not even playing any more games with you. You're a pawn. Sit down.
彼女は私たちに何らかのサプライズを与える
Kirei's a pawn because he's a femboy, and if he gets to the end of the board and transforms into a queen, it just makes sense.
それが財産なのか、親族としての認知なのか
Or murdering us all. I mean, I don't, you know.
でも今日の今日まで訪れることを伏せていたということは、事前に知らせることで対応を打たれたくなかったと言えるかもしれない。ということは、彼女の目的は
There is a thing we could do. Yes. Pixelated, thank you for the follow. Thank you, Pixelated.
なるほどな。例えば、親父が以前に書かせた遺言状そのものだとか、血縁の認知とそれを証明
Then
で
we
き
could
る
make
も
an
のだと
argument
か。
against it, right? Well, and that is true because it's the gold, right? The gold epitaph. If you know about that too much in advance and like follow it, you have more time to find the gold, which is bad for her.
むしろそれは予告するはずだろうよ。
そうね。むしろ疑う立場にある私たちに弁護士でも鑑定士でも連れてこさせてグーの音も出ないくらいに事実を突きつけるべきなのよ。それができるならね。
つまり奇襲狙いという時点で敵は真正面からの成功法では勝てんということを意味するわけやな。道理や絶対勝てる切り札は堂々と切るに限るで、回りくどい切り方はむしろ切り札を曇らせるもんや。
結論から言うと、皆さんがご就寝の遺産問題に直接、もしくは間接的に絡む相当のサプライズが突きつけられると予想されるわね。おそらく向こうはそのインパクトだけでこちらを圧倒できるつもりでいる。しかし、その何かは相当のインパクトを伴いながらも絶対ではない。
つまりそこがこちらのつけ込む余地というわけね。
I'm so sorry that it's chapter 2. They're doing so good, but it's chapter 2, dude. We're so cooked. Like, I can see the future. We don't live to see tomorrow.
つまり相手のペースに飲み込まれるなっちゅうことやな。
結局のところ、非常にシンプルな結論よ。相手が何を切り出そうとも焦らず冷静に対応する。交渉術の初歩の初歩じゃない。これじゃあ相手の思考を読めたとはとても言えないわ。
Kirei is right. It's not that big of a deal.
相変わらずなかなかのもんだぜ。こちらに攻める余地があると分かれば余裕も変わってくるってもんだ。
わからないのは彼女とクラウス兄さんの関係ね。クラウス兄さんにとってもサプライズなのか。
Good
それとも彼女を呼んだのは
That's a good question for their perspective. That's a really good question for them.
もし後者だったなら。
I think it's a surprise for Kraus too. As far as I know, it is. There's no reason to believe otherwise. But that is so fun. That's cool for them to think of.
いやらしいセンスがどことなく兄さんっぽい感じもする。
兄貴、こうしよう。女の正体がはっきりと証明できない限り、俺らはその女のいかなる身分も認めない。
それが最善。
It's already been handed to her. She has the
キリエ
ownership.
さんに対して名乗ってすらいない。正体不明の女の発言で私たちの会員がかき回されちゃたまらないわ。
血縁証明でも示してみせるかもしれんで、お父さんの血が流れてることが例えば母子手帳でも示されたらどうにもならん。
証明物なんかいくらでも偽装を疑える。仮にそれが本物だったとしても、当人が本人だと証明するには病院沙汰にしなきゃならん。少なくとも今の六軒島でそれを証明することは不可能だ。
Plus the phones are down, right?
その通りね。つまり
Even if they don't know it yet, the phones are probably going to be
今の
down.
六軒島では何が示されても真実だと受け入れることはできない。
Very battler 101. Just don't accept it.
しかるべき場所で証明してみせるまで何も信じられないってことよ。
Wait, maybe Battler is the real aura
そういうので上げ足を
specialist in the party, bro. Maybe it's not even Beatrice. Low-key? Okay, wait, low-key? Does Battler have more aura than Beatrice is a good question. I know Beatrice is like the goat, and she's terrifying, and she like she says kneel and I'm on the floor already. But Battler is actually standing up to that force, bro. Like, what's more powerful? The unrelenting waves of the ocean, or the ship that sails them? Yo, you tell them, bro. Yo, that was a good one. I appreciate you, bro.
あんたも協力するのよ。私たちにはお金がいる。それも急ぎまとまった額が。私たちは運命共同体よ。こんなところでひょっこり現れた謎の女に遺産の当てをぶち壊されてたまる
Bro, they
も
think their
んです
life's
か。
not in danger. It's so over. It was only at a time like this that Rudolph and Eva united as siblings. Sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kira noticed how indomitable they looked, shook her head slightly, and gave a small sigh as she looked out the window. Outside, there was still a strong rain falling, and everything was gray, having lost all vibrance. What a loving family. Felt like the lush garden that the sun had shown on earlier had never existed. Yeah, like Rosa and Maria, a great example, too. For some reason, the words Eva had just said a short while ago kept repeating in Kirei's head. It boils down to this. No matter what is shown to us now in Ronkinjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There was an odd nuance to those words. Right now, this island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. There's no official institutions here, no hospital. She's on the right track, dude. So, no matter what institution had issued what kind of documentation on this island, no one could claim that it was all fiction. One could claim that it was all fiction. It was impossible to prove that something was the truth. They were cut off from the outside world, and all truths proven in the outside world would be called fiction. It's like we're born again, dude. So did that mean that now on this Ronkinjima there was nothing that was truthful? That everything would be controlled by fiction? Like magic. It almost gave the illusion that separate from the human world and made from truth was another world called fiction in which they had been shut away. That's really kind of how it does feel. Kide remembered what that woman had looked like one more time. I feel like that's like a place that like I've been going to a lot recently. Is like something kind of like this. Like the human world is a world of truth. It's a world of consistency, institutions, concreteness, relationships, cause and effect. And I feel like there is this insane, nonsensical ether that you can like stumble or be pulled into, in which all of that doesn't make sense anymore and like blitzes away into nothingness. You know? And that's like it's this weird like I don't know. It's something beyond language, right? Like language is a thing of the human world of truth, and so it's a place where like language disapparates as well. Like there's this fog that can like overtake everything. It feels very like connected to that kind of, and that like Beatrice is like sculpting this area because she's like a master of this fiction world, you know. In fiction, what's so notable about, like, the word fiction is that it's, like, based on belief, right? Like, Battler saying, like, no, that's not true has just as much stance and, like, just as much truth to it as Beatrice saying, yes, this is true. You know? It's literally just who is convincing the other to believe the other's story. It's all about stories. It's all about belief. It's not about reality. It's not about consistency. It's not about the status quo. It's about who believes what and who believes it's stronger. You know? That's what the closest thing to truth becomes, who believes the illusion the best. And I feel like there is that space you can go to. And it's weird. And I almost feel like all of the human world is just a fiction that everybody believes in together, you know? I don't know. It's very interesting. What a confounding and interesting thing. And she remembered the woman's figure in the Witch of the Portrait on this island, which had been isolated from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being had visited. No matter what she did, Kire couldn't help think of the smile that had appeared on the woman's face as anything other than ominous. Kire is so smart. In trying to understand the ominous smile, it feels like my chessboard thinking mistook a vital premise. Yeah, because the chessboard only makes sense in the world of humans, right? Where there's rules and there's structure and there's moves. But ironically, what we know from the Beatrice stuff is that there is some level of a chessboard thing happening, right? There has to be some level of structure for her to be making moves. She has said that there are turns, right? That it is currently the witch's turn and it is Battler's turn. Is that because that's actually true because of some sort of magic foundation? Or is that only true because she's saying it to be true, right? Is there a world that Battler just makes a move despite her saying that it's still her turn and the move is still made because the reason that she's able to say it's her turn is only because she believes it to be her turn and that Battler acquiesces, right? In accepting that it is her turn, has Battler already given her the keys and the structure, which is something that he could take back? Perhaps? Yeah, kind of what you're saying, Shadow. Exactly. Yeah. And I wondered, like, there could be that happening right now in the whole game board structure that she's saying in the Tea Party, or it could be the case that there actually is a structure and it has to do with, like, how magic works fundamentally, you know? I don't know. I don't know how much control they have over, like, the laws of nature. That's right. That smile seemed to be like that of something non-human looking down on me. I had reason to base it on the assumption that our opponent was a human like us. However, just like this island now, she may be a being that is not human, and human values may not apply to her. But do any values apply to her? In that case, all reasoning is useless. For what reason was the witch invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Right this very moment, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion. Exactly! Right? Reasoning becomes useless when you entangle with something that's beyond reasoning like this. You know? And something that place where reasoning becomes useless feels some sort of nihilism to me. And that's, of course, I'm making like a connection that's like jumping, but...
Maria.
Okay, this is crazy scene we're jumping into. Rosa and Maria in front of the Beatrice painting. She's trying to figure out what's real. She's freaking lost. Witch was summoned, she was hungry. Game 1. GG.
おお、何度も言ってる。ベアトリーチェ。
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
おお、毎年会ってる。
Yeah, makes sense. Write that down.
この六軒島のお屋敷で。
Wilted Rose, Chapter 1. Roses are symbols of eternal love. What happened to Beatrice? It's interesting that it's also in Chapter 2, huh? But she is also always trying to tear apart love because she loves that shit. She loves doing that. I forgot that Maria isn't the reincarnation of Satoko. Maria is the reincarnation of Keiichi. How the fuck did I make it there? Wait, what? What was I smoking? I just refused to let Battler be the reincarnation of Keiichi, so I made Maria the reincarnation of Keiichi? How did that make sense? I don't know. I believe it. True. Agreed.
Oh.
What? Be gentle, Rosa. Be gentle with it. Come on. Maria is the most powerful information tool we have. Don't break the tool. She's also a human, of course. And your child.
わからない？どうして？去年？一昨年？
もっと前から。お。
Wait, what's the specific question? Rosa was aghast. Oh, how many years ago did it start? I see. Only the Oshiramiya mansion existed on this island, so there was no way that there were any humans other than themselves on this island. Trust in the corkboard. Yes, the corkboard is reality. Yes. And yet Maria said that she had been meeting with that suspicious woman every year during the family conference. If what Maria said was the truth, then this strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. That's insane. Is she saying that some eerie woman was at the family conference every year and none of us ever noticed it? Smoking that shit that made Maria see the golden land. Smoking that shit that Kinzo drinks every night, bro. Even though Rosa had just met her herself a couple of hours ago in the Rose Garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion which told her not to accept her existence. You know what's so scary? The idea of Battler Prime and Battler 2 means that everybody from Chapter 1 is still getting tortured to death in hell. I mean, just tortured in hell, not tortured to death. They're all, right, like George from Chapter 1 is currently getting chewed on in hell by like 7 different demons. Right? One for his head, one for each limb, one for his groin, and one for his neck. Are we being for real? That's horrible. Like, George is walking around here, but it's not, I don't think it's Prime George. Because we have the Battler and Battler Prime. That's so fucked. Even though Rosa had just met herself a couple of hours ago in the Rose Garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion which told her not to accept her existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in the Rose Garden as the typhoon grew closer and the winds blew strong?
Maria, あなたは毎年彼女と会ってると言ったわね。会って何をしてるの？
Poor George, and poor everyone.
お歌を歌ったり、魔法を習ったり、魔法陣の書き方を
Battler's gonna save
習う
them
の。
all. I trust in Battler.
そう。それはすごいわね。マリアがよく自由帳に落書きじゃない。 魔法陣を書いたりしてるわよね。それも彼女に教えてもらったの。
ベアトリーチェにね、お手本書いてもらうの。ほらほら、見て見て。
None of those circles are active, right? Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she took out a notebook and started opening its pages. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were occult-like things, and while it might sound rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy. What, is this active? What does it do? Oh, I know this one. I know that one. I know this one. I know these. I know all of these. Look, I got Maria's journal here too. I guess I don't have the scorpion one, but the scorpion one is just this. I don't think I need to. It's just the scorpion one. We already know that. Hell yeah. I got all the info. On each page Maria opened to, there was another eerie magic circle that had been drawn. Furthermore, at a glance, Rose realized that Maria hadn't drawn them. That is so scary. That is so scary. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. This by itself wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had drawn it, but it was enough for Rosa to understand that it was definitely someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this Rokenshima who she hadn't even known existed, and this person had been playing with Maria during the family conference every year. Oh my god, that's so scary. To realize that your daughter's been playing with someone you don't know every year? Holy.
Maria,
that's the scariest thing. But look, Rosa's actually asking Maria good questions. Like in chapter 1, they kept just asking Maria the same dumb question of like, who gave you the note, who gave you the envelope? And she'd be like, Beatrice, duh. Which, valid. But now Rosa actually believes it enough that she can ask good questions like this. This is a good question. Now we already know the answer, but like, that's still great.
Oh.
We're way more effective this time. Rose, I just need you to not lose your cool and lock in for this chapter, and we might be able to recover for the horrible start to this chapter of you being really mean to Maria and abusing her. Oh my god. I just told you to lock in! I just told you to lock in! Be nice! Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. I can't believe it, I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island, passing the time in the mansion, in the rose garden. And even so, I never encountered a witch like that. Never, I think.
Mama?
Please don't abuse your kid. Thank you. I was probably getting a little mixed up with my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was a young girl, unlike Maria, I was very frightened of witches. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for something frightening. So it must be that my feeling of fear from my days as a young girl had been revived because a woman calling herself that has appeared. Oh, Rosa. She couldn't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? Oh no, you used to be scared of witches. Oh yes, that witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? You Words have power. She couldn't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? Oh yeah, that witch did entrust me. Are you not hearing yourself, Rosa? You can't say that she couldn't be a witch and then turn around and then call her a witch. That's you saying she's a witch. You're giving her power, dude. You're opening up your own soul and you don't even notice it. She's sucking out the marrow of your bones and you're unaware. And Battler 2 has just been sitting around like napping the entire session. Battler doesn't know how to play the game. Prime Battler doesn't know how to play the game yet. That's so crazy. What was I saying? Oh yeah, chapter 2 was scared of witches. I feel like that's just a fun detail to have for Rosa because it like contextualizes her not liking Maria or like having so much trouble with Maria so much. Rosa pulled out that Western envelope out of her pocket. It was the Western envelope which bore the Oshiramiya crest which Kinzo used on his personal letters. It is actually so like fire of Ryokishi to write a abusive parent character, but then have it be a single mom. Holy, like, that is actually so ballsy and bold, and also, like, not who you would usually expect. You'd usually expect, like, abusive dad that uses physical violence, but this is, like, an overwhelmed mom, and it's, like, still terrible, and it still hurts, but, like, wow. That is, like, I think a cool way to, like, break apart, like, what you would normally expect, and, like, kind of widen your perspective for what abuse could be, you know? That, like, even, like, a single mother could be an abuser to her kid. Yeah, you'd usually expect, like, evil stepmother, yeah, like, stepmother, alcoholic dad, but to bring in, like a single mother, that's a really interesting abusive character. That's so crazy. It was the Western envelope which bore the Oshiromura crest, which Kinzo used on his personal letters, and even bestowed with the red sealing wax by the head's ring, which Kinzo held, which meant that this envelope belonged to the Oshiromura head. In other words, it was from father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it, and why did she get to give it to me? That's right, I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. What in the world could be written inside? Anxiety gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might release some kind of monumental disaster. However, at the same time, a little curiosity spread it out, causing her to want to find out what was written inside before the other siblings. I feel like we're gonna get cursed for this, dude. Using common sense, one could probably guess that a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance was probably written inside. Actually, since he had given it to a woman calling herself Beatrice, there was no way that it wasn't related. Did this mean that he wanted the inheritance split not between 4, but between 5, including her? I need a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. I do feel like a sinful daughter for discussing the distribution of father's inheritance while he's still alive. However, I'm no longer at a stage where I can afford to keep everything pretty. Ushi has shown that she does love her child, yeah. I just want to add, I have finished Umineko by someone who wasn't here for previous streams. Look at this, corkboard is sending me. Bro. If you think this is bad, bro, the higurashi one was an entire other beast, okay? I'm just gonna say that much. Oh, frick, I grabbed the wrong thing. Put it back, put it back. Put it back, put it back. There we go. Listen, we've gone through hell and back, okay? But we keep pushing forward. And I'm even consulting with Rudolph Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. With myself in this situation, I can't help but sense something ominous in the appearance of the witch. What could be written in here? I'm sure there must be something frightening within. Shall I first read it secretly myself? So the higurashi vase, that's how I got here. Hell yeah, pixelated, hell yeah. The witch had requested it be done at the dinner table when everyone was gathered. However, in that case, couldn't she just read it aloud at the dinner table herself? Good night, Liz. Good night, Riss. I hope you get some good rest and enjoy your work best you can. Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Did that mean basically that it didn't matter whether I secretly read it beforehand? We're gonna get cursed, dude. It would be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that it'd be breaking my promise, but this is no longer the time to keep things pretty. It'd probably be good to discuss with Eva Nissan and Rudolph Nissan, depending on the contents. Nissan and the rest are always really good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. As I gulped, I put my hand to the red sealing wax. Maria's about to save her from making the mistake that would ruin her life. Something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and I let out a small shriek. The big 26. Maria's saving her, dude. You have to listen, Rosa. Don't abuse your kid. Listen to her, bro. She's right about this kind of thing. Maria's making the same ominous expression Rosa had seen on the witch, sending a tingle up her spine.
Beatrice はママにその手紙は晩餐で読みなさいって言った。魔女の約束は破っちゃダメだよ。
違うわよ。ちょっと封筒を見ただけじゃない。約束は守るわよ。
Don't lie.
Oh
my goodness, don't do this. Don't do this, Rosa. We're gonna find your head like rolling down the hallway, dude. Whoa, that had, okay, whoa.
その笑い方、可愛くないからやめなさい。
Hit her with a.
そういえば、マリアも封筒をもらったわよね。中にはなんて書いてあったの？
Wasn't she not supposed to open it? Yeah.
ベアトリーチェは開ける時が来るまで開けちゃダメって。
It's like a magic trick, dude.
だから大事に持ってる。
Open this at the end of the show, and then it has like the card that we've been looking for the entire show, you know?
マリアは
But like well, no, she hasn't opened it yet. If Maria opens it, I'm writing that down. That's so
マリアはベアト
important.
リーチェの弟子だから
I don't want to forget
お
it
師
later.
匠の言うことはちゃんと聞くの。
Rosa realized something. Mixed in with Maria's gaze was the light of a person other than Maria. What are you talking about? If she broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Beatrice would definitely find out about it. You think that Beatrice is looking because Maria was the witch's disciple? Maria communicated with that witch. She's like not trusting her own kin. I will now go use the bathroom. Dude, Maria or Beatrice owns this house, dude. She can probably see everything that happens in it, dude. We gotta be so careful. Okay, I don't hate this. What are you trying to talk to her about?
知らない。
Oh.
ベアトリーチェはとても気まぐれだから、いつも突然姿を現すの。マリアからは会う方法を知らない。
Appreciate the honesty, though. I do appreciate it.
いつもマリアのことを見てるの。だからマリアが困っていると、後できっと助けてくれるの。きっとね、姿を消してマリアの近くに隠れてるんだよ。
The portrait being behind them is killing me, dude. The portrait being behind them in this conversation is so much aura. My fault, Beatrice. You got crazy aura. I'll never say it again. I'm sorry. Rosa reflexively hit Miri on the head. That put a stop to Miri's laughing voice, but it wasn't able to erase that ominous color that had risen to her eyes. Ugh, reflexively is such an evil adjective. Rosa made a pact with herself. She swore that at least until they left this island, she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter anymore. Okay, that's good. She is trying to look out for her daughter. It's still like so twisted. There's still so much more going on, but like furniture and people. Oh jeez.
戻ってこねえな。またローザおばさんに叱られてるのかな。
Ever since they had met Maria in the airport, she had constantly been making a huge fuss about Halloween. But it seemed that she had cut loose a little too much. And acted a little too boisterous on the plane, on the boat, and during lunch because Rosa had warned her several times. Dude, I still think it is so funny that Prime Battler was mad that she just walked in the door being like, bro, you can't do that. That doesn't make any sense. That is the craziest meta interaction I've ever seen. That Prime Battler is complaining about the difference in the timelines, being like, bro, you're breaking the rules. And she's like, no, what do you mean breaking the rules? Like, what? I ain't never seen a story told like this before, dude. In times like that, Auntie Rosa would rarely scold her in front of people. More commonly, she would call Maria into the shadows and scold her when they were alone. So since Maria had been called off somewhere, she thought she must be getting scolded. When they looked at the clock, they realized that it was almost 6. They couldn't really imagine that Maria had been scolded this whole time. Had been being scolded this whole time. Perhaps it had come time for some anime she watched every week to start or something. She had probably just decided to stay in the mansion's parlor.
ひょっとするとバトラ様がお目覚めになって一緒に遊ばれているのかもしれませんね。
マリアちゃんにとってバトラ君は新しい友達のような感じだったろうからね。そのバトラ君と飛行場でハロウィンごっこをするのがきっととても楽しかったんだよ。
バトラもずいぶんはしゃいでたな。あいつ図体はでかくなったってのに中身は昔から全然変わらねえぜ。
He do be a muscled mellow.
そうですね。バトラ様は6年前のままでいてくださった気がします。
シャノンは6年前のバトラ君のこと覚えてるんだ。
ええ。何しろ大層お元気な方でしたから。
僕も6年前に4人で遊んだことを思い出すよ。シャノンはだいぶお姉さん風だったね。
そうだな。今よりしっかりしてた気がするぜ。
I wonder if George and Shannon are just going to be killed together. Or if they're going to be broken up in some form first. I feel like she was implying that they're going to be broken up, but like, chapter 1, they just died. Hideyoshi and...
いいよ。そんな礼儀云々は。仕事中はともかく、こうして休み時間に過ごす時の僕らは、あの頃から変わらない。仲良しで居続けたいね。
そうだぜ。使用人のシャノンと オフの時の作用は使い分けていいだろ。奴隷じゃないんだぜ。使用人の仕事をしてるだけじゃないかよ。
Oh, Canon. Canon's not.
私はシャノンとは、サヤとは
Oh.
一番古い友人だと思ってるぜ。
ありがとうございます、お嬢様。
It seemed that Shannon understood what lurked under Jessica's words, because she had heard a little bit from Jessica and Kenan about what had happened between them. That's so sad. Apparently, George had also been informed about that, more or less. George approached the window and looked up at the darkening, raining sky.
カノン君は
Wait.
まだ幼いのに考え方が少し背伸びしてるところがあると思うんです。
いや、
Okay, that's right. I was trying to remember Lambda Delta. I mean, am I a witch? Like, us as the audience, we're a witch too, right? Because we're, like, like, Beatrice is watching the story. Holy crap, I am a witch. Beatrice is watching the story for her own entertainment, which includes people suffering. How am I any better? Right? I feel like that's, like, the truth nuke. I am a witch and the witch is me.
もうよしてくれよ。
I mean, I'm not causing it, I guess, but...
まあ、その
I mean, I am
私も
paying
雰
for
囲
it.
気に流されてる
Actually, I don't know if I
ところ
bought
は
the
あったと
games. I
思
think
うん
somebody
です
else... Oh, no, I didn't... Well,
まあ、
either way.
その
I'm spending my time on
シャ
it.
ノンたち
You
の
know.
ことを見て、そのちょっと羨ましいとか思って気がせいていたところもあったかもしれない
Oh,
な。
Jessica. Pink Tourists.
私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。
It's Aura.
それよりジョージ兄さんたちの方はどういう感じ
We
なんだよ。
care about you, Jessica.
だいぶいい感じなんだろう。
どうなんでしょう。
うん。とてもいい感じだよ。
Shannon was lost for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it obvious that the relationship was proceeding so perfectly it would make anyone envious.
やけるぜ。ってことはシャノンもそのうち寿大社ってわけなんだ。
Peak as a witch, pink femboy arc.
私には
boy.
その
Oh boy.
どうなんだろうね。僕にもわからないね。
George laughed like he was being mean and drew closer to Shannon. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. Jessica could only smile awkwardly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough. Okay.
僕には夢がある。それは
Shannon is
一
pretty
国
great.
一城の主になりたいというビジネス的な野望だけじゃない。生涯を共にできる伴侶
Oh,
と
well,
幸せ
okay,
な家族を
whoa,
築きたいという夢もある。
whoa.
子供は最低でも
Talking about
二人
wanting
欲しいとか
kids? Yo, Jessica's gonna be
家族で
so
一緒にできるスポー
confused.
ツをしたいねとか
Or like,
他にもいろいろそんな話をよくシャノンとはするよ。
talking
こん
about
な
their
ことを話す
future
と
family?
いつもシャノンに
You
は
are kind of getting ahead of
気が
yourself.
早
Let's
い
lock
です
in a
ねと
little bit.
笑われるんだけど、僕はこの年のうちからもうなぜか落ち着いた老後のことを考えてしまうんだよ。
George.
元気に成長した子供たちと駆け回る孫たちと、そういうものに囲まれて、いつまでもシャノンと二人。
You're getting way out of yourself, but still, it's cute. It's adorable. I get it. I do get it. Yeah, no, yeah, agreed, Jessica.
でも
Exactly. Perfectly said.
その
What streamer are you cosplaying as Beatrice? Just killed me, bro.
そんな家族に囲まれたらさぞ素敵でしょうね。私が思い描いていた理想の家族もそんな
And
感じだ
Shannon's
ったと思い
agreeing.
ます。
To Shannon, who had been raised in a welfare institute, that harmonious image of a family was probably something she yearned after. And George, who promised that he would definitely grant that wish for her, was surely a fitting person for her to spend her life with. We have to be so careful of the, like, Jessica equals Pink equals whatever, or we're gonna do an infinite daisy chain like we did in Higurashi, where I'm just the entire cast. Right? I mean, who am I? Well, I'll tell you who I am. Well, I'll answer that. Obviously, I'm Beatrice. I would say I'm Natsui. I think, you know, she gives like girl failure a little bit. I'm not Natsui, and that's actually a lot good. I'm definitely Kinzo. I think I'm Kinzo. I'm definitely Batterer. I think I'm Kirei. I think I'm a genius like Kirei. Yeah. I'm definitely Maria. I'm definitely Kanon. I'm definitely Genji. I'm definitely Nanjo. I'd say the rest are unknown. You don't get to choose. Chat knows you better. Y'all just gonna call me Okanogi all day, bro. I've seen where this chat lands us. You're Goda. You're Goda. Oh, you don't get to be Goda. Goda's too cool. You could never be the goat, duh. Pink Google Gota. See what I mean, bro? You know me better than I know myself, but I know you better than you know yourself, which means that I know myself better than you know myself. I declare you Goda. I'm ahead of the game! Shen was an important friend to Jessica. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's fortune to. Only Okanogi.
秀吉おじさんはともかく、エヴァおばさんとかどうなわけ？説得は大変じゃないの？
Just kill me, bro. How good is your cooking? Freaking awesome, dude. I put hella onion powder and garlic powder on everything I eat, and it's fire. No one is Nanjo. I'll accept that, bro. Nanjo does reach new heights every bounce of the trampoline. Pink, you are feminine. What are we talking about? What the fuck are we talking about?
そんなことは誰も気にする必要はないよ。僕が誰を伴侶に選ぶかは誰にもはばかられない。シャノンは僕が幸せにする。
Wait, Kumasawa is
それに誰の許可が
Is Kumasawa Satoko because she has a similar laugh? Eh? Think about it, bro. Okay. Lock in.
George 兄さん、かっこいいぜ。
Bro's gold.
よくそんな恥ずかしいセリフを堂々と。昔の兄さんはそういうキャラじゃなかったと思ったんだけどな。
男子、3日合わざれば刮目して待つべし。さ、僕だって成長する。シャノンを幸せにするために、僕はもっともっと勉強して、ふさわしい男に成長するつもりだよ。
You seem that perhaps George had some kind of awareness of how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. His face turned very slightly red and he scratched his head. Pink will be yearning for FBI like Kinzo for Beatrice. When FBI is murdered on the streets because of a media talk dispute. Wait, okay, canon?
確かにごねるかもしれないけど、僕に任せておけばいい。
W
親族
fanfic,
全
bro?
員に、君が僕の伴侶だと認めさせてみせる。
すっげえな。シャノンが羨ましいぜ、まったく。
そこまで言ってもらえて、恐縮です。
It only required a little bit of magic, dude.
私はお邪魔虫なんじゃないかって気がしてきたぜ。席を外した方がいいか？
Smiling awkwardly, Jessica stood up from the bed she had been sitting on. And at that very moment, the phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what they wanted, Shannon looked at the clock and was taken aback. It seemed that she had taken too long on her break.
すみません。私、お勤めの時間を忘れておりました。
Are we all dying tonight? When are we all getting murdered? At the same time that Jessica picked up the phone, Shannon began dashing out of the room. I think it's tonight.
あ、シャノン。また、いつもの時間に、いつもの場所で。
You love birds.
はい。失礼します。
もしもし、ジェシカです。ああ、ゲンジさん。
What's up, Genji?
はい。シャ
What's
ノン
up,
は今そっ
Genji?
ちに戻ってますよ。私たちが引き止めちゃったんです。叱らないでやってください。ええ。はい。
そっか。もうじき夕飯の準備の時間なんだね。
Many plates were lined up on the counter in the kitchen, and preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates that were lined up there was 19. The number was one more than were lined up during the family conference every year.
納得できません。
Go to his face.
どうして私が
Oh, he wants the aura from it. Goto-sama was flaring up at Genji, paying no heed to the pot that was boiling over. The master enjoys having his food alone in his study, so the food must be set out in the study. Of course, this is nothing new, you understand. Goda-san would really like to set the table for the master with his own hands, as he puts his heart and soul into his cooking. What is Goda gonna get to do other than cook? But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the crest of the Golden Eagle could enter his study. So while Goda-san could greet the master from outside the study, not once had he been granted the honor of carrying his cooking into the study. Damn. Goda-san was always unsatisfied with this. Of course, he knows he is a newcomer in terms of years of service. However, he has accumulated plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he is strongly confident that he would be able to conduct himself properly, even in front of Kinzo, in a way that would not insult him. And yet, just because he has not permitted the Golden Eagle, he still hasn't been blessed with this honor. Kumasawa, bro. Kumasawa, gotta come in with a heart-rending monologue. Alright, hit him, bro.
今夜も再びそれを蒸し返しているのかというと、そうではありません。今夜は親方様の他にもお部屋まで食事を運んでもらいたいという方がおられるからです。
Yeah, imagine trying to get Kinzo's attention. That's actually so true.
非常に稀な賓客らしく、当主である親方様と同格の扱いをするようにきつく厳命されておりました。ゴーダさんはこの賓客にぜひ自らの手で配膳してポイントを稼ぎたかったに違いありません。虚栄心のお強い方でございますから、親方様に配膳する資格はなくても、せめてそれと同格の来客には昼食はどうしても手が当たず、カノンさんに言ってもらった。だから1年で最高の晩餐である今夜の食事をぜひ自分の手で配膳したかったのです。
Bro's about to be tortured to death.
それを源氏さん
Yo, Kumasawa, I'm caught up, bro. You try to be Oishi 2.0? I don't.
片翼の足がないからということのようです。再び資格がないと咎められ、合田さんの堪忍袋の緒が切れてしまったのでございます。おいたわしや合田さん。私は物陰からこうして
You be saying this kind of thing all the time. I feel like you're way too important for some reason.
熊沢さん、油を売っている暇があったら食堂の準備をしてきてください。テーブルクロスは大丈夫ですか？
Oh, he's ready to box!
これは失礼。
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. Who wins in a fight? Beatrice with all her magics versus one Goda with his fists up. The Greek chorus is logged in. Actually true, dude. Her old lady gossip. Who is she talking to? Is she looking at like the reflective surface of one of the frying pans? Kumasawa. Hit him, bro. The boing sound effect was actually good. When it became her turn to bear the brunt, Kumasawa softly disappeared into the hall. She really, dude, she really says like, oh, it's such a shame, there's nothing I can do. And he's like, hey, why aren't you doing anything? And she leaves. Bro, you could get in there and get your hands dirty, Kumasawa, to start doing dishes. Goda would whoop Pink for sure. Goda would whoop every single person in chat. Have you seen that, man? Goda could bench press every single one. 80-20 odds? I'd give him 100-0 odds. This guy could rip any of our heads off. Look at him. Look at this. And he has something to prove. And he has a face tat. Okay? You don't get a face tat unless you're ready to hurt people. I'd win. You're coping, dude. You're coping. Goda bench presses Kanon in one arm and Kumasawa in the other every single day. Unironic. Look at his huge chest, bro. This is all meat. Okay? I think he could grab somebody horizontally in their mouth like that and rip them in half. Unironic. Only person that could maybe take him is Nanjo, because Nanjo's going to reveal, he's going to take off his clothes at one point, and it's just going to be raw muscle coating his entire body. He's about to be, like, Nanjo is sumo wrestler technique. Okay? Nanjo is ready to run. Who would win, though? Goat-da versus Eva. I mean, it's Goat-da, right? Frick Eva's, like, super, like, fighting techniques that she's learned. You are not Frakasaka, dude. That's fraud Akasaka, by the way. Goda versus Nanjo, not even close. Holy Nanjo. Nanjo diff. Yo, where is Nanjo? Nanjo's like never around anywhere.
源氏さんならともかくこんな子供を生かせていいのですか？
Layers of abs.
もし何かの粗相があったら失礼に当たります。
Holy
確かに彼らの年季は
Bro,
長い
you are
です
not
が
ready for the witch, bro.
しかるべきところで修行をしたことがあるわけじゃない。正直に申し上げてお客様に接する基礎ができていないのです。
In front of her is crazy. Goda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was waiting right there in the kitchen. Shannon was the one who Genji had ordered to carry the food to Beatrice's room. But the ranking system among the servants permitted the Golden Eagle. Shannon was indeed the second highest ranked. If the highest ranked Genji went to set the table in Kinzo's room, then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. Oh, she and Beatrice are close. That's fine. Goda's pride was always horribly injured when he was confronted with this ranking system, which is why he takes it out on Shannon, because he's a piece. In times like that, he would speak bluntly and rudely about Shannon and Canon. Goda kept raising example after example of Shannon's past failures, making a ruckus about how this was wrong, and that was wrong. Drawing green paint, thank you for the farro. Appreciate you drawing. As Shannon listened to this with her head hung in shame, she heard Canon's voice from behind her. Canon had been listening from a blind spot, leaning against the hallway side of the wall near the entrance to the kitchen. He probably knew that if he wanted to the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. If he entered the kitchen, sparks would fly his way.
でも接待の基礎の勉強になるし、郷田さんはたくさん勉強してるからとても参考に。
姉さんは優しいね。
それより貴賓室のお客様がベアトリーチェ様だというのは本当なの？
うん。昼食の配膳に行かされた時に会った。間違いなくあいつだったよ。
そう。お元気そうだった？
Can you remember that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice? Yeah, putting it lightly. I have heard about the Umineko fighting game, but also that it's spoilers, yeah. To Shannon, Beatrice was a cupid of love who had gained her magic to create a relationship with George. Judging by her happy expression, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Canon already knew. That witch had come here with a terrifying gold in his mind. That vague witch, in the past only visible to them, had now walked in openly through the front door, and had revived enough that they could now carry food to her. In the past, when she had disappeared from in front of Canon, that witch had said something about how her own power was still weak. Now that the witch could appear openly like this, did that mean that she had finally returned to her former power? And she had said clearly that she had sown the seeds of love with the knowledge that it would fail. She had said clearly that the day had finally come when the door to the Golden Land would be opened.
Shannon, あいつは親方様と何かの怪しげな儀式をし。
Yeah, Canon knows what's happening. He is caught up on the equations, bro.
それには誰も抗えない。
Last part I'll disagree on, but
あいつはやってきたんだ。親方様が求めた黄金鏡の扉を開き、すべてを黄金鏡に戻すために。あいつは僕に確かにそう言った。
In the past, the two of them, as furniture working for Kinzo, had been told what the opening of the door to the Golden Land meant. Therefore, even without asking a single question in response, Shannon understood everything. That we're all freaking dead. So she grew deeply hopeless. Oh my god. Something tore at Cannon's heart as he saw her expression twist with grief. Dude.
そうだ。どうして今になって。
だから言ったんだ。僕らは家具だって。人間の真似事なんかして恋なんかするから。
Can't accept their own deaths.
僕たちの役目の終わるこの日を素直に受け入れられない。
Wait, chat, what the fuck is Higu Daybreak? What is that? Is that one of the side arcs that I didn't do? I don't know what that is. At least I don't know it by name. I probably have seen it. Ugh.
私たちはいつまで家具として苦しめばいいのかわからなくて。
That is so crazy. Even her. Oh, the other fighting game. Okay. Even Shannon was despairing this hard as furniture. Yo, How did Genji lock in so hard that he's been furniture maxing his whole life and he's just cool with it, bro?
だから私思ったの。安息の日なんて永遠に訪れないんだって。
僕だってそう思ってたさ。でも必ずいつか訪れるって僕は信じてた。
Yeah, I think I remember seeing a clip about that.
僕は家具としての自覚を忘れなかったんだ。なのに姉さんは忘れた。
私が。
Now we have to suffer, dude. But like, dude, it's also your fault, Canon, because you care about her. By your own logic, you're failing yourself. It's not like, you know, by your own logic is stupid. All right, the furniture thing sucks, but like, I get it, you're kids and you have this brained into you. But you're also building up meaningless attachments, dude. And guess what? We all live in a world that we're all going to have to leave. That's human and that's furniture, bro. Like. Does Oishi actually shoot his... Okay, wait. Sorry, Shannon. I didn't want to say this next sentence while you were speaking. Does Oishi actually shoot his farts out in that game? Is that actually how the game works? Is that one of his, like, special abilities? Is that he farts at you? Are we dead ass? I'm never playing Mahjong in my entire life. I'd rather be, like have both my hands chopped off. Oh, don't spoil that! That was a fact. George should have snuck in an engagement ring in his pocket today. And surely he would hand it over tonight. That's true. This is true. This is true.
そうだったの。考えたこともなかったわ。
でもあいつは言ったよ。もし今夜その婚約指輪を受け取らなかったなら。
Did she even say that?
姉さんを生贄に選ばないと約束した。僕たちが揃って黄金鏡へ行ける確率はとても低いと思う。13人が生贄になる。生き残るのは5人だけ。その中に僕たち2人が入れる確率は本当に低い。
No, but they get revived in the Golden Land. But they get revived in the Golden Land. But I guess he's saying, like, the only chance of us being able to go together, in which case not be sacrificed separately. Right? But, like, they get to just, like, walk into it at the end. They all get to enter as a group. That's so crazy.
Oh, そして姉さんと2人で人間としての人生を歩みたいんだよ。そうすれば本当の恋だってできるかもしれない。
He's admitting that he wants love. He's just not letting himself chase it in this world. Dude, this House of Hope or whatever it's called is the problem, bro. The place they come from, the orphanage. They're teaching these kids the most insane shit I've ever seen. However, in this ritual, only a few people chosen by fate and chance would be invited to the Golden Land. Everyone else would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. Wait, I gotta reread this shit. What do you mean? That is not my interpretation. Oh. Oh, yeah, so I guess only the survivors make it to the... Only the survivors get to go here, but then when you're there, everybody gets resurrected. See, I thought when they would get resurrected, they'd be resurrected in the Home of the Gold, in the Golden Land. But, I'll just write that, like, Canon/Shannon say that only survivors, not the sacrifices, get to go to the Golden Land. Basically, yeah. Okay. I need to rewatch the Tea Party, low-key. Did the Tea Party only include people that hadn't died in the first one? Because it was Jessica, I remember, Battler, and George, right? They were the ones talking the most in the Tea Party. Were other people, like, showing up in the Tea Party? Well, and Beatrice, obviously. But, like, maybe, like, nobody, all the sacrifices couldn't even show up there. Because I know the magic got interrupted by Battler not believing in it. And then, like, they all started to get tortured again. Huh. Okay, that's pretty crazy. There's a lot going on there. Everyone would lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony, but in the past, Shonen and Kennen had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were made sacrifices, it would all be the same because they would be released from their duties as furniture either way. So in short, the ritual had been something that would definitely grant release to furniture like them.
僕は嫌だ。これまでの辛かった分を姉さんと取り戻したい。生贄なんてごめんだ。僕と姉さんは生き残る。
You're becoming human right now, dude.
黄金鏡へたどり着く。だから姉さんを第二の番の生贄になんかさせない。頼むよ姉さん。あの男の指輪を受け取らないで。
That's so terrible. But this is exactly what Beatrice is like gooning over, dude. Paint on it.
それはできないよ。今夜の指輪はとても特別なもの。それを受け取らないことは
Oh my goodness, bro.
私の心が許さない。
姉さん、儀式の生贄は魔女が気まぐれに決めることになってる。その魔女が姉さんだけは見逃すと約束してくれたんだよ。姉さんだけは絶対に黄金鏡へ生きるんだ。
私だけ？カノン君は？
Well, and the first 6 are random, right?
魔女の手で十分さ。あいつの魔女なんかかいくぐってやる。僕は無力じゃない。わずかの確率を。
Okay.
無理やり掴み取ってやる。
The golden goon.
僕たちのせいなんて所詮は仮初めじゃないか。本当の人生を始めるために僕たちは黄金鏡へたどり着こう。
This is some like fucked up dude. This feels like this is like it's like a cult, dude. It's like a cult. You know? That they're like their own life, the lives they're living on Earth are temporary, they don't matter, they're only a vessel for their later life, which is the important life, which means that they can go through an infinite amount of suffering in their human, or their life in the real world, because it's all in pursuit of some later thing, right? Like, it's the deification of suffering, or like, deification maybe is not the correct word, the inscribing of meaning onto suffering, to make people like okay with suffering, which I think is evil and horrible in every context, even outside of like I would say that like across like there is no nobility in suffering, and like any religion that tells people that there is nobility in suffering, that it's okay to suffer because it's like in pursuit of like, oh, you suffer in the short term to give you like eternal love in the long term in like the afterlife. It's like, dude, I feel like you're just getting taken advantage of. Suffering is bad. Suffering is bad. You deserve better. You know, you don't gotta sacrifice your life for something that you don't even know exists for sure. It's like, it's so twisted, bro. It's so twisted. Oh, he feels so bad for what he did to Jessica.
もう家具は嫌だ。絶対に人間になってやる。こんな苦しみから絶対に。
Oh, Kenon. There were tears in Kenon's eyes. It had taken Kenon until now to notice. Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and her painful smiles on all the days since as she tried to smooth things over and brighten her mood. Had slowly wrought some kind of change on Kanon's heart without him knowing it.
Shannon, さっきから呼んでいる。
Shannon snapped her reality at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Oh yeah, she's supposed to deliver food right now. Apparently she had been called for repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. When she turned around, Kanon had disappeared. You're not Batman, bro. It seemed he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody. Wait, he actually is Batman, low-key. Which means he's Satoko. Kanon is Satoko.
昼食はカノンに頼んだが、本来は私の次の序列のお前が運ぶべきものだ。ベアトリーチェ様は当家の最高の賓客だ。それ以上の賓客はいない。もう一人の親方様と思い、 艇長に頼む。
Checkmate furniture.
くれぐれも
You're not supposed to be able to suffer. You're a chair. Lol.
経験の未熟なあなたに託すのは非常に心苦しいですが、当家のルールとあっては仕方ありません。くれぐれも頼みますよ。
Goda had officially agreed, but he threatened Shannon with an expression that told her that he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Shannon too thought that Goda should do it if he wanted to that much. But considering it as her responsibility as one who had been granted the Golden Eagle, she had to give up. Besides, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? Is she even going to be there? I don't know. Will I show gratitude or else grief? Or else what? I don't know. Shannon loaded the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen with a slow gait. Chat, can we... Good stopping point now, by the way? Right there? Oh, brick. Chat, do you think that's a good stopping point right here? Oh, brick. I was shooting for the next, like, clock ticky, but if you guys think this is better, I'm also okay with that. What do you think? Don't tell the streamer to stop. I'd like to find good breaks, but it's, you know, yep, good stop. Oh, man. I gotta remember that. Okay, wait, we gotta take notes, though. Let's take some notes. If you really want, you can go for this scene, but no more. I kind of low-key got a piss, which means I could just end stream and then go piss. But let me take some notes. Okay. Rosa is the main messenger. I mean, what else do I even write? Oh, brick! Never stop. I have no more energy to keep going. Drag the chatters that are unable to continue. Drag them to keep up. See, this is the kind of thing that I am so... The fact that I have met you here probably means that you were chosen by Kinzo's roulette. I feel like there are like three elements going on. There's... Beatrice is casting spells and shit. She's like this. Beatrice is up here. Prime Battler is up here. And then I feel like Kinzo is down here and he's shooting upwards. Right? Like, they're casting magic down. Like, I don't know what Battler is doing. I don't know if Battler has done anything. I don't think he has. But I think he has the opportunity to. Then Beatrice is doing stuff. And then it's like Kinzo is a game piece that's aware he's a game piece. You know? And so he's just looking up and trying to, like, make moves. Right? That's so crazy. Drag the mods with you, choking them with their leashes after they collapse from exhaustion. Exactly. I'm glad you understand. And that's just something so strange. And so I don't know who has what power, right? I don't know if, like the roulette wheel magic spell thing, like, the first 6 that are chosen, is that sacrifice the 6 chosen by the key. That kind of implies that it's not Beatrice that's doing it, that it's some other, whatever the hell the key is, you know? And that might be, like, Kinzo, that might be random chance. The key could literally just mean, like, the people in the household. And then there's always going to be 6 people in the household. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. Kinzo Sans? I could give him a blue eye back here. I think you might be onto something, giving him the blue flame. But it's like, I think I'll write that in my questions, is... Who is controlling what? Who controls the first 6 to be sacrificed? Prime Battler and Prime Beatrice and each Kinzo iteration are main players. That's kind of what I'm thinking right now, is that we have like this main group that's the ones making the moves, and it's the 3 of them. 2 players and then one of the pieces that's kind of aware of the grand scheme enough that he's able to make his own moves, right? Which is really interesting. I feel like, are there any other, like, big questions I have right now? Battler 2 is doing freaking nothing useful. Battler 2 is just sleeping. I wonder if, like, Battler 1 is fine with Battler 2 getting up. Battler Prime, I should write. Battler Prime. Bold it. I feel like the pitchfork, I'll let him keep the pitchfork. Yeah. And then let's check the other thing I wanted to check. We'll pause. I will stop it here because I do want to check something else. There we go. Nice 43 hours in. Let me go to title. Battle 2 jump scared me. Characters in episode 1. I want to read their dead. Okay. Battle missing. The fool who spoiled the world where everyone could be happy. He died. He sucks. Chosen by the devil's roulette. Demon's roulette. That's all there is to it. Missing. Chewed to the bone by demons and went to hell. He was chewed. Wow, I can't believe I remember that correctly. Chewed to bits by demons and went to hell. Who all went to hell? You just got staked. You're missing. Because it was just these 4 at the end, right? Because you got shot in the head. Right. And so what that means is the survivors at the end were just these 3. I feel like I'm missing somebody. What happened to you? Gouge the knee and kill. You're just dead. Just dead. You died. You died. You died. I mean, at this point, I might as well just kill the rest of them, right? Like, there's just a matter of completion at some point. And then you got boilered. Oh, disappeared? Oh, there were 2 forms. That's cool. So, yeah, I think these 3 are 4. I think these, Maria, Battler, George, Jessica, were the only ones that actually got to make it to the Golden Land. Even though she was given a precious invitation to the Golden Land. Natsui didn't get to go because she presumed with the gun that she could kill Beatrice, which was, like, something that Beatrice, like, revoked the invitation for. So I think these 4 got to. Maria's the biggest question. Maybe she, like, refused the invitation or, like, got it and then, like, escaped later or something. Point is, though, that, I'll write here. In chapter 1, only Jessica, Kyle? Who the fuck is Kyle? George. Oh my goodness. What the fuck is Battler's name? Battler and Maria presumably got invited to the Golden Land. Natsui shot herself, so she didn't. Typically, 5 get the invite. Precious. Precious. Okay. Boom. That's the note. That's the note I wanted to keep. Dang. Hey, though. That's a good spot, chat. On to the next, bro. Another good Umineko stream. We are punching through chapter 2. I'm glad that chapter 2's done a really good job, I feel like, of... How am I want to say this? Like, it's keeping pace. Like, one of the biggest risks in, like, a repeating story is that we spend too much time on the repetition. But I think they've done a pretty good job at, like, I can kind of assume the events from chapter 1 that also happened in chapter 2, and they don't have to spend time with, like, reminding me. So I actually really like that. Like the ring, you know? Like, we know that Kinzo threw his ring out of the window and, like, gave it to her. We can assume that, like, very validly. They don't need to, like, show it to us, right? And so I think they've done a pretty good job with that. And, like, Beatrice walking in like she owns the place, because she kind of does, is, like, so much, like, aura and, like, distinguishes it from chapter 1 so well. So I've really liked that. I kind of wasn't surprised, or I kind of was surprised at, like, how novel this run has been in comparison to the first one. But, chat, that is it for our Umineko stream of the week. We are doing Limbus Company on Thursday. We're doing one of the Intervaros, which is fun. We're doing, continuing chapter 2 of Umineko next Tuesday. 5 p.m. CST is the plan. Hopefully I'll see you there. ReZero tomorrow. BoJack Season 3 is going to be getting on YouTube relatively soon. Probably like 2 weeks or something. I don't know. I'm like finishing it up on Patreon right now. Lots of fun stuff flying around. Definitely peep the Discord if you're interested. Peep the playlists on YouTube for all my different content. You know how it goes. Those are the self-plugs. You know how it goes. But until then, char, I appreciate the lurkers, the chatters, the followers, the subbers, the whatevers. Glad to hang out with y'all for another Umineko Tuesday. I will be seeing y'all next time. Bye. Bye.